I'm Hello, it's Mouse, but you can call me Mouse. Today we're going to be taking a look at a recent release called Make Room, a cozy game that lets you create your own little spaces. First we'll have some ads, and then we'll dive right into it. I hope you will enjoy this cozy stream today. The chinchillas certainly are. I hope that everybody's having a good day so far today. And I'd like to thank Annie for Prez for resubbing while I was offline. Thank you, Annie for Prez. Okay, I can't keep that up. Hi, I haven't watched any streams. Can you catch me up for Sekimeya? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. This is the most I'm mentally preparing myself for Sekimeya tone ever. I know. I know. The Sekimeya is about an egg that does time travel, and now we're taking a quiz on it. That's what you get. That's what you get. But first, we're gonna look at a cozy game. Unironically, we're gonna play Make Room. As soon as this ad break ends. Mouse, do you know Pop Music by M? I do not. I do not. Is today the last Sekimeya stream? No, Sunday will be the last Sekimeya stream. We'll do fan art then. So if you have fan art, get it in. I like that we've gone beyond emotional support Cyan or playing an emotional support game before the Sekimeya. Yeah. Yeah, we sure are. We sure are. We sure are. What if I keep it on my second monitor? Sekimeya has the quiz after Umineko. It finishes after Umineko. It's literally so sad. Yeah, it would have finished a lot later than Umineko. There's emotional support Sai on the screen. Thank you. Thank you, Tacos Debiria. The music is so comfy. Yeah, this game is unironically like a deeply cozy game. Just is the whole way in it. Cozy gaming with Make Room. Pardon my typing. I did the doles today already because I didn't want to do 2 rounds of doles in a day, so I'm sorry to anybody who really wanted to see me get Metazua in 3, which I did. Catfishing today then. Did you know the publisher of this game is Wholesome Games Presents on Steam? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. We're just starting. Phew. Yeah, we're gonna do about an hour of a cozy game before Joe gets here. Joe is with one of his kids for their birthday, so it'll be a little while. Is this one of the 50 games I pinned back on Joe's cozy stream? I think so, yeah. Oh, this dev also made a Picross game? Interesting. Men? Yeah, we love men here. Alright. So we're gonna do the requests first. I haven't done a request. Look at this. Meditation space. Camper renovation. Gamer room. Art studio. Vampires welcome. Cat paradise. Love this game? Oh, awesome. Welcome. I haven't played it yet. I just did the tutorial. I haven't gotten into it. Is this like unpacking? Yes, a bit, I think. Except more open-ended. Greetings, Rodent. Greetings, Super Paper. Who loves men? Who is that? That is Sai. Sai, one of the stars of the show for the Sekimeya, which we'll be doing in about an hour. Well, I'm roughly halfway through Umi 39, so won't be able to catch Sekimeya live, but need a bit of a break. This game looks really cute. It is really cute. Hello, Talisman. Like how they had an update on August 11th to add an undo button. Yeah, they put a lot of quality of life in that update, it looks like. Let's do garden retreat. That sounds cute. suitably cozy. Ooh, what a tranquil garden. Let's get rid of those mushrooms in the flower bed. How do we get rid of the mushrooms in the flower bed? What do you mean? Oh. Fantastic job. I think we should add some flowers to the flower bed just to brighten it. Flower bed, just to brighten it up. Oh, I see. So we can get a couple of, there we go. Now we're cooking. Does it let you duplicate? It does. Let's do, can do some colors. Oh, thank you, anonymous gifter, for gifting 5 subs to House of Mormor, Mythic Red 1, Eldritchborn, Crabalicious, and Leon It Is Rexmas. Thank you. Very nice of you. You're doing excellent. It would be great to have a place to sit. Start by finding 2 comfortable chairs for outdoor use. Okay, yay. Can you control click to duplicate something? No, control click just does the same as click, it looks like. I don't like the color of this floor though. I wonder if they'll get mad if I change it. I like that better. Okay. I'm a beige TikTok mom. Oh, this is what a cozy game is? At what point does a horror beyond comprehension happen? Hopefully never. Have you seen Widow? I have not. You played the demo, similar vibe? I'll check it out, thank you. Alright, let's look at chairs. What's some outdoor chairs looking like? Oh, these look promising, huh? These little lawn chairs. Kind of like these, though. How do I... Oh, I can just turn the mouse to rotate. Nice. Now a table to put down glasses of lemonade. Okay, well, we aren't putting the chairs here, I guess. Glasses of lemonade, huh? How cozy is this? Have you seen Tiny Glade? I got reminded of seeing this, but Tiny Glade is a bit bigger scale. Yeah, I dig Tiny Glade. There's not a lot of control over what happens in Tiny Glade. I like being able to like push stuff around. The game music is too loud. I can I don't know if I can actually. How do we do this? No, not the menu. No. So options, sound. Should be a little better. Oh, thank you, Jammo211, for gifting 10 tier 1 subs to Bazooka Tooth, Sapris, Mincemind, Zenwilder, Celu34, Anumi, Aura Hunt, Tactical Magician 00, Nornix, and Cafro Hudra. Thank you. Super nice of you. Thank you. The caution, the streamer has an English degree. Nice, nice. We need the English degree warning for Joe too. He doesn't have one. I mentioned some lemonade and I could use some right now. Place a few glasses. Oh, thank you, not MSB, for subbing. I hope this game lets you search the rooms you make. Lemonade? Place a few glasses. Glass. Can we, like... Yeah. There we go. Lemonade. I wish I could be here for the Sekimeya segment, but I'm 2 VODs behind. Hope you enjoy having fun with it. Oh, we're getting through it, Mr. Sunrise. We're getting through it. I will now be leaving to play with cardboard rectangles, but I hope you and Joe have an egg of a time. Cardboard rectangles sounds like it would go hard, actually. You're 10 VODs behind on Sekimeya. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Refreshing. It would be great to have a bit of shade, so maybe we should plant a tree in our little garden. Okay. Yippee. What's this? Oh, tree. Do we have like a... Do we have only conifers? How good is the search tree? Oh. Only conifers. So good. Ooh, I got watering can. Nice. Nope. Unsaved progress will be lost. Now what? Oh, you can change the lighting. Oh. They showed me this in the... Oh, you can... Oh. Whoa. Is this outside or is that an inside tree? This is outside. This is outside. Yeah. So we can save this. Take a picture. Okay. So then it marks that you did. Okay. All right. I'm into it. I'm into it. Shall we do a little camper? The story lost me a bit when it turned into a quiz show with a snarky narrator, but I want to know how the Sekimeya ends. Yeah, I think that we had an interesting conversation about it in the Discord where I think that thank you Anonymous for gifting 5 subs to Vanven, D Elks, Gog 228, Drive starring Ryan Gosling. Oh, I don't have it set up on my thing, and Missy, no. Thank you. I think that we had a conversation about it on Discord, and I think that a lot of people who are like super bought into Sekimeya, or like the people who are super bought into Sekimeya don't read it as snarky at all. They read it as like a fun conversation with the author who's like showing off something cool that they did. Which I think I think that the tone gets read like very, very differently. I did a bit last stream where I read it in like the voice that we are probably hearing in our heads, which is like super condescending. I don't think it was intended that way. Like, I think that it was intended to be like, hey, look at this cool thing that I did, but it's hard not to feel a little condescended too. Yeah, if it was just back to back and you never sat down to try to theorize, it'd fall better. Yeah, maybe. Ruin the vibes and do the gamer room. I want to see Cat Paradise. We'll do Cat Paradise next. Whoa, this camper looks like it's been in hibernation since the disco era. Let's get rid of these cobwebs with a cleaning tool. Oh, we clean now. Oh. Sweet, but wow, the floor is still full of dirt. Let's use a vacuum to clean it. Hi, Mouse. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Jelly. Doing pretty well. Time to rip out the old kitchen. It's seen better days, so it's time to start fresh. So we can just... 1, 2... I don't know which thing is the kitchen that they want me to get rid of. What is it? Nope. What's the... What do you want from me? Okay, alright. There's still some clutter laying around which prevents us from redesigning. Let's change that. Okay. Right. Thank you, Rodney, for subbing. Month 7. Oh my god. I'm reading Mouse's Discord messages with love and it has ruined my life. Sorry, Rodney. Did you play more of the bookshop game? I have almost beaten the bookshop game. It has surprisingly a lot to get through. I'm on like year 3, I think. Oh, Jelly said I cried pretty hard during Umi today. I would not have held it together like you did. I did tear up a couple of times, but it was funny because I saw someone in chat be like, I can't tell if she's just an actress or is like really choking up, and it was about 5 seconds before I pivoted from like really upset Angie to just Lambda being unhinged. It's really funny. The PNG tuber in the corner looks really different from normal. That's true. I'm a house tuber now. Now we're cooking, or at least we will be. Add some kitchen cabinets and don't forget a sink. Okay. Cabinets. A lot of cabinets. Many different kinds of cabinets. Mouse tuber to house tuber, call that a rattle solution. Oh, Jelly, why are you so funny? Oh, it goes seamlessly. Final Fantasy 14 could never. Okay, so do we have some wall things? It's not like technically a wall thing maybe, but it is now. Nice work. We'll also need something to cook on, so let's add a stove. Oh, I didn't do a sink, huh? Can I search sink? I did a drop ceiling in my apartment in 14 and it took forever. Did you also do the thing on it where the camera doesn't swing around? Because if you don't like put something on top of it, like a bed that cancels out collision, whenever someone comes in on like console, it'll swing their camera around up above the dropped ceiling. You have to waste like 15 slots on beds that sit on top of the dropped ceiling if you don't want console players to get screwed. It's so awesome. Nope, get fucked? Okay. Check inside the cabinets for hidden egg-shaped objects. Oh, you're so right, actually. Kinda, I'm second-guessing my choices now. Okay. Alright. Let's add a stove. There we go. You haven't even visited my apartment? That's true. That's true. Everything I hear about Final Fantasy XIV's house system makes me think it was built on a pile of boiled spaghetti. Yeah, pretty much. When you said on today's stream that you volunteered reading to kids, I got it, because I've also volunteered at the same thing. Reading a story out loud as one can actually be really fun. Yeah, I don't like the subject of the current Umi chapter that we were reading today, and so I was getting silly with it just to spice it up for people who also might not be feeling it. It's really fun. FF14 has a house system. Yeah, you can have private houses, free company houses, or apartments. Basically the house system doesn't function at all for decorating. Like, it's a really rudimentary decorating system, and they pulled a classic. Instead of ever like deep diving and recoding everything, they just look past the fact that decorators like glitch everything in the houses and use plugins for it and stuff. Like, they're just kind of like, well, the community seems to have solved it, so. You could hear the excited reading to kids voice kick in hard. It's such a specific voice people do. Yeah, people were like, oh, she's so into it. It's like, it's just reading to kids. You made me go, oh, maybe this section is good actually, because you were doing it in such a fun way. I hope that was the case for more people. I hope it kept people entertained. I want to change my colors here. What color do I want? Kind of like this. It's more miserable when you're reading it yourself in your head. Yeah, I think so. I did not have fun the first time that I read that, for sure. I also was doing the cozy game voice as a bit whenever we first started, and now I appear to have started doing it unironically, which is an interesting development. I'm like talking really quietly and close to the mic. You're like the reverse of Joe who slowly wakes up over stream. True. True. Just slowly dropping off. That looks nice. Just finished the VOD. Genuinely great job. Thank you. Thank you. You don't want to wake up a ghetto, he probably fell asleep already. Right, a stove. We need a stove. It's too cozy. Where's the time management and fishing minigame? True, I do miss fishing. Oh, interesting. It's interesting whenever they do this thing where it's just a stovetop. What's the story of this game? We're making rooms. It's called Make Room, and we're making rooms in it. This is helping settle my nerves before I lose my mind over Katsuki's grand adventures. Yep, same. Awesome, let's add a table for meals. Just make sure it fits the space well. We can also add like some optional stuff here. We could do like some of this kind of thing. You know? Maybe this. What else we got here? Like a bowl of fruit. Let's put that on the table, actually. Tables? Why do I have such a hard time finding tables? Is like way lower than I think it'll be. Two chairs. Look at that. Look at that drop table. True. This is the stream we can send for your wholesome direct audition. True. Yeah, I think this would be great. Maybe Joe won't come back and this will just be the whole stream. That'd be pretty nice. We can get down with that. I mean, I would like for him to be here, but you know, if he's not in. Oh, I forgot we can make things grow and shrink. We can shrink this table a little bit. Let's give him a little burst of color in here. It's the same color as the bottle. Can we do like a blue? Oh, that's good. Yeah, there we go. That's what we like to see. How do people get to this chair? Past that, don't ask questions. I got a toy truck. For a while, I didn't get what people found in these make a place kind of games, but for some reason, Cloud Gardens really worked for me. I get it now. Yeah, Cloud Gardens is a good one. Wouldn't it be beautiful? Wouldn't it be beautiful if you played a cozy game all day while Joe had fun at his kid's birthday instead of you both crashing out in front of an audience over a visual novel? That would be beautiful, you're right. It would be beautiful. I like the idea of opening the door to the camper and immediately being faced with a bowl of fruit at eye level. Should we move it? Should we move it over here? But then how do we get how do we get there? Maybe we have to shrink the table again. We have to shrink everything. There we go. Move the bowl on top of the door so when you enter it falls on the person like a prank. True. How are we gonna open these? We've set ourselves up for failure here. We should have put this against this wall and then we could can we do that? I wish I could like drag to select a bunch of objects at once. What if we do this? Oh, it's on the back. Damn. Okay. I have so much patience for this. You have no idea how much time I've spent decorating in Final Fantasy XIV. Unless you're Allison, in which case you definitely have an idea and you're not surprised right now. Never got into all of that. I've spent so much time decorating. I'm very into it. Oh, I can like adjust the camera angle. Okay. So now we can do this. This is far superior. Now we don't have to have rail thin guests. Is there like art we can hang on the walls? Oh, we can do a little carpet. Okay. All right. And grow it a little bit. Yeah. That's the good stuff right there. Look at those chairs on the carpet. Is there an egg? Egg. There does not appear to be an egg as far as I can tell. Why did egg produce so many results? ASMR streamer Sleepy Mouse. This is an ASMR stream. This is an ASMR stream. Do we have our art? Accessories maybe? What if I search art? Oh. Okay. Oh, that's way too big. I guess we can shrink it though. We're just trying to get the mood in a positive place before Sekimeya kicks in. Can you? Oh. Do we have live, laugh, love? Do we? That'll work. Okay. That's so good to have a resizer. Yeah, this has a lot of really good functions. Bathroom. Windows. Oh, we can put in a window. The camper van could have a window as a treat, right? Just like a couple of these. Yeah. It's a really weird maple leaf, I know. There we go. Hold on, does that mean the upcoming stream won't have Sai as the point of view for 80% of the time? Sadly not. Sadly not. You can just do gummy ship building for your whole Kingdom Hearts playthrough so we can keep this cozy vibe. Do you get the gummy bears in it? Is that Disney? I didn't know that. Gummy bears bouncing here and there and everywhere. Alright, we're gonna do the cat house. It's unrelated somehow? Oh, okay. I thought this was announced, but I guess I just dreamt that as a memory. Damn, that's a downer. I'm sorry. Our goal is to turn this room into a cat paradise. First, let's find a comfy couch for the cats. Couch. Nope. Sofa. Yup. Ooh, you can make your own sectional sofa here, I see. Oh, interesting. We can, just use the pre-made one, though. How about adding some shelves on the wall for the cats to jump on? They'll love it. Oh, that's a good idea, yeah. Yeah. Where's Timmy? No. Hated. Not cat friendly. This is like an anti-homeless measure, but for cats jumping on the wall. Look at it. Poor cat. My cat would find a way to curl up in one of the V's there. I know that every character that isn't Sai is considered worse than cardboard, but for some reason I ended up liking Akaro. There was something funny about him. I also like Akaro, actually, after recent revelations. Poor dude. This looks really fun for a cat. Speaking of curled up cats, someone has decided it's good night here. Oh. Would it be possible to add a table for them to hide under? Absolutely. It's a cat. Oh, this is the best table for a cat to hide under because it lets you get 2 levels of hiding. They can crawl all the way under there, or they can sit on here. Hostile cat architecture. I know. These cozy vibes are good for me to post my Endwalker review on Blue Sky for people to be mad at me for. Uh-oh. That's the fan favorite. You better be careful. It's perfect. Now let's bring the cats in. There's 4 cats total. Oh, shit. We get cats. These are dogs. Oh, here's a cat. Oh. Oh, yep. There it goes. Oh, they let you do it. They let you do it. Yes. Oh, I love this. I love this so much. I want to give them a cat tree. Why didn't we get asked to give them a cat tree? They're gonna ask that on another step, but I'm still, Nice. This game's super cute. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Now we gotta make all different colors of cats. Let's make, I want to make a Casey cat first. Yeah. Yeah. He does have, golden eyes. I'll make a Lucas cat. Miss Lucas. And he had green eyes. Yeah. How big can cat be? That big. You can make a little kitten. I'd like to make a little black cat. And then we can do a let's see. Maybe like a calico? I guess you can't really do a calico, but it's close. However many cats you plan on putting in this room, please double it. I don't want to put too many cats, it'll look a little silly. Oh, we'll get, oh. It's a mouse. There's a mouse? Is it a mouse or a gerbil? It's a gerbil. It's a hamster. I don't know the difference between a gerbil and a hamster. Is there a litter box? Oh, we've got yarn. Add some cafe items and make it a cat cafe. Add 8 more cats then? Okay. This isn't big enough. Big cat tree. Do we have like a, well, I guess we know they have a counter. Oh. Here, no, it's a cat cafe. It's got a coffee for them to knock over onto the floor. Is there a limit to a number of cats? I don't believe so, no. Yeah, double layered cats is tech, yeah, it is tech. Do a... Oh, tuxedo cat. Oh, we can leave orange. Don't have a white cat yet. Look at all those cats. Wait, can I put one of them? Can I put one of the? Oh, peak game actually. Can you have one glorp cat? Yeah. Glorp. The collision on the models is actually good. Yeah, that was why I was interested in this game originally, because the collision on the models in Final Fantasy XIV is so bad, and I remember seeing this and be like, oh my god, it's really good. That actually looks a little glorpish. The cat room. Oh, this is cute. They got a little cactus scratching pad. Perfect. Perfect. No notes. No notes. Should we do the gamer room? Ruin the vibes? Why does this music sound like a certain indie game? Which one? Hi, I'd like to upgrade my room a bit, especially my gaming setup. First, let's get rid of the laptop. Delete the wife. Great, the desk also has to go. It's too small for the new setup I'd like. Fantastic. Let's also get rid of the chair. It's old and needs an upgrade. Gamer chair incoming. Great job. Now place a desk. It should be large enough to hold my new setup. Alright. Gamer desk. Oh, these all kind of look the same size, Chief. Maybe this one? Oh my god, it's gigantic! Whoa. Can we move this over a little bit? Endwalker, not enough Tataru? Probably not. It's the indie game you can't talk about? I think you can talk about it, you just can't say certain phrases about it. Where's his Miku shelf? Fake gamer. Bold to assume it's a him. Imagine. Who says the doctor is a man? My setup has 2 desks, so I can't judge. I also have 2 desks. I have a work desk and a regular desk. 2 monitors allow me to watch videos and play games at the same time. Gamer, 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 gamer. Where's her Miku shelf? We'll try to find one. Fake gamer doesn't have a vertically aligned 3rd monitor to program on. These monitors are huge. No way. Two different kinds of monitors because you use the new one as your main monitor and then put the old one over here. You did great. Now place a comfy desk chair which allows for long gaming sessions. Okay. $16.9 main and 4.3 side monitor, my beloved. Absolutely. Absolutely. You don't know what game they're referencing? They're referencing the game Off. The game Off. Sorry, I ruined it. I'll go to bed now, so I have time to catch up on the last Umineko tomorrow. Looking forward to watching this in the final Seki stream on Sunday. Okay, have a nice night, Calton. Hope you enjoy the streams whenever you see them. Gamer chairs. Gamer chairs for sure. Oh yeah, we're going this one. Legendary. I've unlocked a PC case. Well, we gotta make sure that this matches the rest of their rooms. So. Do we have like electronics? Yeah. Oh shit. Oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah. Oh, we should use this one. Oh my god, it has RGB. This is the best game ever made. My only regret is that it's gonna be turned around the other way. Keyboard? Oh my god, RGB keyboard. We've got the 65% keyboard. Who would have that? That would be silly. Do you have an RGB case? I have RGB RAM. It's glowing. It's glowing. Where are the RGB sheets? Is that the keyboard or the desk mat? I don't know. Either way. Is this the keyboard? I think you're right. I think that is the desk mat. We should give them an RGB keyboard too. Both? I think that's supposed to be the keyboard, right? Do you also have those RAM-less RGB sticks that are there just to fill in the empty slots? All of my slots are full. I have 64 gigabytes of RAM. I know. I'm so cool. I'm so cool. Oh my god, you can get an RGB mouse pad to get one. That's going too far. That's going too far. Enough for 20 browser tabs, that's right. Well, I think this is a job well done. Having that much RAM is unironically so nice for day-to-day use. Yeah, it is. It is. Alright, what should we do next? We got art studio, garage to home cinema, vampires welcome, reading nook, spy headquarters, potion laboratory, or meditation space. I'm so sad there isn't boat level. Oh, and also moving troubles. Vampire? Vampire. Okay, let's see. I am also Team Edward. Reading Nook? We'll do Reading Nook next. The ironic thing is for gaming, 64 gigs of RAM is slower than 32 or even 16 if it's enough for that specific game because more RAM clocks slower. I mostly have it because I do data analysis for a living. Old-fashioned vampire and modern-age vampire? I prefer the old-fashioned vampires personally. It's too bright in here. Can you please remove the windows? Okay. But 2000 FPS egg game? Oh well. I still have to see my victim. I mean, why is the house the vampire? Can you add a lamp or two? I suppose so. What's the most vampiric lamp that we have? That is a lava lamp. Oh yeah. Those are fans. I don't know about all that. Oh, do candles count? Candles do not count. Okay. We'll still put in some more candles anyway. I feel like this is a vampiric lamp. This game looks cozy. It sure is. It sure is. Can you please remove the windows, Ashio, when they were constructing the building? You're right, we need to segue into Sekimeya soon. I think having a cat is nice companionship. True. Can you put a cat somewhere? Yeah. I love my furry friend. Now place a mirror somewhere for dramatic effect. Okay. A masterpiece. I got a hanging bat. There we go. Also, yellow couch for a vampire? I don't think so. We're gonna... Purple with black pillows. To match the cat. Why a mirror if this is a vampire room? So their victims can see themselves. I love a cozy vampire room. Save. Alright. Oh, I didn't mean to click that. I didn't mean to click. That's not the one I wanted to do. That's not the one I wanted to do. Is there an RGB vampire? Somewhere out there, I'm sure. Oh, you didn't want to do the English degree redeem? Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want me to turn it off? What are we gonna do next? Reading nook. Reading nook. Let's create a cozy reading nook in this room. Start by finding a comfortable armchair. I think this is my favorite kind of comfortable armchair. Oh, maybe this though. I don't know. The ones that have these sides on them, like the really stiff, like upright sides. Like this one, it doesn't come up so far, but like whenever they're right up against you, it's okay if you like curl up against the side of it, but if you're trying to just sit there, it's kind of weird. So I think I take this one. Interesting how an English degree is about half a size, says a lot about society. I didn't want to make another 5-minute redeem. I might lower the English degree one to just be like flashing it for a minute and lower the cost, because I don't want to clutter the screen too much. I figured though that 3 minutes is about as long as I go on English degree having rants, so that was the justification behind that, but I don't know. Now it just matches the wallpaper. I don't want that. Here we go. Let's add a few decorative cushions to make the reading nook extra inviting. Okay. I have no idea where that would be. Here we go. They say it makes the reading nook extra inviting, but what this actually does is you have to push them out of the way anytime you want to sit in the chair. Thoughts on reading on a hammock? I'm old, so my neck and back get really sore really easily, so when I was younger, I really liked reading on a hammock. Wonderful. How about a small side table next to the chair for a cup of tea or coffee? Well, this is real. Just, you know? You're old. I turned 37 last week. I'm quite as old as Joe, but getting there. Excellent. Let's add to the cozy atmosphere by adding a floor lamp for reading light. Things to look forward to in a few years, not being able to lie in hammocks. Oh, you turn 37 next month? Interesting, Sarah. Oh, it's half old. Oh, okay. Thank you. That's good. I'm glad I'm only half old. Now let's place some books on a nearby bookshelf to complete the reading nook. I think I would like to sell these boxes also. This opening makes me think it's gonna go, think of me fondly. Do a little coffee. Instead of Ave Maria. Oh shit, that's a good one too. Magnificent work. Thanks. Thank you. Oh, you know what? It does have a randomizer button, doesn't it? I was about to say it'd be nice if you could just randomize these colors, and then I realized you actually can. Although that does change the pages of the books. Oh man. They thought of everything. It's been 20 minutes and I got my Endwalker thoughts down to the blue sky post limit. I can breathe again. Goodness gracious. What are you writing on there? I want a rug in here. It's not so bad. That's pretty good. I would hang out in here. I would hang out in here for a long time. Some books color their page edges. I like it when it's gilt, like it's like gold. I fell asleep to the stream and just woke up. It's a sign I should probably go. Have a good weekend. This is just designed the way. Did you know you can customize the book colors in Tiny Bookshop? I did not. I did not, and I got so far into that game actually. Dang. Jokes aside, this feels lovely. Yeah, this is a nice setup. Let's see. So we can keep doing these, or we could, since Joe should be here soon, in theory, we could do some, instead of doing a request one, we could do a sandbox mode one. I'll do the meditation space. I should thank you for playing Tiny Bookshop last week, pre-Sekimeya. I bought it immediately afterwards and it's been delightful. That's awesome. I think I like it when, I don't know if I could do a whole cozy game stream, unless it was something like Fantasy Life, which I did, but I like just showcasing some of the smaller releases that come out before I do something else. It feels kind of fun. Let's turn this room into a peaceful meditation space. Start by selecting a soft rug. I like the idea that we can tell which rug is soft. I guess this one doesn't look soft, so you know what? Fair point. What about a moon rug? What do you think about video game tracks that are the equivalent of a pug? I actually just don't know what you mean. I don't know what that would be. You showing off Fantasy Life made me get it, and I played it for like a month straight. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Video game tracks, but they leave no room to breathe. Oh. Okay, now we need cushions, which I have no idea where they are in here. Have you ever considered doing fundraiser streams to raise awareness for Visa MasterCard censorship? You need to play a very controversial game though, like Postal 2 or Manhunt. Can we expect a channel reward for the Postal subathon? Oh my god. I don't think I have it in me to do something like that. I did do a little kind of like plug for the Visa MasterCard thing. I actually think I am gonna do unironically a charity stream. I checked out the charity and they looked okay, but I got reached out to by someone doing a charity for hospitalized kids, and around Halloween they have like a Halloween series, so I think I am gonna do a charity run for Halloween. So it'll be okay.
Yes, we scran.
Yes, we scran. Hello, Joe.
Hey.
Hey, we're doing cozy gaming. It's such good vibes on the stream right now, actually.
Oh, I'm gonna ruin it. Sorry.
You're not gonna ruin
it. Are you doing the bookstore game?
No, I'm doing a different one called Make Room, which is which is like you make little spaces based on either requests or just like kind of whatever you want to do, and then it's really fun. It's they've got all kinds of little doodads and yeah.
Yeah, that's cute. Yeah, that's cute. Okay.
Yeah, I know that you aren't into the whole decorating thing, so probably not for you, but I'm having fun.
not in any game at all. Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I wish I could, but no.
These look like macaron flavors. I want to eat them. I'm just gonna finish this level. They're pretty short. Let's bring in some greenery with potted plants or a small indoor garden to add to the tranquil atmosphere.
That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
I think this game gives you requests. I'm really bad at doing this sort of thing without any direction. Maybe I'll get this actually. Yeah, it makes me wonder sometimes because I'm the same way. Like you give gamers the freedom to decorate any way they want, and then but for a lot of them, it's better if you give them a checklist.
Yeah. Ambient lighting with candles. Okay. Whereas I liked this. Let's do How was the birthday celebration?
It was okay.
That's good. There we go. And a radio for soothing music. Incredible. That's it. I have unlocked the yoga mat. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. All right. So much for cozy gaming.
Time for hell eggs. As someone in chat just said.
Hell eggs. All right. Immaculate vibes, now sigh. That's right. Back to Katsuki City. I have to send you the voice assignments.
I was thinking on the way when I was outside that I am fairly certain this motherfucker is about to go into the mountains and just throw the eggs into the snow. He's gonna be like, yeah, I remember where they were found, so as long as I just put them in that general vicinity, that means that you know, they'll be found like they were normally.
Can we turn on cozy music instead of the EDM? I got bad news. We gotta do the EDM. All right. Stream for Joe is up.
I could see it. Thank you.
It's such a vibe shift. I'm sorry. Do you want to do a stream announcement on Jads to let people know it's actually starting, maybe?
Sure.
Thank you. I legit would not be able to follow Sekimeya at all without you two, so thanks. I feel like we overcomplicate it, actually. I'm shocked if we're helping anyone.
I don't understand a couple things that the VN has painstakingly explained.
Yeah.
So,
Same.
yeah.
Last stream I really lost it. Did you see the edit where they put Deadly Premonition music over Shiroya's City?
No, I didn't. That sounds funny.
I think that was Kaylee's. It's on the subreddit. I wouldn't have read this thing at all if it wasn't for you two. I wouldn't have read it if it weren't for Joe. I would have quit. You understand now why Katsuki didn't die in his own bedroom? No, we don't. Actually,
yeah,
we were talking about that last night.
I don't. That seems like a issue to me.
See you later, Yasuhiro. I stopped watching UmiVod Peak for the speaker. How was Umineko today? I had to dip out after fan art. I did my very best reading to kids' voice, which people seem to appreciate. We'll see how it lands with the Naja comments. He went to the future replicating a past location. He just wasn't in bed yet at the past location. I see.
What?
He's not replicating in the past location when he goes there. It's saying that at this point in the future he would be standing next to the bed. Or whatever. He went to the future replicating a past location. Sorry, other way around. It put him in the point in the future where he had been standing by his bed and hadn't gotten into bed yet. So he had gotten into bed in the future, but at the point in the past it was replicating, he had not yet gotten into bed, presumably because he was standing by bed, staring at the wall, doing an inner monologue for like 10 minutes. Should we see the VN? Yes? Can you not see the VN? I'm most excited to finally be able to catch a Sekimeya stream. I haven't been here since the first episode, but I'm sure I can fill in the gaps. Absolutely. Yeah. I must see Medhead. Did that make any sense to you, Joe? Sorry.
Maybe, but I'm not accepting it for some reason. There's something wrong with that, but I don't know what it is. I shouldn't say something wrong with it. Something I don't understand about that.
It's like
because there's two of him, like. Because it's not replicating our Katsuki's because it's not factoring the Katsuki that we are, and it's doing it with a different Katsuki. I feel like the rules should be different and he should just appear. I don't know.
Yeah, so I think it defaulted to picking the Katsuki who did exist, because at this point our Katsuki was still in the tower, or like hadn't traveled yet, and so at that point in the past he wasn't there.
But he should appear in the exact same places as he was, because like he was fast asleep. He didn't even notice that another person had appeared next to him in his room.
But it's not registering around. It's not registering where he is right now. It's registering that point in the past. So at that point in the past that it's replicating, he was standing next to his bed. He wasn't in his bed. It's not teleporting him to the place that he is now. It's teleporting him to, it's the same as whenever you like he stood in the living room for like 15 minutes and then went into the kitchen and traveled in the future.
I get that, but like how far in the future, how much did he travel? Because like
we don't know.
He was like, it's not like 15 seconds before that he was standing on his bed and then he went to bed, therefore it's fine. He just coincidentally skipped it. Like he was so asleep he didn't notice another person appearing in the room next to him.
Right. So it was like probably a couple of hours ago he was getting ready for bed, and now we're a couple of hours into the future or something. Or whatever. I forget how you know what I mean. He did check the clock, so we should know, but I forgot. I think it was 11:24. If I'm right about that, then I deserve a medal. But I don't remember what time he got to the hotel. Let's see if I'm right about that time, because that would be incredible if I was right about that time. No, I'm not right about that time. Wait, would it be... No, okay, I'm not right about that time.
Ooh, I like this music.
23:29. It was 11:29, not 11:24. Sue me. If you went like 30 minutes.
He went 30 minutes forward. Then we feel location 1 hour prior to that point. Because you went 30 minutes forward, it would be 30 minutes back from the starting point, so it'd be like an hour before the resulting point. Spawning this means that he'd have to be fast asleep, not notice another person just suddenly appearing.
Right,
in the
exactly.
Room. There's no way. Like, yeah. Okay, I guess it's just yet another like an amazing coincidence that allows the story to function. Yeah. Okay.
What I want to know is why they don't telefrag on the air. That's true, yeah. Somebody in the Discord was talking about how the shag carpet would be like deleting the treads of their shoes a little bit at a time. I'm a Sekimeya fan. I love coincidences. Yep. Okay. Alright. Got your voice assignments?
Maybe the fourth power is that it lets out like a little burst of air when you teleport, and and if the object isn't too solid, then you're fine. But if it is a door, then okay, well, then rip.
Caution English degree. Thank you. Did I tell you that I added a redeem that puts caution the streamer has an English degree on the screen?
No, you didn't tell me that. I see it now. That's funny.
We need a 3-hour Katsuki monologue about the carpet. Yeah, we do. We do. We do need to hear about the carpet. There's no vacuum supersonic boom whenever people disappear, so it must conjure up new air. Yeah, I guess that's right. One second.
To be honest, I don't even understand how him touching the Sekimeya when he didn't have a point even works. Like I feel like it choosing another version of that seems like it shouldn't work to me, but
I think that one's a case of the Sekimeya just does that. I think what's going on, we never see the characters' feet as they're all wearing platform heels. Are gases being swapped with the person when they travel, but liquids and solids are not? Yeah, so solids aren't. I don't think we've seen anything with liquids yet. Maybe Sai would use it while going swimming. I don't know. The 20-minute chain travel uses the same logic of locking onto the closest existing location. I personally am trying very hard not to think about the 20-minute chain travel. How about you?
yeah, I don't like that much either. No, sorry, I understand that it's like the 20-minute thing. So it wouldn't be exactly where that person is, but the coincidence here is that it just so happened that the different version of the Katsuki had been in a different position. He had moved. Like if the issue here is that if that Katsuki had just gone to bed like 20 minutes sooner or 20 minutes later, I'm not sure exactly which one it would be, Katsuki would have died. You know, that's kind of the issue there. So I'm curious exactly how much time traveled, like how much he jumped. Doesn't really matter, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about like the future Sekimeya coming as well. I don't really understand. I remember that there was like didn't one of the eggs have to be put back into cold before it would start gathering power again? But then that doesn't seem to be happening every single time.
Putting it back into the cold resets the timer. For it to gather power, it has to come out and start getting warm.
Wasn't there one, maybe that was the fake Sekimeya and you're meant to figure that out. Wasn't there a time where they found the egg after they thought it had been used and it just wasn't gathering warmth and they left it out and nothing happened?
That's
and then they put it back,
one, yeah.
And then they put it back in the cold, and then after it was in the cold, they brought it out again and then it started gathering energy?
It was probably swapped for a real one. I think that probably started as the fake one and then swapped for the real one.
Yeah, that's probably it then. Yeah. So if that's the case, I don't really understand why the future Sekimeya can teleport into Sai's hip pack and it didn't work when he did it in the attic. I don't understand that at all. I also don't understand how he was able to do the same thing here with the briefcases. For some reason, him having it in his hand but on his sleeve made it a different effect in some way. I don't get it.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing.
Yeah. Anyway, what are the reading assignments?
I DM'd you.
It didn't work in the act because he was holding the seki he wanted to appear. Yeah, I don't understand. Why does that make a difference?
Yeah, I also don't understand why that makes a difference. I guess it's because...
Why would that matter?
It would be charging while he was traveling, is my guess. As opposed to the Sekimeya in its current state just teleporting to you. I think if you're holding it, like, I think it's counting while you're traveling, maybe? And then if you're holding it, it would... Because he's holding it, but if he wants to appear with it in the past, he can't be holding it. I don't fucking know that. I don't know what that means. This is the one I gave up on because I didn't understand, and I don't want to understand. I don't know.
Like, my understanding, and again, my understanding is not correct. My understanding was that it had something to do with the future Sekimeya would be gathering like energy, or like it would be ticking in some way if that was tried. But to me, like it's irrelevant if it's like teleporting to you. It's the same thing. Like I don't understand why him having it in his hand makes it any different at all.
Yeah, I don't get it.
It's because he can't have it in his hand when traveling to the past. Why not? Why can't he have it in his past? Why can't he have it in his hand when traveling to the past? Why can't he do that? Again, not saying you're wrong. Why not?
I don't.
Because when his future self appears with it's in the future self's hands. What?
I don't know.
What does that mean? Why are we talking about future self?
Because they mean the future self that goes to the past. So I think what Orem is saying is actually a different explanation than was given in the VN, which is more confusing. I think what Mile to 27 is saying is the thing that was given in the visual novel, which is it's like the watch. If he's holding it and travels to the past, it'll be in its future state, so it'll have energy, and it would overlap with the past seki that was about to be used, so it would result in a world travel, creating a paradox. I think.
Like when Side appeared in the past, teleported from the toilet, saying, "Okay, so why can't it just teleport from the kitchen when he appears in the past?"
I don't know the answer to that. This egg is confusing. Yeah.
It absolutely can. So why didn't it? Why did him? So I think there's been 2 or 3 cases of someone. Yeah, there's been 3 cases of someone wanting to travel into the past and wants to have the Sekimeya, or thinks they have possession of the Sekimeya when they go through the travel. And in 2 cases, it has resulted in the future Sekimeya teleporting into their possession after the jump. And in 1 case, it aired out and it didn't work. And the only difference between those that didn't teleport is because one of them had it in his hand. Why does having it in your hand matter? For it to work, would have to disappear from his hand X seconds before he touched the past seki. Why?
I feel like we're going in circles here where you're like, why can't he teleport holding it? And the answer is because he can't teleport holding it. I feel like this isn't going anywhere. I don't think that's anyone's fault in particular. I just think we're getting...
I don't think it's anyone's fault either. I just don't understand the distinction. I would really like to know the distinction because it probably does make sense. I just don't understand it. I don't get it.
It would have to be in 2 places at the same time for it to work. Yeah, so like the Sekimeya can't be duplicated the same way that a pen does. I get that. So like you can't like you can't. Yeah.
Haven't there been like a bunch of paradoxes like that where things have just like they just work? Like wouldn't it just change what happens?
The Katsuki holds the future Sekimeya, touches the past Sekimeya. His past self appears while holding a future Sekimeya, so the Sekimeya exists in 2 places at once. Yeah, maybe. Again, that's not the explanation they gave, though. Like, the explanation they gave had to do with, like, it building power and stuff. So I think that for me, I'm more... Like, I understand it can exist twice in the same place, but that's not the explanation they gave. Nobody in chat is, except Milda27, who's guessing... has explained what the explanation they gave was. That's the bigger issue here.
Throughout the whole story, there have been like seemingly countless realities where Katsuki went and took a shit and peed that have been deleted from the continuum. Same with like the Sekimeya didn't really teleport into Sai's hip pack, right? Like there was another Sai that must have went and got it, and just because he could do that, it just skipped over that reality at some point for some reason. Just like the pen didn't actually teleport from the place next to the TV or wherever it was into Katsuki's hand when he went into that room. It's just that it could have happened and another version of him could have done it or did do it, so therefore it skipped over it. I just don't understand, like, why is it that when he had the Sekimeya in his hand, why did that not that effect not happen in that time? Like,
Yeah.
what's different about him having like the Sekimeya over his shirt sleeve in his hand? Like, why did that make it different?
So yeah, so his explanation was, I think it's due to the infinite loop concept. If I appeared with the powered off future Sekimeya in the past 18 seconds later, it would have been closer to powering on. Once that loop is applied, the Sekimeya could have never appeared powered off. And when it's powered on, it doesn't count as a normal object. I believe that's why it didn't travel. So basically what Katsuki was saying here is he's traveling with it when it's powered off, but because of the way that like the watches count up, it would start powering on because time is like ticking as the travel happens, because it's riffing off of itself. And so then when he came on, when he got to the past, it wouldn't count because you can't take a powered on Sekimeya. So it creates a paradox because the Sekimeya can't be powered on and off at the same time. Does that make more sense? That's what the explanation he gave was, which actually, now that I'm rereading it, makes more sense to me than anything that chat is saying. I'm pretty sure you answered this question correctly and Katsuki is wrong. Well, fuck. Okay. All right.
I still don't get it. Sorry. It's okay. Let's continue. It's fine.
All right. All right. So the question, let's just go back to where we were. Okay. So the question is, he's here trying to figure out how to save Mia, is what happened last stream, which was only 2 days ago. So surely we're locked in. Great streams. It's an incredible experience having read Seki like 2 years ago and still not understanding a fucking word of what is being said. That's gonna be me. I'm gonna forget all of this about a week after this, and it's gonna be very liberating. Okay, so he's in his funny little hotel room. He's in Katsuki City trying to figure out how to save Mia and save Shiroya and create his happy little world. So the last idea he had was, I'll make sure she doesn't die. I'll make this world into the one we wanted. In the end, I'll have to abandon it, but at least I'll know it exists. After November 30th, I'll go back in time and prevent her death. After that, I'll change worlds, hopefully arriving in the one I was in. If that works, I won't want to change the past any further. My goal will be to find the real Shiroya, who I'm sure will be there at one point, maybe when she disappeared with Naomi, or maybe when she was in the tower with different clothes. Once I make it there, we can leave together. And so then we got a choice with a bad end, and we picked that will work. And so what happened was, because...
Bad end.
Yeah, a quote bad end, which just means that it can't fit into the timeline loops that we're looking at. So basically, because Katsuki was able to steal the Sekimeya from the place, it created a reality in which it never happened. Like, the explosion never happened in the first place. Nobody went in the hospital. Shiroya and Mia were fine. So he actually got what he wanted. He got what he wanted. So that was... I just joined. Is this a mindfuck language puzzle game? It's a mindfuck puzzle game. Language to be determined. And why is that the bad end again? It's the bad end because it doesn't fit into the narrative of the timeline loops. It's the tautology thing that I said, where like it's the same as the reason that like Joel calls it coincidence, right? Like it's the same as the reason that Katsuki didn't teleport to the point where he was getting in bed and telefrag himself. It's because like in order for this timeline and this story to happen, this series of events had to happen a certain way. So at this point, what has to happen here is, I think he has to create the paradox that creates the world with Mia alive in it and Shiroya dead. So if he doesn't do that here, the timeline fractures. Or it doesn't fracture, and then you just get a happy ending. So what this tells us is that there is no happy ending to this story, at least not one that is determined this way by foregoing the explosion happening at all. The explosion has to happen. We know the explosion has to happen.
Yeah, originally I thought it was because he's already caught up in some sort of time loop and cause and effect that's happened, and that if so, there's already been a future version of him that has done some of this shit, and because of that, like he has to abide by certain rules, and some decisions he can do will break that continuity and it won't happen anymore. But after the information we're given last stream, I don't know if that's true anymore. It might just be that it just breaks the narrative that the story has. Like, so
I think those are the same thing.
I don't know.
they're not necessarily bad endings. They're endings that cannot be true within the timeline loops that we're looking at. So this is impossible to happen. This is Katsuki B. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, this is a Katsuki B that, again, from my understanding, is already born of a previous Katsuki making a change. Yeah. Because the first timeline is in episode 3. That's Katsuki
That's
A.
World A. Yeah.
But maybe these worlds are 3 worlds that have intersected because these are the only 3 worlds where naturally the Sekimeya show up and someone die. I don't know, actually. I don't know. We're gonna have to see, I guess.
Mm. Yeah. So this is Katsuki B. Yes, this is Katsuki B. Yeah, that's it. That's just it. Okay.
Did that future Sekimeya really have 30 minutes of juice like on it when he used it, and it still wasn't overlapping radius to do a world line shift?
I don't know how that works. Do you want to take narration first? Because I've been yapping for an hour and 15 minutes. Yeah. Okay.
I'd like to do that, sure.
All right.
Okay. That will not work. Will this work? The most delicate part is altering the story of this world. When I changed the past, it was clear the result wasn't straightforward. It almost created a mesh of reality. Some people kept their The sudden realization shattered all my thoughts. No, what am I thinking? I didn't change the past at all. I decided I'd try to change the past after I suffered that strange injury in the elevator. I used the Sekimeya to travel more than half an hour to the past. I began to walk toward the event room to check the time, but voices stopped me. I got close to the door and focused my hearing.
Is this me? This is me. Just suddenly ran. Honestly, wasn't sure.
I recognized the conversation. I'd arrived approximately a couple minutes before the point only Sai had traveled. It was a couple minutes before Sai disappeared right in front of us. That is to say, a couple minutes before we changed worlds. To change the past, I produced a sound in hallway A, a sound we never heard. When I slammed the door, I thought I changed the past because we hadn't heard that sound in the event room, but the reason we didn't hear it was because we'd gone to a different world. And in that world, I ended up taking the elevator up to follow Shiroya. That had to be when we came back. For some reason, we went back to our world. That's what that injury signified. The elevator stopped abruptly because it wasn't moving in our world, and I cut myself with the handrail as my body overlapped with it.
I see.
What? It couldn't have been going too fast, but as it ceased all movement, it propelled us upward, and we slammed to the floor. I felt my right hand burning. I looked at it and saw a cut.
What? You're bleeding?
I could only process the intense pain coming from the wound. While I couldn't comprehend how it had happened, I understood that I had cut my hand with the handrail when our bodies lifted, as it had been right above me.
So, we went back to our world. That's what that injury signified. The elevator stopped abruptly. So it was. They were so fucking lucky that they went into the elevator and not. I mean, I don't know how that works. Would it put them in the elevator shaft? It would put them in the elevator shaft if that's not literally where the elevator was at that point in time.
The elevator was moving, and it just so happened that it coincided with another elevator in the other world line, but it was off by a millimeter, and it went into a that is again the amount of layered coincidences that we're on at this point is crazy. But the explanation is that this is the timeline where it happened, but man.
This man was designed to kill you specifically.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
It's not.
I still
a coincidence.
Quite like it though. I like the the setup and everything. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just it really do be. There's infinite worlds with infinite possibilities, and in this one, this happened.
It's not a coincidence.
It's not. I mean, it's a cool. It depends on how you think about coincidence, I guess.
Did I read this?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think I did.
We're skipping it.
And That was the exact world we'd been in before. The past Sekimeya was back in the staff room where I'd hidden it. It didn't teleport back there. All right, so who used the Sekimeya to world hop them then? Akara was gone, and Sai was once again the person we'd been with in the event room. Also, the blood I would leave on the staircase was surely already there. The doors opened, so I dashed out the elevator as fast as I could, forcing my eyes shut to suppress the pain. So when I went back in time and produced that new sound, I didn't actually change anything. When I slammed the door, the event room was already empty. And then, despite the difference I would have caused, Arena and I still got out of the elevator on the 3rd floor. I thought I had created an incomprehensible mess of memories, but now I understand it. It seemed like only Sai remembered the effect of my change because he was the only person there when I slammed the door. For him, the blood in the hallways was always there, whereas for Arena and me, it wasn't before we took the elevator. I looked next to us, and as I thought the other trail of blood was coming from the elevator, it was from the time I'd gone down after suffering the injury. The floor was proof of both realities at once.
I remember someone figured this part out and was really confused why Katsuki didn't see his own blood, and then they were really mad that it says forcing my eyes shut to suppress the pain. Yeah, that's... Yep.
Wow. Is that true? Oh man, what the hell? This means I still have no idea if the past can be changed. No, there's no way, is there? All that must mean is that it's not possible. It wasn't changed a single time. When I produced the Sekimeya's travel formula, I made use of hypothetical worlds, all different from each other, but the real one never changed. I was out of my mind when I tried it with the storeroom door. I could travel to the past and close a door I've seen open, but if the past can't be changed, the explanation for that could be that I die of a sudden heart attack or something like that. There's no other way to know but to try it, though, and doing so is incredibly risky. Now what? Technically, I could... Wait, what? What do you mean hypothetical worlds all different from each other? So he thinks that like the piss dimension just blinks out of existence whenever it's triggered or whatever, so it doesn't count?
Yeah.
I don't understand the justification whatsoever. Now what? Technically I can never die after traveling to the past, or else there'd be no future location to replicate. There we go. Yeah, I said, did I joke about that last stream? Would I die by touching the Sekimeya then? There's no way to verify any of this. He's invincible. I was suddenly stuck with no way to know whether what I wanted to accomplish was achievable. At the very least, my past travels seemed to confirm that I'd be alive on January 5th and January 26th. Is there a way to increase or decrease the chance that it's possible to change the past? Outright confirming it seems like it's off the table. I went to the kitchen where I had both Sekimeya. I grabbed them and determined which one was the past one. I love faucets like that, by the way. It's a good tap.
It is a good tap. How did you determine? Okay.
Grabbed and determined which one was the past one. What can I really do to check this? There was a salt shaker next to the stove.
Salted egg.
I think this is all I can do. I left it on the floor of the bedroom, then I stepped back to the kitchen and closed the door. I waited a few minutes thinking about what I would do. Once I was certain, I took out the past Sekimeya and looked at the bedroom. The salt shaker was no longer on the floor. It was on the rightmost nightstand next to a bunch of salt scattered around.
Oh,
Isn't replicating something kind of like changing the past? Like now there's like it didn't exist before. Like just because you're the only one to observe it doesn't mean that something hasn't changed. Or
oh god.
Isn't that what he's doing right now, actually? I looked at it intensely. I'd known it was going to be there. Then I waited a bit before I touched the Sekimeya in the kitchen. When I did, I went a few minutes back in time. Huh? I appeared in the bathroom. Silently, I glanced at the bedroom. Dude almost died again? The salt shaker was on the floor next to the closed door. I picked it up and slowly brought it to the nightstand. There was no salt on it. Its wooden surface was perfectly clean. So far, I've experienced both what occurs when you travel to the past with no intentions to change it, and when you travel to the past with intentions to specifically not change it. What I don't know is what happens when you travel to the past wanting to change it, when all your actions have that intent. This might be a safe way to finally know. I gripped the salt shaker and held it over the nightstand. If I shake my hand, a bunch of salt will fall out. I'd already seen a pattern of the scattered salt. However, my intention is not to repeat it. I want the past to change. I wish for that pattern to differ. Abruptly, I shook my head, releasing countless bits of salt. Sorry, my hand. What would happen was not my call. I wanted the past to change, so if that was possible, I hoped the pattern would be different. If it wasn't possible, although I wouldn't do it on purpose, the pattern would be the same one I'd seen. The decision of whether the past would change was not mine. The universe would let me know instead. When my hand stopped still, I stared down. It was identical. Every last bit of salt had ended up exactly where I'd seen it, despite my wishes to change history. I see. I could blow on it. I could make a change. However, that's impossible. Anyone who would blow on it wouldn't have made it here in the first place. With my head down, I walked back to the bathroom. Soon my past self came out of the kitchen. He saw the salt pattern and went back in time. It's funny, I thought I would appear in the bedroom instead, but I appeared in the bathroom. Because I had no urge to leave it, I had no idea what to do after that. Dude has like willpower of iron. How can you be in that situation and not blow on that salt pile? Right?
I would blow on the salt pile.
Eventually I had to go eat something. When I got back, I sat on the bed unable to clear my mind.
Katsuki in the cuck chair to his own bootstrap. Oh my god.
And when I went to sleep, I was just as lost. The past couldn't be changed. There was no point to anything. I got up wearing the same clothes. With a persistent feeling of impotence, I went down to the cafeteria.
He still hasn't showered.
It's because he doesn't know who the real Shiroya is anymore. He doesn't have a reason to shower. After everything I've been through, saving Mia was still impossible. However, I had seen her in the tower, and that was the wild card, and it was what confused me the most. Had she really come from another world? Had her existence been another mere illusion? I did all I could to refuse that. If there was something I was sure of, it was that it wasn't up to me. It was evident the universe itself was what decided the outcome of everything. Why even do anything, Lama? A large part of my plan had been ripped to shreds, but the last bit was still in my mind. I could reunite with Shiroya. I could go back to our world and leave together. For that, I could change worlds at that very moment, but I knew everything would repeat. So, in the world I was in, on December 15th, Mia would be in the tower. I had to see that with my very own eyes.
You know what's awesome? The Golden Compass.
Is it?
Yeah, his Dark Materials series.
Oh, I want to read that for a while.
Yeah.
For that's good.
Yeah.
Is that the one that has a really, really sad ending?
Yeah.
Yeah. 12:43, November 28th. I hadn't left the motel once. I mustered the will to get up and lethargically exited the room.
Sorry, that's the one that's crazy religious, right? No, it's actually the exact opposite of that. It's written by an atheist as a response to the religious stories. Like, it's like Narnia, but atheist. Yeah.
Narnia. It'll happen in 2 days. Am I really not going to do anything just because I convinced myself that there's no point? It wasn't just that. I knew there was no point. Fucking him and Troya are just made for each other, and I didn't want to live through it again. When I came back up, all I could do was fall on the bed. Again, I shouldn't change worlds now. I have to wait here. But there are many days left until the 15th. It's November 28th, so the Sekimeya were found just yesterday.
It really is Katsuki City.
Wait. This is wrong. That can't be the case. I ran to the kitchen, but I stopped myself before I ever opened the refrigerator. No, I shouldn't open it. I have to think this through first.
Egg box.
Yeah, egg box. I entirely failed to consider this. Kate told us the Sekimeya were found on November 27th. That's impossible, though. I have them right here.
Uh-oh.
I wonder why you can't replicate the Sekimeya. In the attic, when I made a Sekimeya travel with me, I couldn't duplicate it. The original one disappeared as soon as I appeared. Only one version of each can exist. So when I appeared with them on the 24th, the ones on the mountain must have disappeared. It's already the 28th, and there's no way they were found yesterday.
Really is gonna go throw them there. Oh my god.
I stared at the shut door. The Sekimeya had to be inside, but the past couldn't be changed. I couldn't witness its interior before thinking, as I hadn't actually seen the Sekimeya since 3 days prior. If I opened the door and either saw them there or didn't see them there, it would be a fact locked in place. Not knowing for sure whether they were there or not was far smarter. It doesn't make any sense. I know the incident will occur on the 15th, so the Sekimeya had to have been found. The event was announced tomorrow on the 29th. That can't happen if the Sekimeya aren't found on the 27th. However, it would happen. It had to, or else everything would have been entirely different on the 15th. Dude has changed something, and now he's so scared that he's changed something, he's going to undo the thing that he changed. The tower had to be shut on the 15th, and I had to be there. That was how I could find Mia and the real Shiroya. But I had the Sekimeya. If that had removed the ones on the mountain, the butterfly effect would surely be immense.
Just, this is foul. They can't do this twice.
That was why I had to consider a certain question and why I hadn't opened the refrigerator. Was there a way for the Sekimeya to have been found the day before? Is there any chance? If they were found, they can't be here anymore. Similarly, if they're here, they couldn't have been found. Is it impossible? That can't be. Has he just not checked for a whole day? You have time travel eggs in your fridge and you're not checking to make sure they're still there like obsessively every 30 minutes? Really? Maybe I'm the neurotic one. Is it impossible? That can't be. There was one important fact. I knew where the Sekimeya had been found. Kate had described an area that matched with a place I knew very well.
Shiroya eats spoiled food on accident due to the Sekimeya. Katsuki eats spoiled food on purpose to test the functionality, only to change his mind in 5 minutes.
If they're here right now, I could travel to the past and appear with them again as long as I know I'll have them in the future. Then I could leave them on the mountain before the 27th. That doesn't work though. The past would be changing. If I ever appear with them in the past, the ones in here would disappear, and I wouldn't be able to travel in the first place.
He's so fucking smart.
It's not possible. They couldn't have been found yesterday. But the past can't change, can it? Does that mean they're not in the refrigerator anymore? If I never open it, should I assume that they made it to the mountain somehow? Okay, so he's gonna open the refrigerator. They're not gonna be there, and he's gonna be like, okay, at some point in the future, I have to travel back and put the eggs on the mountaintop. I think is what he's gonna conclude here. What if someone traveled to the past after I did, holding the Sekimeya? That's a way they could have disappeared from here. Was it something like that? Was something like that what I had to assume? How the hell had the Sekimeya? Oh, is that why they're found on different days? Is he gonna open the refrigerator and the future one's gonna be in there only, or the past one? I don't know which one it would be. Was something like that what I had to assume? How the hell had the Sekimeya even ended up on that mountain, and why had they even gotten to Ashia Tower, given their powers or whatever? I recalled precisely what they had told us.
I'm just clicking. Sorry.
Eventually, up that mountain is a small field that's pretty well hidden. It's not easy to spot, and you have to deviate onto a smaller path. All I was told that it was fairly tucked away. That's where this was found. What he pointed at was the third Sekimeya, the one that didn't work. Where the hell did that one come from? There were 3 Sekimeya since that morning. What really happened on the 27th? Is he gonna make another fake Sekimeya? Is he gonna open the fridge? It's gonna be one, and he's gonna make a fake. One of them was fake for the beginning and swap later or something. Oh my god! What really happened on the 27th? Were those 3 Sekimeya found, and was that really the same place Shiroya and I used to go to? It can't be that only the 3rd Sekimeya was found. When Kate told us that story, he was definitely talking about all the Sekimeya. They were all found by the same person. However, Kate never mentioned any other Sekimeya existing that entire day, and I'm sure that he and Naomi knew about it. So technically, I might have a way to make Kate's words into reality, that a Sekimeya was found on the 27th. I only have to assume that he avoided saying when the others were. Okay, but he might have... if the first one was found on the 27th, this makes sense. There was another assumption I had to make, that I was no longer in possession of the future Sekimeya. Finally, when the loop I had to make was in my head, I was ready to open the door. Oh, fuck. A single Sekimeya was there. It's the past Sekimeya. This is all I can do to fix my mistake.
You can go back and put it in.
I took it out as I glanced at the clock. I could still go to the past. I can make it back to the 27th. Once there, I had to take the future Sekimeya out of the refrigerator and bring it to the mountain so that it'd be found on that day. Then after that point I travel, the past Sekimeya will be there. It'll be left there too. It'll be found after the 27th. That doesn't contradict anything we were told.
She's so done. Yeah, I am so done here.
Okay, I thought he was gonna put their man. I didn't think he was gonna use the seki. Does that make sense? If it's okay, if only one Sekimeya can exist in any timeline in a given continuity, the fact that it's in your fridge right now, if you go back in time and put it in the field, then that means that it couldn't have, and then it's locked in from that point onward back until it gets in the tower. How could it have ever been in your fridge for you to use it right now?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, I thought the reason I thought there was going to be one in there is that I thought he was going to like the Sekimeya that has already been placed on the tower in the mountain yesterday was already like teleported out of his fridge, so therefore it's not there. So this one he needs to go put it manually on the mountain, right?
Yeah.
Like I think maybe I don't. Oh.
I think that if he already decided that he went back in time and put it there, then it should just port there, and he shouldn't have to do it manually because it should just leap out of existence.
Oh, that's why he didn't take a shower. He just thought about it and then touched the egg. The temperature in the motel wasn't the same as the tower, so the amount of time I had to store was different. Fortunately, the formula was the same, so after I noted down how far I traveled after storing 2 minutes, I knew how long I had to wait to make it a day back. It was a little over half an hour, but I couldn't touch it there due to the large range that would form. I'm certain it still gathers energy outside if it's in the suitcase, because when I touched Sekimeya after arriving here, I traveled a lot farther into the future than expected. Put the Sekimeya on the clock inside the suitcase before walking down the stairs with the motel keys.
How hard would you laugh if we flashed back to the tower and he went, all of that is a story that I wrote using the Sekimeya's virtual loops. I would not laugh. I would not laugh. The reaction would not be laughing.
I might say we're not reading anymore.
I also would say we're not reading anymore. Yeah, that would be the drop point for me. Yeah, that would be it. Yeah, that would be you know the way that you felt about E33. I'm being vague. I mean, I guess I streamed it, so it doesn't matter. When you were like, like the first part of the story didn't matter. It would be that for me, but like exponentially larger. Like it would be you people just wasted fucking 80 hours of my time. How dare you? Like I would be mad at the people who told me to read this.
It would be E33 stronger, larger.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Sorry. But below, I stepped out of the motel for the first time and walked toward one of the tallest mountains I could see past the buildings. Okay, so maybe he is going to go do it manually. I kept going until Aaron's slope was before me, close to the Shia Tower. Far in the past, there had been a path up the mountain, but I could no longer distinguish it.
Seen as 80 hours long how? By reading it aloud and crashing out every 10 minutes?
Yep. When I stepped up, my feet sank deep into the snow. The layer was much thicker, and it showed clear signs of human presence. Soon, the trees began to cast many shadows around me, but I hadn't lost track of where I was. My legs continued moving autonomously until the sun was visible again. This place. A vast field surrounded by trees. It had been quite a few years since I'd been there, as evidenced by the tall trees that had grown in. This is where the Sekimeya were found. I can't believe it. How is that even possible? This was our special place. I trudged along and arrived at a cabin tucked next to the tree line. Now this place hasn't changed much. This looks cozy. Who had been the last person to open that door? The inside looked exactly like the cabin in my memories. After taking a look around, I noticed something thrown away in a corner. It was a stuffed tiger. Ryu! Much smaller than I recalled. It didn't seem damaged, and it looked at me with the same smile as always. Sitting on the wood, it appeared to be waiting for Shoya to come back and put him in the small pocket of her school bag from where he would peek out at the vast mountain landscape. I stepped back out, opened the suitcase, and looked at the clock. It was 2:03. After that, I tested how far I'd travel if I kept the Sekimeya in the suitcase for 2 minutes. I appeared inside the cabin next to the door. When I looked outside, I saw myself in the middle of the field. It really is the past Sekimeya. 35 seconds later, sorry, I disappeared.
It's really 35 years.
I see. So I'll have to keep it in the suitcase for about 40 minutes. I want to make it to yesterday morning. The Sekimeya was on the grass next to the suitcase and the clock. I put it inside at 2:05.
You know, this creates a question for me.
Yeah.
The question is, since the origin point of the Sekimeya is obviously not just this field and they got found there, Lamau, they just exist here, where the fuck did the Sekimeya come from?
We're not going to get answers to that, and I'm actually okay with that.
Alright.
I'm actually okay with that.
Alright.
But yeah. I'm a little just a smidge confused about what's happening right now. So because two Sekimeya can't exist and there's only one, so when he teleported here, like when he time traveled here and he sees himself out in the field, like is he like when he like the Sekimeya is gonna fall in the snow and he has to go out and get it, right? Because he can't take it with him, because otherwise there would be the Sekimeya in his hand and also the Sekimeya that his past self was about to use outside. So that would be two, and you're not allowed to have two. So I guess that is what's happening. Like when he
fell in the snow.
It's gonna fall in the snow. Okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if the guy is gonna like appear in the distance now and pick up the Sekimeya, and that's what happened. Okay.
Well, he has to travel further first.
Yeah. I had to leave the suitcase there. Surprisingly, the cabin made for good shelter from the cold. It had a bed and a hatch in the floor leading to an empty basement. There was much less dust than I had imagined, but I busied myself wiping it off. I couldn't get over the fact that the Sekimeya had been found there, but perhaps I was too full of myself for thinking that it could have been anything more than a coincidence. I spent the last stretch sitting on a bed. I could see the suitcase through the window, and at 14:43, I stood up. What do you mean you could see the suitcase? I grabbed the clock and walked outside. I'll have to touch it as soon as I open the suitcase. I locked my eyes on those numbers. As soon as 2:45 appeared, I opened it. That time, when my right hand reached for the Sekimeya, my left one gripped the suitcase handle. In an instant, the sun disappeared. I was in the motel, and seconds later, I noticed the faint noise surrounding me. It was my own self sleeping. When I glanced at the clock, I saw the red numbers I'd expected: 7:01, November 27th. I felt the motel keys in my pocket, and my hands weren't empty. One was holding the suitcase, while the other had a replica of the clock. However, its screen was blank. Okay, so the Sekimeya that he just left in the snow is going to be picked up by... That's why he took the briefcase. Is going to be picked up by the guy who found it, and now he's going to go in the fridge and grab the future Sekimeya and put it into the forest, and this is how it's done. So is he... Okay. Right? I think? Maybe?
I'm on the pillow, man. I'm on the pillow. We've reached the part.
You're on the pillow? You're on the pillow? Okay.
Good luck.
Anyway, I felt the notices in my pocket, and my hands were empty. I'm sorry, my hands weren't empty. One was holding the suitcase, while the other had a replica of the clock. However, its screen was blank. This again. I'd held them when I touched the Sekimeya so that they wouldn't remain on the field. Only the past Sekimeya had been left there, so that it was found later. I stepped to the kitchen without making noise. When I opened the refrigerator, I saw both Sekimeya. That makes sense. Okay. I grabbed the one on the left, the future Sekimeya. I suppose I have to hurry. I didn't see the future Sekimeya in the field, which means it'll be taken today. I put it in the suitcase and walked out. The sun was beginning to rise. I took the same route back to Irun. I still feel so much, even barely understanding this, I still think he's a fucking idiot for doing this. Like why are you resetting the eggs?
Yeah.
I walked up, carving a path through the trees. Eventually, I stopped myself and looked back. I'm leaving the traces of footprints I saw. I mean, I understand why he's doing it. I just why do you think that's the best decision? I kept going up until I arrived at the field, covered by the shadows cast by the tall trees. Before I got to the cabin, I took the Sekimeya out and left it on the ground. I'm sure I would have seen it if it had still been here. No, it's a lot dustier in here. I suppose that makes sense. I have to stay until I can return to the motel. I had to spend a full night inside. I'd done it in the past, but a story from earlier in 2011 made me feel a little unnerved at the prospect. Okay, what's the story? No, we don't get to hear. Okay, it'll be fine. It's not so cold that I'm going to freeze, and it's only one night.
Cold never bothered me anyway.
It was nothing new. I just had to wait there like I've been doing in the motel. Strangely, the cabin made it easy. The memories all came to me as I stared at the little tiger on the floor. I didn't want to take him with me. Shiroya and I would come back for the one in our world. After a while, I removed the dust from all the wooden furniture, doing my best not to breathe in. The clock I had wasn't working, so I had to rely on the sun to know the time. Before it set, what I'd been expecting finally happened. Through the window, I saw an old man emerging from the trees. He slowly got closer, stunned by the place he discovered. When I saw his face, I recognized him. He was the owner of Musashi Gemstones. He stopped in the middle of the field. He crouched down, and I saw the Sekimeya between his gloves. What the hell is going to happen with it? I know it'll be discovered that cold temperature is needed for it, but will it really be brought to Shia with no one having an understanding of its powers?
That's correct, yes. Katsuki. People are going to be wearing gloves, incidentally, every time they touch it.
Wait, is he coming in here?
Bro.
Kill him. The door to the cabin opened. Keep my mouth shut. I waited until it closed again. Once it did, I emerged from below. I could see the man walking away through the window. Yes. That's it then. Everything happened as intended. Of course, the past didn't change. I sighed faintly before falling back on the bed. I'm getting really hungry, and I don't have water either. At the very least, I became tired fairly quickly. Soon, light stopped coming through the window, disappearing along with my awareness. It was the third time I woken up on November 28th of 2011.
Sorry. What a sentence.
Wait, what was the story that he didn't tell us? Something about something
it's
he heard in
2011. It's a reference to another visual novel.
Oh. All right, fuck
one
me,
for
I guess
the weebs,
then.
Yeah.
I felt exhausted and I had to walk all the way down the mountain path again. I should go as soon as possible, seeing as I still have some energy. I need to eat and use the bathroom too. No, you don't. You never need to use the bathroom again. Yawning, I put the clock in the suitcase and drowsily moved through the rows of trees. The sun was well past the mountains, so I had slept for a long time. I entered the streets of Yushibana and walked to Eagle Motel. I quickly looked at the time. It was 10:29. There's still a while until my past self comes to the cafeteria, so I can be there until then. It was an open buffet, so nobody would be surprised by my eating habits when I came back down. I took my time, only accepting that I was full once about an hour had passed. I waited hidden from view until my past self came down. Soon after I left, I reappeared from the stairs, holding the suitcase and wearing an uneasy expression. Finally, I could go back up. I unlocked the bedroom and staggered in. I don't have the Sekimeya anymore, and now I can only change worlds on December 15th. I'd had them sitting in the refrigerator for so long without using them. It was undeniable that I could have obtained anything with them. Sai had once talked about winning the lottery with ease. But I hadn't worried about that because of the single guarantee I possessed. On January 5th, I would have both Sekimeya. I can't rest easy for today just yet. In the afternoon, I have to make sure to be in possession of the keys, clock, and suitcase, otherwise they would have disappeared when I touched the Sekimeya on a rune. Two days passed. It was November 30th, a day that would never fade from my memory. The Sekimeya event had been announced the previous day, so everything would happen in the same way.
Shiroya City could never. 2 days passed. Absolutely not.
I know. I wonder how many different Katsukis just blipped in and out of this bedroom while he slept this night. I didn't leave the room. By the time the evening came, I was stuck in a loop of reliving the explosion and its aftermath, shaking my head to drive those thoughts away, and having them return not long after. And there was nothing I could do to stop it. If I tried to, I would have failed miserably. I attempted to close my eyes, doubting I would ever fall asleep. Wasn't the whole point of him letting it happen was to make sure that he was in the same thing and then Sekimeya back to change it? But now he lost them, so he's not doing it. I don't understand the plan anymore. Big Mac? Like what? Okay. 7-11, December 1st. I'd gotten new batteries for the clock and confirmed it was accurate. I gingerly rubbed my eyes, grateful that I'd at least been able to sleep a little. When I fully regained my senses, I quickly got up and dashed out of the room. The news. I need to see what happened.
The news.
I had a fact to work with. Mia would exist on December 15th. Nervous of what I'd find, I intently watched the television. The news was just starting. Before I could think, I saw text scrolling horizontally. Gas explosion in Yoshibana. At a low volume, a reporter began to talk about it. Last night... Is this me or you?
Last night, a gas explosion occurred at a gem shop in Yoshibana. An unknown individual released smoke that knocked 4 people unconscious, and sometime later, the explosion occurred due to a gas heater that had depleted its surrounding oxygen. Given the size of the explosion, the flame had been out before the smoke's release. Since everyone present was unconscious, nobody was able to recognize the artificial smell of the gas, which had no way to leave the enclosed space. At 9 o'clock, when the lights were turned on, the presence of smoke and gas caused a dust explosion. Back to you, Karen. The blast hit 2 young girls who'd fallen unconscious, 19 and 20 years of age. One of them was taken to the hospital after falling through the broken floor, but her condition is stable as she was shielded by a shelf. The body of the other girl has not yet been found, but the chances that she is alive are slim. The other 2 people, a 19-year-old boy and the owner of the shop, were far enough from the heater that they avoided major damage. The identity of the person who released the smoke is being investigated, as is their motive. Despite the outcome, it is unlikely that the explosion was intentional, and nothing has been reported as stolen.
I see. This is before they found her jaw. I don't even know why I thought I could expect anything else. After hearing everything again, my heart dropped into a black abyss. It almost felt like I'd been told the news for the first time again. Is it at all possible that Mia originally survived and is killed later, and the jaw piece is planted in the past in order to make it look like she blew up in this explosion?
Man, anything's possible. Anything's possible.
But hearing it again, my heart dropped into a black abyss. It almost felt like I'd been told the news for the first time again. I really was powerless. The immense power I've been able to wield meant nothing.
Did you not like that answer, that anything's possible? I don't fucking know. I don't know.
You and Katsuki are on opposite ends of the spectrum here. He thinks nothing is possible. Over 2 weeks were left until the 15th. Miserable, I shut myself in the bedroom. Knowing what was coming wasn't enough. I wound up isolating myself in the world in the exact same way I had the first time. I wanted to see Shiroya. My thoughts were a mess, but all the uncertain possibilities ahead of me made me listless.
I'm miserable. Me and Amos, Amos had a way of doing an orc voice and going, me miserable. I was fucking imagining an orc trying to read the Sekimeya. Real Shiroya.
The next time I stepped out of the motel was on December 9th. Wow, a Friday,
my mom's
late
birthday.
in the evening. Late in the evening, there was a place I wanted to go. I almost said your mom's name. Oh shit! On the 15th, I would be able to. Yep, I would be able to use the Sekimeya again. It was mandatory for me to be there, and that the pass would repeat. However, naturally, I couldn't be in the lobby without everyone else. I had to enter the other way. Chia Tower was before me. I could see people through the door and the light behind all the windows, of which there were 6. The Sekimeya have to be inside. Ashia and are waiting for Zin's attack. Or is it 5? If I found them, perhaps I could change worlds before the incident, even though that wasn't my goal. I felt the rusty surface of a key in my pocket. I would have to use it to enter the tower without being seen. Before that, I stepped into the lobby. After being checked for any devices, I approached the reception desk and bought an entry pass to the hallways. I wanted to enter the tower in case I could pinpoint the Sekimeya's location. I was curious to know if both had been found. However, I was met with a forbidden entry sign on the door to the event room.
My god, could have predicted it?
As expected, they're being kept in here. I shouldn't bother checking inside, that could bring me problems, and there's no way only one was found anyway. I knew the cameras around me were displaying my image in the security room. They shouldn't have been there, but someone was watching my movements. Run into Sai. I wonder if whoever's in the security room also knows about the storeroom secret. As if I was visiting the place normally, I entered a few crystal rooms and looked through their cabinets. All the gemstones were the same as on the 15th. Then, as I went through hallway A, I stopped myself before the storeroom. I opened its door curiously and peeked inside. I wanted to see if my key would unlock the door, where when I'd been in the tower, it hadn't unlocked that exit from the inside. I closed the door behind me and rapidly opened the secret wall. The handle was there, and with the rusty key inserted into the keyhole, a rough turn unlocked it. The door opened. Through a small gap, I could see the snowy grass next to the tower. I frowned, but I couldn't waste time. As if nothing had happened, I stepped back to the hallway. The few people there didn't seem to mind me, so I walked back to the lobby. Why did it not work on the 15th? No matter how much I tried, the lock wouldn't budge. Whatever the reason was, it had worked in my favor. Kate hadn't been able to escape, and if he had, when the others found the door, they wouldn't be able to get out too. With things like that, I wouldn't have been able to figure out the mechanics behind the Sekimeya. Is it just like a shit lock and it just freezes up sometimes?
I got no clue.
I couldn't be calm though. If the key wouldn't work on the 15th, perhaps I wouldn't be able to enter the tower.
I haven't seen you before, have I? Have you taken a look at this?
I was about to step out when a voice called for me. It was the receptionist who held out a green paper that I recognized. The Sekimeya event, right? I've heard about it, yes.
I'm glad you have. Have you decided if you'll come back?
I might.
Fantastic. I'll see you there then.
Flirting? Huh?
Yeah.
I grabbed the flyer. I grabbed the flyer as she waved. By the time I stepped out of the building, the sun was completely gone. Only the cold was left and nobody was outside.
I'm fine. I'm so good right now.
I walked to the left side of the building, hearing the woman's words replay in my mind.
Fantastic. I'll see you there then.
I did see her. I remember that. I went to the wall where the secret door was. Stepping on the tall grass, I felt the surface of the wall carefully until I was next to the storeroom. This is the door. I can see the keyhole too. I had left it slightly open so it was easy to find. With the key, I verified that I could lock and unlock it from the outside. It works. I should be able to enter through it as long as it still works on the 15th. Is this one of these locks that you can't turn if there's a key already in the lock on the other side?
That's my best guess, yeah.
Maybe it doesn't work because there's two versions of him that are on both sides trying to unlock the door at precisely the exact same time. So I walked away with the uneasiness of the receptionist's words had caused.
I'll see you there then.
When Shori and I stepped into the tower, she didn't react to me at all. We were there extremely early and spent hours in the lobby, but it was as if she'd never seen me. That makes sense, of course. In that world, she hadn't. No, you're just not memorable, dude. But in this one, when Shori and I enter the tower, the receptionist won't react the same way, will she? Because of the brief conversation we just had. Didn't that mean that I changed the past? I had changed something that I experienced in the other world. I began to walk somewhere. Okay, I'm sorry to keep interrupting. I just want to make sure I'm following the story. Does he think that he's world hopped via Sekimeya, or does he think he's world hopped via making a change?
I think he thinks he's world hopped via Sekimeya. Because he ended up in the tower where nobody was there. And heard Mia. So he heard Mia alive, and so he believes he has world hopped there.
Oh, he never left that world.
I don't think so.
Yeah, okay, that's where I stopped. Okay, I'm glad I asked this now. So he never left that world. He's been in there the whole time.
Yeah, I believe not. I'm pretty
Okay.
sure. Unless I'm stupid.
No, I think you're right, actually. I think you're right. And also, you're very smart. Of course, this world isn't identical. What happened on the 15th was different, but none of that was related to my presence, was it?
There was dialogue somewhere. The receptionist mentioned nice to see Katsuki again. Yeah, it was in chapter 2. Yeah. So he's in world C right now. This is world C, where he world hopped from world B. And world A is the world where only Katsuki was found alive in the tower. So this is not world B, this is world C. Okay. Alright.
There might have been a big mistake in my reasoning.
No way!
Why was I not able to change the salt pattern? Because I had already seen it. In that sense, the past could be changed. However, in this world, I never did experience the wait in the lobby before the hallway doors opened. I could have caused that event to differ from my world's, but I never truly changed this world's history. I came to a very familiar street. It was my own, and I could see my house far ahead. There was light behind 2 of the windows. Our sleep schedule was all over the place. I spent most nights awake. So world hopping Katsukis can change the past, so they need to communicate to each other and figure it out. I couldn't see my own outline. I remembered staring through that window every night. For that reason, the image I'd always seen was still engraved in my mind. I got closer to my house, hiding myself behind the gate. So he could have changed things. He could have. A lot of snow had piled up on it. Without thinking twice, I shook it all off. I was right. I changed my past, but not the past of the Katsuki from this world. In my memories, the snow piled on the gate never fell. No rule had changed. I hadn't erased what I'd lived through. What had once happened couldn't be reversed. However, I truly had power in the world I was in. It was a real second chance. I couldn't change my own past, but I had just changed the other Katsuki's past. I thought that everything would happen as the universe had decided, that my input would always be meaningless, but that wasn't the case. I had taken an action all by myself and changed something.
Okay, so now my criticism is not that he started stupid and got smart. It's that he's flip-flopping back and forth between like way too stupid and way too smart, because at this point he should understand that he is not changing the past here, that this universe exists in a way that all of this already happened and nothing he is doing is changing anything. It's just what always happened. Like, how does he not understand that if he understands everything else? Like, what's wrong with him?
Yeah.
Okay, whatever.
I locked up. Did that mean that I could have saved Mia? If I hadn't waited in the motel, could I have prevented her death?
That's exactly what he said. That is not what he said. He's saying, I changed the other Katsuki's past. He doesn't understand that this was always already true for the other Katsuki. That is not what he's saying. Sorry, I'm getting heated. Okay, whatever.
Sounded like me at the end of a certain stream that happened recently.
Yeah.
Could I have prevented her death? Even if that was the case, I already failed. I had failed to do it, so it was irreversible. Because that's why when he did change it in the other option that we had, that's why it became a bad end. Because when he went against what had already happened in the timeline, it broke. I think. Because I had seen the news, I witnessed history of the world I was in, so it was no longer any different from my own. I'd had a chance, and I'd failed to notice it. Okay,
no, sorry, no. Someone in chat said for it to always has been true, he still has to do it. Yes, so I'm talking about a philosophical concept called always already. It is always already true that he's done it. Like, he is using the word change, but the phenomenological perception of Katsuki in this world was always what has happened here. So he can affect things in this world, but he is not actually changing things because everything he did always already happened, because this is a loop. It's not like he's not making a change that makes this world any different. We're looping. Okay, all right.
The reporter spelled out my negligence. I hadn't acted, so nothing had changed. No, that can't be. It's the same case. Even though I have seen the news, in this world, I've never seen any physical indication that Mia is dead. That was the biggest barrier in my world, and it doesn't exist here. The news report is the only real obstacle, and it's a crossable one.
I was watching, and then the first earthquake I've ever experienced just hit. I saw that the stream was sending me into psychosis. I hope you're okay. That sucks. Oh God.
Oh, I don't like this.
You don't like it?
There was an amateur sci-fi story that I read once and it basically lived in a future that was kind of like Minority Report, and they had a they like time travel was commonplace, so that, like the weather reports weren't accurate because they could just jump ahead and see what the weather was going to be, that sort of thing. And part of the system that they had in place was that whenever someone was murdered or killed, or there was an accident, the news would always report that the murderer was thwarted, the fire was put out, there were no casualties, even if that wasn't the case. Because if the news reported it that way, then that gave the time travelers the ability to go back and change it, because like it wouldn't have changed the news report. And that's, on the surface, that's a cool idea, but that doesn't change the fact that in the first like loop of the reality, fuckers died. You know what I mean? Like it's putting a lot of like importance on like the projection of knowledge. Like that's more important than like on a broader scale than the local thing that actually happened. That still something still has to change in that pocket. It's the idea that minimizing the amount of ripples that can go off can somehow make something change. I guess is an interesting one, but I just don't think that would. I just don't think it follows. I feel like he's going through circles and making the same kind of mistakes over and over and over again. No, not mistakes. He's going through the same patterns over and over again, and I'm there with him doing the same fucking patterns over and over again too. Sorry, I keep interrupting. I no longer had the Sekimeya. I couldn't travel back to the 30th. However, if I could, Mia's death could be averted without the need to change the past. It isn't yet an impossibility. And I knew everything that I'd lived through would repeat, so I could be certain that on the 15th, I would have the Sekimeya for myself.
I'm gonna do that.
Finally, it made sense, and my eyes went wide. The reason why Mia had been in the tower, I understood everything, as it all aligned with what I had to do.
Do we want to take a break here, since my stream has been running for 2 hours? I know you haven't been here for 2 hours, but I could use a break. All right. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Right back, John. back just in time to say thank you, Wing Edge, for resubbing, and thank you, Terraflop, for 5 gift subs to Chumple, Contadux, Mr. Kulu W, Eyes Sophist, and Insomnomics. And also, thank you, Terraflop, for subbing with Happy Belated Birthday Mouse. Thank you. Thank you, Terraflop, and thank you for the gift subs. This has been my first time properly revisiting Sekimeya since I read it myself. Oh, you read it yourself? I didn't know that. And despite all the parts of the story that I still think are kind of bullshit, you and Joe made me realize that some aspects of the writing and characterization are more thoughtful than I gave them credit for. Thanks for the fun times. And thank you, Chumple, for continuing the gift sub. Yeah, I think that it is true that it's a weird case where there's like characterization moments that are there in service of what's going on, but there are still some interesting characterization moments for sure, especially for Sai, who we miss.
Bro, yeah, and to some extent Katsuki too. Yeah, they're definitely depressed.
You need to keep in mind this is written by one guy who's not a writer. Yeah, but they still wrote something, so I'm still gonna criticize it, like, or critique it or whatever. Like, Ryukishi wasn't a writer, he was a social worker, and he wrote Higurashi, and it's incredibly character driven. Like, you know.
What do you mean the guy who wrote this isn't a writer? The guy who wrote this is a writer. He wrote something.
Yeah,
this
he wrote something. Yeah, like he wrote something. This makes him a writer. Like he's not he might not be a trained writer. Like that just makes you a writer. So thank you, Snakemer, for resubbing with a spinning mouse. There was a post recently that Boulder I think sent to me that I really loved, which is a guy on fucking, he was like posted on Twitter and he was like, I figured it out, guys. I bought a cheap canvas at the store and then I just took some sculpting stuff and made like a design on it and I sold it for like $30. I'm just pretending to be an artist. It's so easy. And someone was like, you're just an artist, man. You just made art. I'm sorry to tell you, you're not getting one over on anyone. You know. So this is
really
like
funny.
Like
it's really
this
funny.
Is writing.
Yeah.
This is writing. It's not even like, it's not like the worst writing I've ever seen, but I do think that it's fair game whenever you write something and put it out into the world that we talk about how it's written. You know what I mean?
I think the person who wrote this should be proud of it too. Like
yeah, I do too.
Like, most writers don't even finish anything. Like if you finish something and it's, other people read it, like you're already like so far ahead of the curve. It's crazy. Like,
yeah, this is definitely something to be proud of. Like if nothing else, this is a giant complex machine that has like a lot going on inside it, and like was hell to probably organize and put together. Like this is crazy. Like this is the product of engineering. And I know that from what I've heard, like one of the things that was said in the dev book was that one of the things they regret is that they weren't able to incorporate more kind of like character and storytelling because the focus was so much on the puzzle, which is like fine, like, and that's like a growth point. But that so I was having this conversation in Umi Full earlier because some people were like, well, I don't understand when people talk about pacing problems. It seems like a skill issue for the reader to me. Like it doesn't bother me. And I was like, okay, like if I'm a plumber and I walk into your bathroom and I look at the plumbing and I'm like, oh shit, this is like put together all wonky. Like this was put together by someone who does not know what they're doing. Like this is like rough. And you're like, oh, well, the toilet works, so I don't care. It's like, writing and reading is also a kind of expertise, and whenever you're like a writer, it's really hard not to look at a piece of writing and like start pulling it apart in your head in the same way. Like you almost can't control it. Like you look at it and you're like, oh, like I see what's going on here, I would change this, I think that this part needs development. So like whenever the thing that Joe and I have in common is that whenever we read something like this, we're looking at it and in our heads we're like pulling it apart and thinking about how it works. Like that's what makes a critic, right? And so it's not like
horrible. We're horrible.
We're horrible. Yeah, no, but it's not. But it's just a way of like looking at the world that comes from having expertise and experience. Thank you for redeeming Caution English degree. That was a really good time for it. So yeah, like. So this is what that redeem was made for. So it's not like a personal attack. It's not, and everybody who looks at this is gonna think about it in different ways. Like there's like, for like Boulder is looking at this and thinking about all of the OSHA failures of the Ashia Tower, right? Like it's just that different people who look at this are going to be pulling it apart in different ways, and they may or may not say it. Like Annie for Prez looks at this and is like, well, that's not how thermodynamics work. It doesn't mean that like any of the, like, you can look at anything and it's like that, but like it's not something personal, and it's not like people use the word contrarian a lot with you. It's not that you're contrarian, it's just like you look at it and then all the pieces are moving around in your head and you're looking at it and like, oh, this makes sense or this doesn't make sense. You know, like it's not
I disagree with that.
You disagree with that? Okay. Yeah. That's just your opinion, man. You know what?
I'm doing a
Agree to disagree. Agree to disagree. Agree to disagree. I know you're doing a contrarian. I know you're doing a contrarian. I feel like criticizing any part of this is fair game. It's released and can be viewed as in a vacuum as it is. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. I forget where what was going on. Do you want me to take over narration for a bit?
Sure, go for it.
I'm really excited. Should I read it in the same voice I was reading Umineko earlier?
If you can, so into it.
I arrived at the motel where I could be isolated from the world. Until I was certain about everything, I couldn't look at the news. Everything had to be in my head before the result was given to me. That'd make you crash harder. I'm sorry.
Are we doing like a 3 weeks later right now, or?
The last days passed quickly. It was about to be December 15th once again. I knew what I wanted to do and I knew it would work. The end was still murky. I had to go back to my world and I couldn't know how smoothly that would go until the time came. However, I had prepared extra steps before that point. I just realized I don't think at this point he knows there are 3 timelines, so if he world hops, he'll go to world A, right? I don't think he knows there are 3.
I can't remember if the world timeline peak thing was with Omniscient Writer O or if it was Katsuki. I can't remember. That
was Omniscient Writer O, I think.
Yeah? Okay, he doesn't know then, yeah. He
Yeah.
doesn't know. Yeah.
In the tower, more than one person had been a killer. Someone had caused the attack, trapping all of us there. Despite all that, the security cameras weren't reliable enough to prove anything. I couldn't stand the thought of letting those criminals run free after everything was over. For that, I had obtained 2 things. A USB drive and blank blank. Okay, so it is the number of words here. So it's 4 letters, 4 letters. So
Duct tape.
Duct tape. Really?
Duct tape.
Duct tape.
To put over the security cameras so they think they're turned off, and then he's turning it back on again to do the smoke. I actually think it was a joke, but now I think it's right. I think it might be right.
In one hand, I had an empty USB drive. In the other, I had duct tape. While we'd been unconscious, someone had hidden the Sekimeya in a hallway B crystal room. Perhaps there was more of the attack that they wanted to keep hidden. I thought of a way to expose what they'd kept as a well-hidden secret.
I answered April. Did it accept it? It should accept that. I know that would be hell to have so many different ones, but yeah, they should accept that.
I stepped out of the motel when the sun had already risen. I couldn't be in the tower too early or I'd conflict with what I needed. Basically, all smoke residue had faded from my clothing. Did you not wash it? It's been 3 weeks.
You like Discord made you sound like such an angry raging mouse right then. It cut out so hard.
Does he have underwear? Did he buy underwear? And I'd left a suitcase in my clothes. There was a laundromat, surely. And I'd left the suitcase in my clothes from the 24th in the bedroom before departing. On the way, I grew nervous. Was it going to work? We don't need underwear where we're going. Oh God. Had I overlooked something? Was there anything crucial I was missing? In the world I was in, I could save Mia. I knew that for sure. My uncertainty went further than that. The news and the note I'd read in the tower, they signified the real problem. How would it be solved? I'd only been able to come up with a vague idea. I could see the tower in the distance. I still hadn't shaken off that unsettling feeling, but I knew it wouldn't disappear until everything was settled. People were by the entrance. I could see Surapo and the line of civilians from that day. However, the left wall was unguarded. I surreptitiously approached it. Immediately, what I'd been very curious to see was apparent. It really is there. The rusty key was inserted in the outer keyhole. Really? Does this really make sense? The reason why I hadn't been able to unlock that door from the inside, I had thought that if an identical key was on the opposite side, I might not have been able to turn it from the inside. I wanted it to be there. I needed it to remain outside so that the door wouldn't be unlocked from the inside, so that Kite couldn't escape, and so that the others couldn't leave when they found the door. But why was that key there? If it was just there because I'd known it would be there, that didn't really satisfy me. Am I supposed to assume that I'll leave it here the next time? Then, to still have it in the future, I'd have to get the key that Shiroya had. That had to be the answer. It meant that a future self of mine was already in the tower, but it was a bit hard to swallow. No shit. I would just be leaving the key behind to explain why I hadn't been able to unlock the door. If that was it, maybe there was more to it that I was missing, as the origin of the idea was unknown to me. Despite the universe apparently deciding the outcomes of things by itself, actual ideas that went into effect had consistently originated from a human mind. I still thought that had to be the case, but it wasn't like I had a better explanation ready for the key. By the way, briefly, to return to the idea from before break, I understand that yes, the world hopping and making changes in other worlds was the problem. What I was saying was that Katsuki at this point has been smart enough that he should realize that what he's doing right now isn't actively changing the direction of how anything will go. Like that things at this point are locked into place. Like that there's a causal loop happening. That's all I meant. I understand that he was making changes, and he did make changes in the grander scheme of things. I understand. I just wouldn't. Okay. Anyway.
Okay. Yay.
I locked the door while it was open and stepped into the storeroom. Once inside, I was able to close the door behind me, leaving it locked. It was fortunate and guaranteed that the door worked like that, and once again, I wondered why the hell it existed in the first place. I still had the rusty key in my pocket, but when I tried to use it from the inside, it wouldn't budge. As long as the other one was inserted, opening the door from the inside would be impossible. I got closer to the hallway. It would very soon be 9 o'clock.
I'm sorry, did he just voluntarily lock himself back in the fucking tower again?
Yes. Kite won't be in the security room. Nobody will see me getting out of here. I'll be recorded. Maybe the footage will actually be seen by the police. That doesn't matter, though. I paid the utmost attention for any sound to use as a cue. There it was. As soon as I heard footsteps, I opened the door. When I glanced toward the lobby, I saw two people. One was Kite, who just left the security room. The other was a man I'd never seen. He saw me exiting the storeroom, but he paid no mind as he kept approaching. I couldn't afford to waste time either. Casually, I walked to hallway C. I made it just in time to see the event room closing. The first group was there. I had very little time. The second group would appear at any moment. Fortunately, I was done in less than a minute. It had gone as smoothly as I'd hoped. I'd wanted to record the movements through hallway B. In our world, Kite had hidden both Sekimeya in room B4. I knew things wouldn't be identical, but I hoped the truth would be recorded nonetheless. Near the lobby, one of the security cameras viewed the entire hallway. It was high up, but I'd foreseen that problem. Thanks to the handrail in the corner, I'd been able to reach its lens. With the seconds I had left, I sprinted toward hallway C. I had to be somewhere during the attack. The security room. I knew the alarm would lock it. If that happened, Kite could be fast enough to erase the footage I wanted to preserve. However, I could avoid that by staying inside. He had told us once that the door could be unlocked from the inside without the need for the key. When I looked at all the monitors, I felt like a needle was piercing my chest. Mia is here. She's wearing the Tanzanite pendant. She and I were in the event room with Akaro, and Shiroya was nowhere to be seen. I couldn't believe it. No matter how much I stared at the footage, I couldn't believe that she was really a room away. In the cabinet covered by that crimson curtain, which Sekimeya were there? Every monitor displayed different locations on the crystal floor except for one. One of the screens was covered by tape. I kept my eyes peeled with anticipation. It was about to happen again. I would see that dense smoke appearing out of nowhere and my vision would blacken. All at once it happened and I finally confirmed the truth. Did the smoke come from Akaro? That was how it seemed. In an instant, all the cameras hit by the smoke displayed a black screen. It was Akaro. He was the one who released it. When Shiroya and I had appeared on that morning after traveling from January 5th, we'd been able to avoid falling unconscious by looking down as we'd run through the smoke. Akaro had to have thrown himself to the ground immediately to avoid inhaling it, as it had quickly risen to the ceiling. I had to act again while I still could, but I waited a few seconds so that the exit to the outside would close. Then I opened the door slowly, crouching and covering my face. The smoke was there, but I was very close to the lobby. Is someone here? Is it Kite? I didn't want them to hear me, so I took off my shoes. I could hear a person crawling on the floor, but when I opened my eyes, I only saw a dark silhouette near the wall. There's literally 7 people crouching around right now. I know. The alarm is even louder than I remember. Unable to breathe, I took a silent step toward the light. I was in time to see the shutter locking in place and the smaller lights turning off. In hallway B, most of the smoke had already gotten stuck to the ceiling. Aside from the second group, nobody seemed to be there yet. Protecting my face, I reached for the camera's lens and removed the piece of tape. I returned to the security room as fast as I could. Someone had still been in hallway A, but I didn't think they'd noticed me. I still had my shoes in my hand. I noticed the deadbolt was sticking out of the door. The alarm had just locked it, but since I'd left it open, I was able to step back in, and I used the inner handle to close it again.
I have no idea why he's doing it. Yeah, like he had all this time to plan, and his plan is to put duct tape on a camera and bring a USB drive to save the security camera footage. Why not? Like, why not do something else? Whatever. I'm sorry. I'm being insufferable this stream. Continue. I'm sorry.
I mean, I am too. If you are, then I am. I looked at the monitors as I put them on. The one that had been covered by tape showed the dark hallway instead. Its screen was being assaulted by the remaining smoke, but it wasn't enough to conceal the entire image. In front of the computer, I clicked on the program that managed the cameras. From there, I accessed the archived footage. What was the purpose of the duct tape again? To cover the cameras so they can record things?
Yeah, so the smoke doesn't permanently get stuck on them. I don't know why he can't just wipe the smoke off the camera, but I guess this is just, yeah, just better. Yeah.
It's all here, but Kite will try to hide it. In this world, the computer was shut down too. On the screen, the culprits finally came to light. Akaro came out of the event room and looked both ways. He did fake his unconsciousness. What is he planning to do? Once he confirmed he was alone, he walked to the cleaning room. From there, he went back to the event room, holding a glowing object between his hands. What the hell? Is that a Sekimeya? No, I know what that must be. The third Sekimeya. That's what the plan was about. A few seconds later, he came back out. I couldn't see his hands, but he walked back to the cleaning room again. This is why only the third Sekimeya was there when we woke up. When does Kite come into the picture, though? I didn't have to wait very long to find out. After Akaro had returned to the event room, Kite appeared from the lobby. Keeping his head down, he stepped to the cleaning room. Was he working with Akaro? I was bewildered. He came out almost immediately with 2 Sekimeya and walked back to the lobby. He must be going to the storeroom, but he won't be able to escape with the Sekimeya. I caught the 2 culprits behind the attack on video. Feeling the rush, I inserted the USB drive into the computer. Once I located the file corresponding to that camera, I saved it on the drive. With this, I can bring it to the other world, too. I knew Kite would try to erase the saved footage, so I created a hidden folder on the computer where I copied the file. And I hope the police will find it in this world. Perhaps something else of value would be recorded, but I prefer to cut it short. After all, I soon heard someone running outside the security room. Then that person appeared in hallway B. It was Naomi. She ran all the way down holding Kite's suitcase, and as she disappeared, another door opened. From room B4, Shiroya and I appeared. Naomi had drawn us out. Then Shiroya stared at the camera intensely as if she was looking directly at me. Before I could even process it, they ran behind the sound, quickly vanishing from the frame. The police seeing 15 different copies of people crawling through the smoke. Oh my god. Huh?
Any for Prez is confused the same way I was. So, in earlier in episode 1, he world hopped to where Mia was, and after that everyone disappeared. So he is from world B, but he's been in world C the whole time that he was doing all the experiments in the attic, Annie. I forgot this too. He's always been in that Mia timeline since we got to episode 5.
Yeah,
is what's happened. Yeah. This tripped me up too because I thought he was because he's Katsuki B. I thought he was in Katsuki B world line. He went back there, but no, he didn't. He just hasn't gone back. Yeah.
He is in World C right now, so his plan is to hop back to his own world after whatever the fuck happens here. But when he hops, he's going to go to World A instead, which is almost certainly why he's going to be. It's like the world where he's like only Katsuki is found, just freaked out on top of an elevator, in the elevator shaft or whatever. Like it's almost certainly going to be him, I think. Classic mistake thinking anyone in this fucking visual novel is in their own world right now. I know. I almost said something mean. Okay. Huh, what? Did she notice something about the camera? She didn't tell me about it, but I remember having to tug her shirt so that she'd follow me. Not about you, Weeby.
What?
And what was Naomi's role? Given how likely it was that Kate had killed her once, she might have intercepted him after resisting the smoke. I saw us going up the stairs in hallway C, so I changed the cameras.
Whoa, well, hold on. Now I'm confused. Why is Shiroya here?
Because this is when...
But didn't he just say Mia's in the room next to me? When did he...
Yeah. So this is from the end of chapter 3 when they accidentally traveled here.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, fucking hell. All right, that makes perfect sense. Okay, shit. Fucking hell.
Yeah, and then so this cat, okay, whatever. Oh, I saw us going up the stairs in hallway C, so I changed the cameras. They were all assigned random numbers. This does really feel Scooby-Doo. They were all assigned random numbers, but I managed to display the second floor through a camera that had been showing a crystal room. With Naomi in the lead, our past selves ran all the way up. Oh, is that Kate? He was tailing us, but he collapsed at the stairs 2 floors above. He's old. When he stood up, it seemed like he'd given up on catching us, and with his eyes shut tight, he slowly walked back down.
Fucking convenient. In the other one, he doesn't do that, but okay.
I looked at the 6th floor where Naomi unlocked the attic. She stepped in, shortly followed by me and Shiroya. So this is where Shiroya gets world hopped, and Katsuki doesn't. Yeah. Is Kate gonna come here? I should leave. I made the monitor display the initial crystal room again and stepped out. I went to the lobby, but a clear problem was about to arise. My past self was going to go to the storeroom very soon, so I can't stay there again. If I'm remembering correctly, in this world, the group didn't go to the security room after waking up. I can't risk staying there, though. I kept cleaning the smoke off me. It had touched me again, so I likely looked similar to how I had in the morning. Kate was the first to return. At a slow pace, he scanned the floor. I just remembered when he said he'd use the security room's microphone while we were unconscious. That really was a blatant lie, which Hikaru immediately realized if they weren't working together. Also, Kate will probably be confused when he finds out the security room's unlocked. I stayed behind the reception desk. Once Kate was next to Arena's group, someone else had come down. My past self, who went straight to the storeroom. I was unable to find the rusty key in hallway A, so I stayed inside. What was going to happen? I'd hidden in the storeroom for hours, but I knew the way things played out would be vastly different from my world's set of events. Eventually, everyone would disappear, and after that, my past self would bring both Sekimeya to the attic to experiment with them. I had to hold on until that point when the Sekimeya would be within reach again. I didn't want to be found, but I knew it could happen. The Katsuki originally from that world wasn't a past self of mine. Him seeing me wouldn't be a contradiction. Okay. He's saying since he didn't see himself, this Katsuki could very well have seen him because he thinks he can just make changes here. So it's not a contradiction because he's created a time loop or whatever. So he's like, oh, like this Katsuki, it doesn't matter because if he sees me, he just sees me, and that's how it is.
Yeah.
Because that guy doesn't have his memories, basically. Again, it's like, you know, whatever. The seconds began to tick by. I had no place where I could safely stay, so I had to keep moving, my whole objective being to smoothly return to one particular point. I couldn't travel forward in time to speed up the process because I hadn't been in the tower in the proportional past. However, I doubted I would have been willing to do that anyway. To skip that last time I had, where Mia existed, When I heard her voice, I couldn't stop myself from getting closer to the door. You okay? I'm so... Don't worry.
Don't worry.
You go for it.
Don't worry. No, our fault.
She was there. It was proof that my effort wasn't worthless, but I couldn't even see her. Aware that they could come to the lobby at any point, I walked away. After learning that they'd been trapped, the group saw the shutter for the first time. Then, once they stepped into hallway A, they directed themselves to the dark crystal room, A5. It wasn't what we'd done. They weren't surprised to see its stained walls, and the security room, which should have been their priority, had been ignored completely. The suitcase isn't here this time. Naomi ran up to the attic with it, and I didn't see it, but the Sekimeya were on the sofa. It has to be that the suitcase was brought to our world as well, which is why we saw it too. Yeah, he doesn't know that there's a third timeline.
There's a reason why I believe Naomi hid upstairs is she's a part of this, like I suspect. Above us are 5 desolate floors full of offices. However, there's a 7th floor that we call the attic, or the Ashia floor.
Unable to use the elevator, they all walked up the stairs. I could follow them. It was good to know what their movements would be in the events that were bound to unfold. In the future, I could put that information to use. I had already noticed that Kate's behavior and the things he was seeing were different. The group was going up to find Naomi, who had locked herself in the attic. Unknown to them, Shiroya and I had unlocked it, and Naomi was no longer in the building. On the 2nd floor, the group looked through the offices. As expected, nothing was found, and they moved on to the 3rd floor. The same occurred upstairs. I followed them when they were going to the 4th, but all of a sudden someone walked back down while I was following them. I couldn't run all the way down, so I was only able to enter the first partition. That's me and Mia. From behind a desk, I saw them walking behind the glass, which greatly muddled their voices. Before I could breathe, Irina and Isla came down as well. They appeared to be following the other two. Was that it? No one else seemed to be coming. Why had they gone down alone? As I wondered that, a 5th person came from the upper floor. Akaro. He looked deep in thought as he walked. While I was still phased, the 6th person appeared. Sai trailed behind Akaro as he disappeared beyond the glass. No, I bring him back. What the hell are they doing? I remember this. When I was in the storeroom, everyone came back on their own. I heard different footsteps walking beyond the wall. I kept waiting. After all, someone was missing. Where's Kate? Why is he the only person who hasn't come down? I couldn't hear anything. Was he still above me? Assuming that he wasn't coming, I slowly emerged from the partition. Why in the world had they left Kate alone? Trying not to reveal my presence, I approached the staircase and went up to the 4th floor.
Wasn't this about the time that Mia went into one of the partitions, saw something, and was like, huh, and then just didn't tell us what it was?
I think so, yeah. I think so.
Okay.
Or maybe that was later? I'm not sure. There he was. I saw him walking toward the offices, looking a little disoriented. Instead of inspecting them, he kept going up to the 5th floor. Was he going to the attic? If so, why had everyone else gone down? From the 2nd floor, I looked down as I kept myself hidden. I could see that someone was in the security room based on the light coming out of it. Then the event room opened and I could see a single person's lower legs. Those were Sai's shoes. I'd know him anywhere. It seemed everyone was separated, so I couldn't keep going down. Let me guess. The Sekimeya is about to have disappeared from the cabinet. Vile verbiage here. Just the verb tense here makes me so fucking mad. It's not incorrect. I entered the offices again and stepped into the 2nd so that I wouldn't be seen through the glass. What? As soon as I did so, I caught a glimpse of Kate. He was walking toward the crystal floor. What the hell? Did he not see me? He walked past without looking at me. However, his timing left me confused. It was like he'd been waiting for me to step aside. I couldn't see his hands. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the English degree signal.
I was waiting for it.
I couldn't see his hands since it's a good redeem. I couldn't see his hands since they were held to his side away from me, and he was likely just in the attic. It hasn't been very long though. I didn't care about it anymore. When they had switched worlds, everyone had been alive. That was what mattered. At that time, everyone was alive. However, what about later? The first time we'd changed worlds was still in my memories. When Irina touched the Sekimeya in the event room, was the world we appeared in this one? Did everyone come back, or was it an entirely different world? It's gotta be this one, right? Mia was alive, and we were told Shiroya was the one who died. For them, she hadn't been in the tower yet. When I remembered it, something else I'd heard made me grimace. And you too, Irina. I thought you died. Was that the fate lying in wait in the world I was in? Was it not going to be one free of suffering? I wonder if it's possible to make the caution sign bounce around the screen like the DVD logo. Oh my god. People came from below. It sounded like it was the group of four. My other self, Mia, Irina, and Isla. Ignoring the 3 partitions, they walked up. I could hear their steps above me, but they rapidly faded. Their destination was likely the attic. Then, just as I remembered it, a single person came from the crystal floor and proceeded to walk up, their steps hardly audible. That was repeated 2 more times until the number of people who'd left the crystal floor was 7. Everyone had been completely unconcerned with the offices and gone straight up. They're all above me again then. I waited in case someone else was yet to appear. A while later, nobody had come, so I cautiously left. What's better, room searching or guy listening to room searching?
Guy listening to room searching done badly too. Yeah. This is why the room searching happened, so people could hide like this. Yeah, we were. There's probably other people hiding at the same time too. Yeah. We were right.
What were they all doing?
Got something right. Yay!
Yay! What had caused those bizarre movements? Once again, I had to stop myself when I heard distant voices. This would make the noise. Why did you not?
Because I didn't feel like humoring your condescending attitude. Are you satisfied now?
I want to do tiny sign. Hardly. What are they open? What's this thing? Tape? Oh, I left the duct tape in the security room. You fuck! It sounds like Kate found it. They kept going up. They wanted to see whether one of the keys Kate had would unlock the attic. It did. Once it was unlocked, everyone walked in. He had the keys. That means he got the key ring that Naomi left behind. Since the attic was locked just now, he definitely locked it while he was up here before. I couldn't get closer, so I waited behind. Some minutes later, I heard the elevator once. What? Is it working? They just tried it on this floor and it wasn't. While I frowned, I heard people walking out of the attic. I abandoned my thoughts and hid inside the offices, which was all I could do to avoid detection. From there, I saw the people who were walking down. Myself, Mia, and Kate. The Sekimeya. Kate was behind them, holding a white Sekimeya in his hands. Although the 2 at the front weren't seeing it, pain was written clear across his face. He's purposely avoiding touching it with his skin. He must be in pain because the Sekimeya's gathered energy since it was taken out of the cabinet. I bet he can hardly hold it. They disappeared from my sight. It seemed that the maximum number of occupants, 4 people, had taken the elevator down. Why did he only have 1 Sekimeya? What about the other one? Once there was some distance between us, I went down the floors myself. They're all in the security room. That means the computer's already shut down. Kate has to be responsible. I don't know why they didn't all go to the security room immediately, but this is the same thing he did in the other world. A while later, the group went to the lobby. I was able to hear that they'd moved to hallway B, but any distinct sounds quickly faded. Did they enter a room? The indistinct sound was coming from the event room. They'd most likely left the Sekimeya in the cabinet. It was soon after when they experienced something unnatural for the first time that day. Kate's shout was cut short. Then voices of incredulity came from hallway A. What the fuck?
What? Just do?
This man just teleport? A sudden sentence I didn't expect came.
I just traveled to the past.
The reality of their situation was told to them. Naturally, it wasn't something anyone could easily accept. Why did Kate say that? He just touched the Sekimeya and appeared in hallway A. Why did he immediately say that he'd traveled to the past? I didn't understand. In my world, he had been completely opposed to the idea of time travel existing for a very long time. Despite what had happened, Kate made them shut the Sekimeya away before walking to the security room. The others remained inside the event room. Wanting to know what they were saying, I approached it slowly. Definitely working with Naomi isn't being true.
Unlock it.
The door wasn't fully shut, but it was difficult to hear what they were saying. I still managed to understand that they had the key to unlock the cabinet. Do we touch it? That's me. I realized I'd made a sound. In an attempt to hear better, I'd revealed my presence. This is Mouse Training Joe for Final Fantasy XIV roleplay. When they opened the door, I was already in hallway C. I'd been able to react fast enough. They started coming out to find out who'd been there. A little nervous, I retreated to the second floor. They're looking into every room. I bet they think Naomi made the sound. Is this where Mia sees him? I started to get a bit worried, but the sound stopped. They weren't continuing to the other floors. When I looked down, I saw they were back in the event room. I guess not. I stepped forward slowly. Making sure not to reveal myself again. They had just learned about time travel, so I really wanted to hear what was happening. What is my other self thinking? What is he thinking now that he's witnessed time travel for the first time? The events of November 30th, did they occur as I imagined? If so, I don't have to wonder. It seemed Kate was still in the security room, so I got closer to hallway B. What? All of a sudden, the cleaning room opened. I stepped aside immediately, but I was able to see who'd been there. Sigh. His footsteps grew fainter as he walked to the event room. However, when I glanced at the hallway, he wasn't there. He was gone. His disappearance stunned me long enough that I didn't react to a door opening. By the time I realized what had happened, I was staring into Mia's eyes. She looked at me from the event room with a curious frown. Should I get closer? I could hardly believe that I was seeing her alive and well. Strangely, her look didn't seem to share the same puzzlement. I took a step forward, unable to take my eyes off her. So it worked? You went to the past? What? Did the other Katsuki just touch the Sekimeya?
Yes, I suppose so. Didn't we think she was talking to a different Katsuki here when we did this?
Yeah.
Or
I think so. You want to look?
maybe not. Maybe I'm giving ourselves too much credit.
This is where she talks shit about him. And says, I imagine how he internally responded to that question. She said, I'd expected a much different reaction. So yeah, she was kind of like, oh, that's weird, a little bit. I see. That's why Sai disappeared as well.
I can't believe it though.
I think I was impressed the smoke pattern was different. Interesting. Is Sai not here? I miss him.
Oh, you're right. I don't think he's been here for a bit.
Hikate and the other Katsuki were missing. The group seemed equally perplexed about Sai's and my own disappearance. I think I'm the Katsuki who just disappeared. If he traveled to the past, I should leave before he's back. How is this possible? I don't get it, but if you went to the past, why didn't you appear in this room? That's what happened to Kate. Given what I saw, Kate traveled just a few seconds through time. He must have touched the Sekimeya as soon as it was removed from the cabinet.
I wonder if the other Katsuki actually traveled to the future here. I don't think I traveled a few seconds through time, but actually minutes, about 20, I'd say.
When I was playing this fucking stunned me. I had no idea that we were talking to Giga Katsuki in chapter 2. Yeah, same. I had no idea. I recalled the time they had unlocked the cabinet again. If the other Katsuki had just touched it, his experience surely resembled what I was describing. Oh, what? That long ago we were still in the attic, right? As I nodded, the air around me somehow felt dense. The situation was so surreal that I could hardly believe I was really there. I saw the Sekimeya near the hallway B door, sitting on top of its cushion. It was clearly gray.
Let me see.
I placed my hand on it.
It's not doing anything, and it's cold. It must do nothing when it's this color. It's just a thought, but maybe I traveled farther because it spent more time out of the cabinet. When Kate touched it, it had barely been out for any time at all.
Oh, you. While everyone observed me, I put the Sekimeya in the cabinet. In mere seconds, its white color returned.
This again. Still can't believe what just happened to me, but I think we should go along with what Kate said and leave this in the cabinet until we can leave.
The keyring was inserted in the cabinet, so I gave it to Mia after locking the wheel manually. I doubt they'll actually do that, but it'd be best if they did. If the Sekimeya stays in here, all those tragedies won't happen.
I mean, what else would we do?
Did you make the sound in hallway B earlier?
Oh, yeah, I did. That was when I realized I had really traveled through time. I moved to the second floor fast enough to stay out of sight. That's just insane. Were we actually searching for you? Where the hell is Naomi then? Okay, we did. I don't think we did realize that we were talking to a different Katsuki here then. I feel like this went on for a while. Maybe we did and then we wavered. Actually, where is Sai? That's another good question.
He's like those people in Umi Den pretending they haven't read Umi, and they go into stream chat and they're like, hey guys, I just had like a really weird idea about Shannon. I know he was with us when we searched this hallway. Did he go somewhere? Akaro looked through multiple doors, but he didn't find Sai.
He's not here. Did you see what happened to him? No, I was on the second floor, so all I know is that he didn't go up.
There's Sai, he's right there.
Yeah. He's still here then.
We heard faint sounds coming from the security room. Only Kite was there. While everyone entered, I stayed near the hallway, ready to leave at any time.
Oh, I haven't been able to fix anything. I apologize.
He's doing the same thing as in my world.
I fucking hate Kite. I'm completely lost. I don't even know what the issue is. Everything is properly arranged and connected, so unless no electricity is reaching the outlets, I'm out of ideas.
Like, at least Sai is like a sociopath with aura. Like, fucking Kite is just Rizless. Like, this fucking dude, like, he sucks. Kite crouched under the desk, inspecting things once again.
You still haven't found Naomi. You were inspecting this floor just now, right? Yes, she wasn't here. That's very strange. She might have been able to keep dodging us, but there's no way that'll work for too long. There's no place where she could hide forever.
I kept looking at the staircase, wondering where the other Katsuki was. I was sure he had appeared in the past with Sai, but it was unusual that he hadn't shown himself yet. The door to the lobby was open. As it was likely he was on a higher floor, I wanted to leave as soon as I saw him returning. Wait a second. Am I falling for it again? Kite touched the Sekimeya and appeared in hallway A. He had just been there as he'd walked from the security room to the event room. He appeared in a past location. He could have gone to the future. I could see the cabinet in the event room from where I was. What was inside it at that moment was the future Sekimeya. The only reason they think we went to the past is due to what Kite said. It just traveled to the past. Why the hell did he say that? He was carefully holding the Sekimeya without touching it with his skin, so he knew about its powers. If he had traveled to the past before, it's very likely that's what he assumed just happened again. He went a couple seconds to the future, so he couldn't notice his own misinterpretation, I guess, unless he lied on purpose, I guess. Is there anything... Oh, the elevator? Mia saw that I'd been looking ahead. When she followed my line of sight, she noticed the elevator wasn't properly closed.
It's not closed, yeah.
Annie for Press says, I'm realizing I'm like the Sekimeya because the moment we're inside Ashiya Tower, I'm cool and kind of liking it, but the moment we leave, I get more and more heated by how stupid everyone is. It is better that we're back in the tower, yeah.
What? Oh, it's been like that for a while. Some amateur was using it earlier and made some fucking noise because they don't know you have to stop at every floor, like, you know, manually, one by one in increments to make it silent. I noticed it when we walked down from the attic and figured the others purposely left it like that.
It's a critical damage from that. And then the person in chat, God bless you if you're here today, the person who was like, it's easily done with fucking like hyper tubes and shit, like, I was like a hydraulic system, like, come on. We didn't.
It must not have closed properly when you got off then. I've seen it happen in the past. I see. I didn't notice it.
Me neither. I wonder what I should do. I can't change my version of what happened, but the other Katsuki didn't travel to the past. Neither did Sai. That's why they're not back yet. What I said still applies, though. They went about 20 minutes to the future. That's when they'll return. Wait, I just remembered the hallway B camera. The one that had its lens completely clean. Oh, they did notice it.
Excuse me? Oh.
Right, the one above the door to the lobby. Yeah, and the footage was being displayed up there.
Are you serious?
That makes sense. When they went to the security room, the computer wasn't disabled yet. Kite and Akaro ran out of the room. I bet they did to confirm what we were saying. That's actually so funny with context. Well done. You saw it, right?
What the hell? Was it cleaned?
There's no way we would know.
I don't have it anymore, but do you remember when... Wait, where the hell is Sai?
It took you a while there, buddy. Kite was told that Sai had recently vanished. Before he could begin to spit out more of his nonsense, Akaro forced him to hold off. We commented on that? Interesting.
What were you gonna say? We've already searched for Sai, and the Sekimeya is locked in the cabinet. The duct tape, remember? Sai took out my keyring and had a piece of duct tape attached to it. That piece had smoke residue on it.
Sorry.
I know it was duct tape because one side was still sticky. Which means it was only hit on the front side. In other words, Sumari, it was stuck somewhere when the smoke was released. What kind of fucking weird ass duct tape are you using, bro? What?
We realized it's a different Katsuki due to sprite difference. Yeah, it was probably that we knew it was a different Katsuki, but we didn't know it was like a different world Katsuki, if I had to guess.
Where did it even come from? When I walked down to the crystal floor searching for you, I found it hidden behind a handrail and put it in my pocket to inquire about it. That's when it got stuck to the keyring.
Hidden behind the handrail? I think it fell to the floor when I was here. He probably found it when he was unplugging some cables. Wasn't the note also hidden? They gotta stop hiding things behind handrail. That was where a knife was. That was where the note was. We gotta leave the handrails alone, y'all.
The grenades.
The grenades were hidden behind the smoke bombs were hidden behind the handrails. I'd been quiet for a while, so I decided to speak. My voice came out rougher than I intended. Your delivery on this better be good.
So it was placed on the lens of that camera, which prevented the smoke from hitting it. Afterward, it was removed. Sorry, I was confused about a few things. Why would someone do that? They had to already know the smoke attack would happen.
And it was removed before we entered the security room.
Where is she?
Kite sighed, dramatically sitting on his chair.
The hell's Naomi doing? We can't even use the computer to figure anything out. Do you all think Sai ran away on his own? Now we need to find both of them. We lost track of him when we were searching this hallway, which would have been a good opportunity to sneak away. I have no idea why'd he do that, though.
Kite, clearly agitated, pressed the computer's power button again while looking at all the blank monitors.
Maybe yeah, you could believe that he was the one up to something. I'm just trying to do my job.
Poor Kite. None of us responded. For some reason, everyone looked tired. It seemed no one had the will to go find Sai. Couldn't be me. I remained quiet along with them, but that was because I was counting the seconds. I figured it had been close to 20 minutes since the other Katsuki and Sai had disappeared. The empty screens were the only place anyone was looking. That was all I needed to silently escape, retreating until I was safely in the lobby. Nobody noticed that I'd left. Soon after my departure, Sai and the other Katsuki returned. I wondered what would happen next. Would they realize what had occurred? 2 Sekimeya had been hidden somewhere, and just like in my world, their very existence was concealed. During the time I'd been hiding in the storeroom, there was an extended period of complete silence. I'd only heard sporadic footsteps every now and then. Although my perspective had grown wider, that was all that happened. However, I was able to understand it better from a distance, keeping my presence a secret thanks to the layout of the floor. The people in the security room split up. Katsuki, Miya, Sai, and Kite went up the stairs. For a very long time, Katsuki and Miya didn't come back. I think that's when she sees someone in the partition.
Yeah.
So the question is, who's that?
Yeah. So I thought we were going to get this answer right now, but I guess not. Yeah.
Shiroya, maybe. Meanwhile, although calmness seemed to permeate the crystal floor, that was far from the truth. Sai and Kite had... I actually think it's probably Shiroya somehow, because that's the only person I can imagine Miya just looking at and being like, yeah, okay. Like, dead Shiroya is back? Oh, fuck me. Sai and Kite...
It's a corpse, or it's Miya. She sees herself.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
Sai and Kite had returned. Everyone who I knew was on the crystal floor wanted the Sekimeya. She already did do that once in the attic, yeah. Not just the one in the cabinet, but the 2 hidden ones as well. I saw it with my own eyes. When Kite thought no one was watching, he took the future Sekimeya. The cabinet was locked, so he had a spare key. Then he brought it to room B4. Strangely, like in the previous world, he chose not to hide it in the storeroom secret area. At that point, I realized I'd been mistaken. I wasn't the only one to notice Kite. After he left, it was Akaro who entered that room, hiding the Sekimeya behind his back as he stepped out. Damn! They both wanted to obtain all the Sekimeya, and it became evident that Akaro and Kite weren't working together. Along with Sai, they continued silently working toward their objective. At one point, Arena and Dyla remained in one of Hallway A's crystal rooms, while the other Katsuki and Mia were likely in the attic. It was hard to decipher everyone's goal, but all I wanted was to let the minutes keep passing without interruption. It had been a while since Kite had entered one of the crystal rooms. I knew one of the Sekimeya was there. Had he activated it? I looked through the door and saw an open cabinet. Inside, there was a gray Sekimeya. I figured that he would have traveled more than an hour through time, and the fact that I hadn't seen him yet seemed to imply he'd gone to the future. It appeared Kite was out of the picture, but Sai and Akaro were still around. When I saw them, they were looking for Kite, but they located the future Sekimeya instead. I've only watched last stream, I've been following along, but who the fuck is Mia? Mia is the person who died whenever Shiroya was saved, and in this timeline loop, Mia lived and Shiroya died. Hope this helps. Since they were together, neither one revealed their true colors, and they brought it to its cabinet. However, and Mia is way cooler and a psychopath. However, as expected, it was Akaro who later took it out again. I was witnessing a bizarre play. No matter how many details I was missing, their movements felt ridiculous. I considered that they might have been relocating the Sekimeya so early in the off chance the shutter opened before the deadline. The same thing repeated. The Sekimeya was found in one of the drawers in the lobby. That time when they brought it to the cabinet, I heard what they were saying. They were blaming the people who disappeared. Although they themselves were responsible, Kite, the other Katsuki, and Mia were the hidden culprits according to their narrative. It appeared they had locked themselves up in the attic. Of course, the Sekimeya didn't remain in the cabinet for long. However, as I saw it being brought to the lobby, a sound in hallway A caught my ear. The other Katsuki and Mia were back. I saw them in the security room. I didn't understand what they'd been doing. Why would they have locked themselves in the attic? And why had they returned? Suddenly, a sound drew them to the lobby. I had already been in the tower for hours. I didn't think a lot of time was left until they would all vanish from the bottom floor. I tried to keep my distance from everyone, but seeing Mia again made me slowly approach the entrance area. I stood next to the far door. Were they on the other side of it? I couldn't hear anyone. Instead, the faint voices I heard came from the event room. I was instantly alarmed. If they looked at the hallway, I would be seen. I couldn't go to the lobby, and walking back could lead to me being noticed. Wait, Arena and Dyla aren't there anymore. The door of room A1 was slightly open. It made me gasp at first, but I quickly saw that the room was empty. Are they the ones in the event room then? I didn't have time to think, so I stepped in. I stayed tense by the door.
Isn't this around where was it with Mia that we had the Arena's dead on the stairs, but then it turned out she was in the room standing behind the door while Isla looked at gems? Was that with Mia?
I don't remember. Maybe? It was funny whenever it was.
Yeah, it was.
That
funny.
was chapter 2? Okay, yeah, it was with Mia then. Is Katsuki gonna stand behind the door the same way Shiroya did that one time here? Because that would be funny. What are you doing? What are you doing? Sorry, I mean, cat's making noises at the chinchillas. I stayed tense by the door, unaware of whether I could leave. Someone was in the event room and I didn't know their identity. However, I couldn't hear anything from the lobby. Maybe they were no longer there. I got closer to the wall and tried to listen through it. Nothing. I didn't want to leave without being sure, but my fear was that Arena and Dyla would return. I could hear sporadic sounds likely coming from the event room. It kept me trapped behind that door for minutes until I noticed someone walking on the other side. Their faint steps went off to the lobby, which let me release the breath I'd been holding. When I put my ear against the wall, the area still sounded vacant. That time, though, I knew for sure that someone was there. Wow, thick walls here, huh? I focused intently. Suddenly, I heard an unexpected voice. You there? What? Who is that?
S. Power.
Shower. I need a shower. I was shocked. That voice didn't belong to anyone who should have been in the tower. I turned my head abruptly. Had someone just come out of the security room?
Oh, it's the cop that they found dead. Yeah, okay.
I was fairly sure I'd sensed that, but I kept paying attention to the lobby. The next time I heard it, the intensity of the voice was higher. Hey there! That was enough to let me confirm who it was. Suripo, that's him! It was absurd for him to be inside, but I couldn't worry about it. I had to concentrate on what was happening behind the wall. Someone ran. That was all I could make out. Then a noise like someone collapsing. What? Is he gone? The next thing I heard didn't come from the direction of the lobby. It came from the wall behind me. Is someone there? Behind it should have been one of Hallway B's crystal rooms, B1. But again, that was the last sound I heard before silence enveloped the building once more. I hadn't been mistaken. I'd heard Suripo's voice coming from the lobby. Could the shutter have unlocked? There was no way. I knew the tower would be sealed off for quite a while longer. How? How the hell was that Suripo? How did he get in? Did he enter through the storeroom? No, what am I thinking? My past self is currently there.
I heard Suripo one time on a fucking computer, like fucking like a month ago now during his timeline, just instantly recognizes his fucking voice. What?
I know. I wanted to see it with my own eyes, but I couldn't afford to leave. I didn't know where anyone was. Hallway A sounded empty as well, but I remained in that room. A short time later, faraway sounds made it clear I wasn't alone. I continued to bide my time in the hope that everyone else would congregate and I'd be able to slip away. After a few minutes had passed, a sudden gasp caused my eyes to shoot wide open. Mia was behind the door, and I could hear myself as well.
Oh, did I just appear out of nowhere?
What? No, that's what happened to me.
Wait.
Were you just in the mechanical room?
Yes, I touched the Sekimeya a second ago.
I showed up here as soon as you did that. Are we in the past?
It teleported you as well? How come that didn't happen the other times?
And both of us appeared here.
Hey, what the fuck? Where have you two been?
That's Sai.
Oh, shit.
I'm pretty sure he's in the event room. Has anything happened?
What? You've been gone for over 2 hours. Answer the question.
So this is the first time they've seen Mia and the other Katsuki since they went upstairs. They were in the security room earlier, though. They weren't seen because they traveled to the future. The future Sekimeya was brought to the lobby and they activated it. They just appeared in front of the security room where they were in the past. They were in the event room, but I couldn't pick up anything. That was until Sai yelled. Hey, what the fuck have you been doing?
You found them too?
Karo's voice came from the hallway. You're sleeping alone. You've been...
I've been here. I've been here.
The whole time.
Sigh.
Oh, Kate's here again. Here this whole time. I didn't go anywhere. His words suddenly connected the dots. I understood what had happened. Right. Kate went to the future a while ago. The range was large, so I bet it barely reached outside the tower. It reached far enough to include Suripo, and they went far forward in time. The locations match. Before the attack, Suripo was in the lobby near the front door. At the time, Kate was still in the security room. That's where they appeared just now. Those locations are from a time before the smoke was released. Kate's clothes should have no smoke on them. They were pretty clean anyway, so I doubt anyone would notice that. Kate and Akaro had entered the event room, so I gave up on understanding what they were saying. Where the hell is Suripo now, though? Or was he when I was in the attic experimenting with the Sekimeya? Did he change worlds as well? You want to take over narration for a bit?
Sure.
What, you hear that?
Huh? My own voice shouted those words. I frowned as I hadn't heard anything. Everyone came out of the event room and approached the lobby. Who is this? Oh, Suripo's still there. It was the next person to talk who left me in a daze.
Ah, Isla, stay over there.
What? Isn't he...
Wait, I recognize him too. Wasn't he there?
Yes, that's where I saw him while we were waiting. Fuck. That terror in my voice, it was easily recognizable. Don't tell me. They all stepped in.
Seen at the tower here recently. I don't know his name, but he was in attack.
This is a knife wound. No way. A knife wound? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Suripo had been killed? I'd never looked at the lobby.
You've been missing for the last 3 hours, just as you reappear. No coincidence.
The hell are you talking about? How would I have left?
I cannot believe what I'm hearing. I've been here the entire time.
Yes, look at this. This is why I thought it must have been a knife. It was his own.
His knife is gone. Saw that he had a knife right here.
Wait, the knife was Surapo's? That's the case. The knife I chased us with, where the hell did he get it from? They found a walkie-talkie on him, but it seemed like it had been damaged, convenient, and its battery was missing. This happened just now. When I heard him talking, he was having a conversation with the policeman outside. Who the hell would have killed Surapo immediately after seeing him? I distinctly remembered that someone had entered the lobby seconds before I had heard his voice. And breaking the walkie-talkie, was that done so that the group couldn't communicate with the outside, or was it done so that Surapo couldn't keep talking to them? Listening to the conversation, I grew a bit more confused. According to the other me, Surapo hadn't been dead 6 minutes previously, so nobody could have killed him. But that's wrong. He was dead 6 minutes ago. Why is he saying that? 6 minutes ago? I bet that version of me was already traveling to the future. There's no way he saw the lobby. Mia's agreeing with him, though. Oh, it's because I remember this now. It's because they went into they used the Sekimeya in the mechanical room, and they think they went to the past, but instead they went to the future, right?
Yep.
That's what it is.
Yep.
Yeah. As I kept listening, I understood that the misinterpretation was the same. They thought they had oh, he's about to say it. They got to the past. If that was the case, none of them could have killed Surapo. This doesn't make sense though. Sai just said it's 1:23. That's what led Katsuki to say Surapo was alive 6 minutes ago. At 1:17, they'd seen the lobby was empty. If that makes sense, the other Katsuki had to know the time before traveling to the future, but if he knew the time before traveling, hearing the time Sai gave should have revealed that they went to the future. Oh. That's not actually right. At 1:17, the lobby was empty. That was before they traveled to the future, and somehow they knew what the time was. They just said that they touched Sekimeya in the mechanical room. More than 20 minutes had passed since I saw them in the security room, which was right after the future Sekimeya was taken out of the cabinet. Since they reappeared in hallway A, they went 10 minutes to the future once the Sekimeya had gathered power for 10 minutes, something like that. Katsuki and Mia appeared at around 1:37. The key to this is Sai's wristwatch. Earlier, Sai traveled to the future with Katsuki, which I deduced was almost 20 minutes to the future, so ever since they appeared, Sai's watch has been more than half an hour behind. I'm sure that contributed to them thinking they'd gone to the past the first time. Is that how it worked? Sai just said that it's 1:23, but his watch is still behind. The computer isn't on, so he's not going to recognize that. That's what's making Katsuki and Mia think they've gone to the past again. They think they appeared back at 1:23 and that Surapo has just been killed.
Yeah, man.
Sai went to the mechanical room where he was told the future Sekimeya was. However, he came back claiming he hadn't found it.
Was right. They're lying.
I see. They said that the point they traveled to the past had just happened. That means the future Sekimeya should have still been there. In reality, it wouldn't have surprised me if Surapo's killer took it several minutes ago. When the killer entered the lobby, the door to the mechanical room could easily have been left open by Mia and the other Katsuki. They went down and found the Sekimeya, then after they came back up, Surapo was there. Katsuki walked down the stairs to look for himself. Soon, he returned, admitting that the Sekimeya was no longer there.
Added to the fact that Naomi hasn't been found, you can't possibly think we did this, right?
You didn't?
There's no way. I think Naomi's the first. Not only has she managed to remain hidden, but she also might have the same keys that we have.
There are no cameras here, but we don't know if they're recording it in the first place. Didn't inspect the whole building because you thought we were in the attic. Have to be missing something that the culprit is aware of. Could there be a place we're ignoring?
That's impossible.
If not, then one of you did this. Naomi's disappearance should be enough proof that we're missing something, though.
We have to find her or whoever else is here. It's almost since this morning, and we didn't find him. More likely than some hidden passage.
If it's neither of those, there's still an answer with the Sekimeya. This policeman could have come from the future if he touched the Sekimeya after 9 o'clock, and Naomi could have left the tower by going far to the past. We found the Seki where it is now.
We'll look everywhere. Not only could people still be hiding, but the Sekimeya has to be somewhere too. I can't imagine the real person responsible doesn't know where.
Go ahead and find Naomi for us. Hallway A door opened and they walked down to the far. Who do we think killed Tsurupo? Akaro?
Actually, no idea.
Really? Huh. The hallway A door opened and they walked down to the far end. I got closer while being careful not to make any noise.
Possible someone's on this floor. Don't move.
Wait, are they really gonna search this whole floor? What am I even saying? Of course they will. My past self was about to leave the storeroom. I came out in the middle of a search. As soon as I comprehended my situation, I began to hear doors opening. What the fuck? They're going to find me! No, I wouldn't be found. I knew that. I didn't want to be found. The time where everyone disappeared was very close. However, the steps in the hallway unnerved me all the same. There was no way to avoid it. I couldn't hide anywhere. The Sekimeya aren't here. I don't know where the future one is, but the past one is in hallway B. The door opened very close to the room I was hiding in. I could hear the cabinets being opened. Then footsteps came toward me. The doorknob shook slightly, and the door slowly opened.
Sorry.
I saw my own body stepping in. As he approached one of the cabinets, I knew there was only one thing I could do.
Kill him!
This is very important. What? He turned around with a startled gasp. His reaction was even more drastic when he saw me. What? Who are you? Are you me? I nodded, although it wasn't the entire truth. This is very important. Stay here until the search is finished. He couldn't fathom what he was seeing. However, he had already traveled through time. What was being presented was simply a request that he could take for granted. The way he saw it, there was no reason not to trust what he himself was saying. Wait, why? Why are you here? Be quiet. It's so that I'm not found, and just trust me, please. He nodded. It was the same thing I would have done. I took a deep breath. Then, hesitantly, I approached the cabinets. Well, the fucking Katsuki C is going to be convinced that you can change the past now, right?
Yeah.
Huh. I had to look through them so that the noise of looking through rooms continued. Right, the third Sekimeya is here. I'd forgotten that it was brought here before Irina and Isla came to this room. This is the cabinet where my past self will see it. That means that the person who left this room was the Katsuki from this world. I acted as if I hadn't found anything. When I was done, I walked to the door before glancing at Katsuki. From the despondent look in his eyes, I could tell that he was in a worse place mentally than I had been during the incident. I looked horrible. Maybe he really was the Katsuki who'd written that note.
Oh, fuck me, I guess. Holy shit.
The whole group was in hallway C. As if nothing had happened, I walked to the security room first. I've been able to camouflage myself in addition to something else. If I hadn't been there, Sekimeya would have been found, but I could prevent that. Just so that nothing else would happen, I could avoid finding them. It was better if no one used them during the time that remains. Stay there. I'll look at the mechanical room again. When I stepped into the lobby, I saw Tsurupo's body on the floor. Blood covered both him and the tiles, evidently caused by the knife wound I'd heard them discussing. I still couldn't believe it. I hadn't expected that at all. Everyone else was alive, but Tsurupo's corpse had suddenly appeared in the lobby. I didn't like doing it, but I crouched down and verified he was dead. Then, to avoid being suspected, I went to the mechanical room as if I was searching through the floor normally. I began with hallway B. Immediately, I found a Sekimeya in the first room, B1. I felt the hot air around it. It had been powered on for a while already. This is the future Sekimeya. How do you know? When I was in the other crystal room, I heard someone here. After killing Tsurupo, this is where his killer left the future Sekimeya. It wasn't until I entered the very last crystal room, B6, that I found the past Sekimeya. I had to quickly withdraw my hand. The air surrounding it was even hotter. Whoa. There's nobody here. I didn't find the Sekimeya or any potential hiding spot we don't know of. If Naomi's here, she's somehow above us. Oh, I remember this. This is the weird time in episode 2 where Katsuki suddenly became assertive, took charge, and said,
Yeah.
"Fuck you, I'm gonna search by myself," and everyone
Yeah.
just fucking let him. Yeah,
Yeah,
I remember
yeah,
this one.
yeah.
Yeah, this was weird.
Yeah. Are you sure you were thorough? Do you know some cabinets have compartments inside? The Sekimeya could be there.
Yes, I looked in all of them. Even the ones with temperature regulation. Did you make sure to close them?
I'm so glad Sai's on screen. Look, enemies right there.
Those two, yeah. It took me a bit to figure out how to open them. I knew how suspicious what I was saying was. Some people knew the Sekimeya were in the rooms I'd just investigated, but I didn't care. Before proceeding, I looked at both bathrooms and opened the elevator. I'll keep it open so that it can't be used. Alright, let's go. I went up first as I couldn't bring myself to look into anyone's eyes. Nothing.
No Sekimeya here.
Wait here.
Can I do it instead?
Yeah, sure. Is this one?
Think so. Yeah.
Mia entered the partitions. I really just talked to her as if she had never died. But I've been able to see that she was suffering too. The world we were in wasn't yet what it could be. I dug my fingernails into my palm, telling myself that the result would be worth everything.
I didn't find anything.
You looked everywhere, right?
Is the redeem set up to add both side times together? Yeah, it does them sequentially. Yes, but did the others not come with us?
They stayed on the crystal floor and let us go by ourselves.
Really?
Yes, and we should continue. We have to find something, be it Naomi or the Sekimeya. Right now, the others have just found the secret area in the storeroom. My past self is already out of there. We went to the 3rd floor, which was empty. Then quietly we walked up the stairs again. Whoa! The eyes.
Big Mia.
Oh. When Mia came out of the offices, I was about to keep going, but she was looking down at the floor. Nothing again? She shook her head. It was this one. If she's in the attic, she won't be able to take the elevator down, but this is very strange. We headed to the staircase. Are you all right?
Huh? Yes.
You look zoned out. Are you tired?
A bit. It's okay.
All right, but don't push yourself. Her mood seemed to have suddenly changed. She appeared a little disoriented, so I decided to look through the 5th floor offices while she stayed outside. Don't really expect Naomi to be in these, but it all gets weirder every time we move on. Could a secret place that Kate doesn't know about exist? There's no way, right? If the answer is somehow a hidden spot, he must have made use of it as well. Dude's just lying? She didn't reply, opting to continue looking down instead. It made my stomach turn. She was alive, and I was sure she was pushing herself to be strong, but her sudden change had made it evident how hard it was. Okay, so Katsuki confirmed doesn't know that Mia is a sociopath. Okay. Yeah. I felt like there was something else buried in her eyes. I didn't know if I was imagining it, but I grimaced and kept moving forward. You have the key, right? She nodded and took the keyring out of her purse. No recent footprints. It'll be fine if you stay here. If I don't find anyone, I'm going to be pretty confused. I went through every room. As expected, they were all empty. Don't get it. Was Naomi never with us? How is this possible? I know we've already been here for a long time, but it doesn't make it any less confusing. Where the hell is the Sekimeya also? Let's just go back down. I hope they trust what we tell them.
Do you think the Mia is a sociopath thing is the actual intended test, or is that your interpretation? Oh no, she for sure is. Like, she for sure is.
Yeah. Why is little bro lying? Why is he just like acting?
I don't know.
Let's just go back down. I hope they trust what we tell them. We can't even take the elevator, damn it. She didn't have anything to say. We all went back all the way back down, but that awkward silence hung around me the entire time. What the hell are they?
The storeroom?
Oh, well, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back. I had to leave. The real Katsuki would soon reappear. But it was hard to turn around. Mia was right there in front of me, a friend who I thought I'd never see again, and who I might have been looking at for the very last time. As I walked to the bathroom, I noticed she was going to the storeroom. I stopped myself once she was inside. I approached it, intrigued as to what they were talking about. We'll go to the attic pretty soon, so I can listen in without being seen.
Night, Weeby.
I saw they were all next to the secret door. I hid inside the crystal room as at its left. I approached the wall and put my ear against it.
Katsuki had just finished looking through the whole floor.
Exactly.
I could hear them well enough.
I think as the store leads outside, the storeroom now stretches farther out than the crystal rooms, and it's a hidden locked door that would explain the policeman's appearance and Naomi's vanishing.
Well, wait, really? If a policeman entered, why didn't nobody else?
They kept talking about the door. I knew it led outside, but it hadn't opened since that morning. Finally, the other Katsuki returned.
Fuck is this?
There he is. Do you know how to pick a lock?
What? No.
He was told about the discovery. Sai had noticed the storeroom was open while he was going up the stairs. Did you really not know about this?
Promise I didn't. I also don't think the store leads outside. There's no way I wouldn't have ever noticed it.
And it makes sense that you didn't know about it if it doesn't lead outside?
I'm just speechless. This room is practically unused, but I can't believe this existed.
Fucking Kate. Now a few things make sense at least. As you said, nobody was found, so Naomi must have been here at some point.
Yes, I'd like to advise you all on something.
I've made sure that if this door is opened again, I'll be able to tell. What do you think Huh?
What? How?
I'm not telling you that. One of you could potentially manage to open this, so I'd rather not give you any indication of what I've done. What is this about?
I think that's fair. It wouldn't be wise to demand that you tell us.
Just trust me, I will know if the door opens. However, it's possible it won't, and that the plan already finished after the Sekimeya was brought outside.
Let's go to the attic.
To the attic? Why?
Do you think I'll believe you were walking around for hours and we didn't see you? You either went through the store or were in the attic.
He wasn't with us, we know that much.
You've said that before, I know.
How do you intend to know whether I was there? I won't allow anyone in lightly.
No? Then how come they spent 3 hours sleeping there?
I haven't forgotten about that.
Hmm.
In the off chance Naomi's still in the tower, she's up there being covered by the three of you. I want to go see it by myself, and I'm sure Akaro and Narina aren't content with your words alone. They left the storeroom and the crystal floor. The rest happened as I'd already experienced it. I stayed in that room until my past self went up. I'd chosen to hide in one of the second floor bathrooms, an unlikely place to be revisited. I went to hallway B. I knew Sai would be the first one to return, that he'd look through the hallway A rooms.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Just thinking is all.
Okay.
Trying to remember what happened in this episode. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did I read this?
The line on screen?
Yeah.
No.
I thought I went to hallway B. I knew Sai would be the first one to return, that he'd look through the hallway A rooms.
The next line you didn't read.
Oh, my stream's crashed.
Oh, well, that would do it, yeah.
Oh, it just updated? Okay. It happened even sooner than I recalled. Evidently discontent with my search, he walked from room to room. He didn't care about the third Sekimeya. He'd been the one to leave it there. When he came to hallway B, I was already in a room in hallway A. I just had to wait. Sai would find the future Sekimeya and bring it to the event room. Then the others would find the past Sekimeya and walk to the event room. The future Sekimeya would be activated in the event room. It was the one that had been gray, and I was far enough from its range. It would leave me alone in the tower with my past self.
Ay. Oh.
Oh, question time, question time, question time. I feel like we didn't see the arena Isla switcheroo in the room. I guess that happened while we were sitting somewhere. Yeah. I'm sure everything has taken shape in your mind, but I wonder what shape that is.
I'm thinking octagon. I'm feeling octagon.
Hexagon is bestagon.
Hexagon is best, or maybe decagon for the inspiration. Egg shaped. Oh.
Egg. You remember this world, don't you? In it, many things weren't what they seemed. Its real shape is the last key you will need to reach the peak.
Egg.
What the fuck that means? Two people waited in the lobby. 9 was approaching. At that point, you may have realized something was wrong. Shorey wasn't there. Mia was occupying her place. However, her name was spoken before the doors opened. Shiroya. I managed to leave my mind empty, but I abruptly turned around when I heard a quiet voice coming from my left. A man was crouching next to me, and when he stood up, I saw his older face beneath white hair. Tay said Shiroya's name.
Because of Shiroya's ticket, right? Because in the news, Mia's face had been above Shiroya's name because Mia was wearing Shiroya's. I think it's her ticket, right?
I think he picked up her ticket or something and gave it to her. Yeah, it's the ticket, yeah.
Ticket.
Is this yours? I think you dropped it.
You want me to read Shiroya's parts here?
Sure. Shiroya.
He showed me a ticket that Mia's parts. He showed me a ticket that must have fallen from my purse when it stretched my muscles. I nodded and put it back inside, all while unnerved by his stiff motions.
Everyone brought an identification card to verify their own tickets. Of course, the tickets had everyone's names on them. Kate read Shiroya's name and called for her. Mia was there with her own purse, which contained 3 tickets. When she stretched, one fell out, meaning that her purse hadn't been closed. In World B, when Shiroya opened her purse, she unzipped it. The tickets couldn't have fallen from her purse because she was responsible, and as it was closed since long before 9 o'clock.
Welcome to chat, Godot.
Hopefully... Whoa, the music just stopped. Hopefully it was enjoyable to catch any of these details. Oh, maybe my stream crashed again.
I think so.
However, although Shiroya's absence could be reasoned out, it wouldn't be surprising if your gut told you something was wrong before that. For everyone who'd gotten trapped in the tower, Shiroya was a girl who had died weeks ago. When the group went up the floors, Katsuki found the key for the security room. Everyone splitting up created the chances for individuals to accomplish what they needed. The next time they were reunited, Sign noticed the sound of keys coming from Kate's pocket. They were louder than they'd been before. When Kate was confronted, he showed them a set of keys belonging to Naomi. However, that's when he himself noticed something.
Second set of keys? Should we look?
I think isn't it the keyring? With the duct tape on it?
Might be the keyring. Should we look?
Yeah, let's look. I love cheating.
It's an open book test.
I was about to say, is it an open book test? Okay.
Kate, how many keys do you have? Keyring. Keyring. That the keyring was there. I think you're right?
I think so.
I think so.
There were 2 identical keyrings in his pocket. That had made the metallic noise even easier to perceive.
Wait, there's a second set of keys under it. Was it? But isn't that? Okay, whatever.
Isn't that both then?
Isn't it? It would be both, yeah. But it's whatever.
Yeah. At that point, Kateya traveled to the past one time. Upon appearing, he hadn't realized that the keyring Naomi had left behind suddenly appeared in his pocket. Then, when he came across it, he put it inside. In a way, he came into possession of 2 copies. When Sai made him reveal it, he didn't know a second one remained in his pocket. That fact was what shaped Kateya's actions.
That's
My
when
stream is lagging pretty heavily, by the way.
Oh, let me restart it. So that's when he himself noticed something. So the answer here is 2 keyring. He has 2 because Kate himself noticed he had 2 here, but Sai noticed he had a keyring. So the answer was 2 keyrings. Let's see if this works better. Is it shared for you?
Yeah, I'm watching it.
Okay. All right. Bleh. I was right.
In this world, he insisted the attic should be kept locked, and he made sure the Sekimeya cabinet would always be. That way, he could unlock them with a secret set, setting up Katsuki and Miya, who had the other one, as the only possible culprits. Sai thought of a way to know whether that set was Naomi's. If one of the keys opened the attic, Kate's lie would be exposed. Before they got there, he decided to test if something else Kate had said was invalid too. On the 6th floor, he attempted to call the elevator, which should have been disabled.
Mouse, did you ever cheat on exams in college? I don't think so.
They waited, but it never came.
Elevator is
The
still
elevator
disabled,
was still disabled.
or the elevator had already been enabled. I don't know.
I mean, this might be a trap, but just based on like the meta of this, like if what we saw before was that he tried to use the elevator didn't come, then it can't be like, yeah, everything like that was as a scene. It must have been the elevator was already been enabled, right? I guess, maybe, I don't fucking know. Maybe
I
it's
don't
a
know
trap.
either. Let's just do it and just click it.
Okay. However, at that point, the elevator was already working again. The first time Kate traveled to the past, he walked to the crystal floor. He saw an Katsuki from another world, which later made him question what everyone was saying. Most importantly, he saw people leaving the security room, which had strangely been unlocked. That was his opportunity to shut the computer down. Since he was alone and hadn't told everyone about the camera's green lights in this world, he was able to power off the entire security system too, as opposed to just one camera. Later, when Sai called the elevator, Kate had already enabled it because he found the attic key. However, it didn't come. Kate suddenly froze up. Would they notice their mistake? The elevator was disabled. That's much more likely to have gone wrong. If it was working for some reason, the button would light up when it arrived. The orange light never appeared. The elevator was already there, and you might recall that that was... What the fuck? Oh! No! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh my god, that is infuriating. Wouldn't the door just open? No, it's an old-fashioned elevator that has like you have to manually
pull
open
the
the door
open. Yeah.
Oh
so when they call
my-
it and they don't hear it coming, they assume it's not them.
They didn't And not only that, Katsuki from World B was spying on the group, and when they entered the attic, he was on the 6th floor. He heard the elevator, but only once, when Ayla, Arena, Sai, and Akaro took it down. Since it was called from the attic and Katsuki B only heard it once, it was originally on the 6th floor. Either way, nobody saw through his ruse, and thanks to that, Kate was able to set up a stronger illusion later on. When everyone entered the attic, they saw the strange footprints on the floor. They led to the sofa, where the future Sekimeya was. Most people believe the Sekimeya should have been on the crystal floor. If that was the case, someone had to have brought it up very recently, but it didn't seem possible for them to have left the attic. That made Sai call the elevator, and it actually did arrive.
It went ding and everything.
That was the feint Kate aimed for, that the elevator had just been enabled, that someone had been in the security room after they'd all stepped into the attic. Following that, when everyone saw that the computer had lost power, what he said was reinforced. It must have happened after they tried to call the elevator on the 6th floor. Man, this world's Kate is conniving as fuck. At the same time, the Sekimeya had disappeared from the cabinet. From their perspective, it had been brought to the attic. However, Sai knew the truth. Just like in Worlds A and B, he had quickly hidden the fake Sekimeya when everyone had split up, so the one they retrieved from the attic was different. That was when everyone else learned about time travel. Right before their eyes, Kate went to the future. Katsuki reeled. He had to learn more about the Sekimeya. He stayed close to it, and when the crystal floor had been inspected, he touched it. He went minutes to the future, but he wasn't alone. Sai had specifically gone to find the fake Sekimeya he'd hidden, wondering whether it was still there, as well as whether it shared the same powers he'd witnessed. As he was returning to the event room from hallway B, he traveled with Katsuki. Katsuki appeared in the attic, which was locked. The elevator had been left open on the crystal floor, so he couldn't leave through it either. However, Sai appeared on the crystal floor since his group had left the attic earlier. He realized the elevator was open and allowed Katsuki to leave. When they met, they thought they'd gone minutes to the past, although neither of them spoke about it. Katsuki recalled Sai had gone missing, so finding him in the past wasn't strange. His misinterpretation arose due to Sai's watch, which had ended up minutes behind. When they returned to the others, they saw that everyone was in the security room. As we turned around, we saw Sai staring at us next to the unassertive Katsuki.
The fucking beta Katsuki, the fucking Katsuki of weak will, the fucking soy boy Katsuki.
Katsuki. Where were you?
Me? I just took a detour to the bathroom.
Sai wasn't exactly aware of how blatant his lie was. According to his watch, he should have been missing for very little time, but it had been much longer than he thought since he'd vanished. He didn't reveal what had happened to him, and because of that, he was the only person aware of the Sekimeya's range.
That's my boy.
Hours later, Serpo's dead body suddenly appeared. There's one last thing to settle.
Who killed Serpo C? I have absolutely, I'm not joking when I say I have absolutely no fucking idea.
I think it's a Kara or a Kate. It's got to be one of like it's a cop. The cop is suddenly there. They're really scared about things. Like I think it's one of those two. I actually don't know who it could be though.
Sai, because he had the knife, is also a good bet, yeah.
Why would Sai? I don't see Sai having motive other than a chance to kill someone.
Yeah, but that's the motive. Kate.
Do we? Let's look at a different way. Afterwards, the walkie-talkie is smashed, and the Sekimeya is hidden in is taken from the mechanical room and hidden in one of the other places. Mm-hmm. Who's more likely to go down to the mechanical room and find the Sekimeya, Akaro or Kate?
Kate, probably.
Let's go Kate then. Kate C.
Mia, because she's crazy. Could be Mia. Wanna go Kate C?
Kate C.
Lock it in. Final answer.
Final answer.
Oh.
Naomi still hadn't been found, and it seemed like nobody else could have committed the crime without having traveled through time. That belief led to a whole search with no result. Something very important was found, though: the storeroom secret corridor. Upon its discovery, you likely noticed that someone's actions differed from World B's. In World C, Sai did something to know whether the door was open from that point on. That did not happen in World B. The reason was the piece of duct tape they'd all seen. It had reminded Sai of his favorite novel, which made him think of setting up a check on that door.
Sai's favorite novel, Umi Neko no Naku Koro ni.
After that, everyone ended up in the attic, where they'd hoped they could calmly spend the rest of their isolation in the bedrooms. Of course, that wouldn't happen. It was Sai who soon tried to go back down unnoticed. It was Sai, really? What if Katsuki and Miya hadn't alerted everyone to his departure? Shiroya and Katsuki stayed in the attic. Sai had gone to the crystal floor, but they didn't follow him down. Shiroya let out a sigh. They had no strength left, so they kept resting, trying to ignore what was happening around them. Indeed, your choice made Miya become Shiroya. I remember this one, yeah. The world changed drastically. The butterfly effect amplifies even a single unwitting change. I don't get this one, Chief. In that world, Miya couldn't have been saved. However, you wanted to know what would have happened if Sai was let loose. That caused Miya to be replaced by Shiroya. That was one of numerous changes alongside
Kitei's absence. Kitei wasn't there. Kitei wasn't there. I remember Kitei wasn't there. Yeah.
6 pairs of eyes saw the identical scene. Exactly, it was Kitei's absence. The storeroom's door hadn't been locked, so he'd been able to leave before everyone awakened. In that world, nobody had told the group about keeping the Sekimeya cold. Sai roamed free for a long time, and on the crystal floor, he had access to both Sekimeya. With his watch, he was able to figure out the basic mechanics behind traveling to the past and future.
Yeah, he is as smart as Katsuki. He just needed a chance.
That's how he came up with a plan to remain with the Sekimeya. What did he do? When he came back up, he showed everyone what the Sekimeya were capable of. Right now, you understand them a lot more than at that time. However, you might still have trouble figuring out what Sai did. He had to pull out something fairly clever to trick everyone. If you ever want to go back and attempt to see through his scenario, I hope you're able to beat him.
I don't want to beat him. I want him to win.
In reality, Katsuki and Miya brought everyone to the crystal floor in an attempt to find Sai. Before he was seen, the past Sekimeya was found in room B6. Sai was in the... Who killed fucking Syrup? Sai was in the event room, and he suddenly heard people approaching. Hoping to let him escape, he touched the future Sekimeya.
You scared the fuck out of me. Holy shit, what the fuck are you doing? You almost hit me with the door.
He thought he was safe as soon as he touched it, but the door still burst open. Do you think there's a better question for you? What are you doing?
I'm doing absolutely nothing.
We turned to Kitei, who hadn't interrupted us. He was perplexed, staring at his empty hands.
What's up with you?
Where's the Sekimeya?
What? I have no...
It disappeared. I legitimately felt it disappear.
Excuse me?
Both had disappeared as a world switch had been triggered. Oblivious, they found themselves in World A. Sai spun and looked at the cabinet covered by the curtain. Then he looked all around the room with a slight frown. He was also moderately puzzled. Kitei couldn't have been lying. He didn't have the Sekimeya. It wasn't on the floor, and he couldn't have hidden it anywhere without us seeing it. Out of nowhere, the cabinet was covered by a curtain. However, that was nothing compared to what awaited in hallway C. The panel to call the elevator was gone. All of them were. They've been ripped off on every floor. Wait, we didn't lock it, did we?
What?
You're right. I forgot to tell you to lock it because I was annoyed that Sai left.
Whoa, then someone's definitely in here. Is it time to have a talk with Naomi? I wonder if she knows we can enter.
In the living room, their footprints had disappeared. And Kitei was the lucky person who found the future Sekimeya in the open refrigerator. Opening it had been the last thing Sai A would ever do.
Ooh. Cut in half by the door.
That's when he gets cut in half of the door, yeah.
Yeah.
Katsuki wanted to look at the BIOS this time, but the security room was locked. In addition, Sai realized the mark he'd left in the storeroom was gone. He was convinced someone had opened it, so he marked it again. Of course, that was far from the truth, but it made them believe that someone else had entered the tower. The next time they attempted to enter the attic, it was locked again. We all stared at the door in shock. It was locked. Someone else is certainly hiding in this building. I left the attic just now. The truth behind that was the secret keyring Kitei still had. Long before he traveled to the future, he left it in the security room so that he couldn't be found with it. He'd been able to retrieve it when he'd appeared there. He'd left the key inserted in the door because he knew what had happened with the elevator. It was in the attic despite the panel having vanished. Inside, he found that world's attic key. He could keep everyone from entering the highest floor by locking the door in. He left it by bringing the elevator to the 6th floor. He could keep it there as a hidden way up. Since he had his set of keys, he could always access the attic through the elevator he'd prepared. But it was found when Katsuki attempted to open it. Inside, there were the bodies of Naomi C. and Shiroya A.
Okay, so this... Okay. This is the Naomi that stands up and goes, ah, or whatever. I think. Isn't it? But that happens in World C, so I don't know. It's confusing.
Yeah. Don't their bodies vanish at some point? Or just Naomi? I don't... The shock was natural. Naomi hadn't been seen for hours, and Shiroya had supposedly died weeks ago. It was undeniable that her existence was related to Katsuki and Miya. Nobody knew what had happened to the two women, and all they could do was bring them to the lobby. Let's all go to with the elevator, the group was able to reach the attic again, where they found the single key in its inner keyhole. Over 30 minutes later, a new dead body was found near the hallway C stairs.
Arena. This is Arena. Arena
this
A.
Is Arena, yeah.
Yeah, Arena A. Arena A.
Is it Arena A?
I think it's Arena A.
Which we're in A timeline right now, right?
We are in the A world, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Arena World hopped that much, so when Arena spoke to Miya, it was Miya that had world hopped, right? It was Miya that had
world hopped, yeah.
And that was Arena B, right?
Did I miss it? Who killed Suripo? It didn't tell us.
Yeah. It's A or C. It's if it's C, it means that Arena just world hopped with us with the Grug group and just didn't catch up with us. I'm gonna guess it's I think it's A.
I think it's Arena A, but yeah, I'm just gonna go Arena A. Yeah, okay.
It was Arena A's. Arena C, who they'd been with, was in room A1 with.
That's the
with
one that
Isla.
you were talking about. That's the one that you were talking about.
Meanwhile, the World A group was waiting in room B4 after Sai, Arena, and had been the second person to leave. Don't lie, it can only be you. You killed them.
So who the fuck killed Arena A?
Who the fuck killed Arena A?
After Sai, Arena had been the second person to leave. So was it Sai? Ugh. I got no clue. I got no clue. I have no idea.
Okay, is this after they found the bodies? Is this someone who maybe Arena saw someone kill Shiroya and Naomi?
It could be, yeah. Yeah, so they found the bodies, and then Akaro goes to carry them to the lobby, and then they go look at the Sekimeya, and I think this is the fake Sekimeya.
Did everyone from World C world hop to A?
I don't know.
Because because like Arena and Isla are in the crystal room, and Grug team of the boys hopped over too, right? When they were there. And World C is Mia's thing, right? Where's Mia?
Okay, so Mia went and took a nap in the attic. So Irina said, don't lie, it can only be you. You killed them to someone. So she caught someone. Katsuki heard her. And then she yelled, and then so she got killed. So she got killed because she recognized the person who had killed Shiroya and Naomi. I don't think so. Writer instinct. I don't think Akaro killed anybody else, because I think the one time that Akaro killed someone, he was so fucking freaked out. He would have been like that in every other timeline. I think that Sai, Kate, and Mia are the only ones that could just kill someone and then just act completely normal. And yeah, Irina did catch Kate, or Naomi caught Kate the other time. I think Sai, Kate, or Mia. I don't think any of the other people would have killed her.
We're in A, right?
We are in A. There's no Kate in timeline A because he escaped. So it can't be Kate because he doesn't exist. So it has to be Sai or Mia. And Sai was the one on the 4th floor. So I think maybe Sai? Mia vibes?
Could it be that Irina found the dead bodies and then saw Mia and she's like who the fuck are you? Like it must be you then, because she doesn't know who and accuses Mia.
Okay, so is
Mia
this
shouldn't
like
be in the building?
Is this like a
no?
shot
But then
put
it could be
moment?
Kate then.
Like, it could be Kate.
It could be Kate then.
It could
Yeah.
be Kate.
It could be Kate
C.
then.
It
Yeah.
could be Kate C. Yeah.
Yeah, for the exact same reason.
Yeah.
That Irina would be like, who the fuck are you? How did you get here? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Kate could jump to timeline 8. This is where the weirdly formatted section where everyone was split between floors. Yeah, I remember from. Oh fuck. No, we're still in. On the 4th was Sai, 1 floor higher was Kate, on the 6th Akaro.
Mia did have Irina's murder eyes after she went into that partition room.
She did.
But actually, that might have happened. I don't even know when that happens.
Yeah, I don't know what order.
I wanna say Kate, but like I just said Kate for Surapo, so it's just always Kate Lamayo.
Which is always Kate. The section of the Vienna is more fun as a stream when the mystery seems solvable and you two go through it. Yeah, I imagine when we're not just fed up and clicking things at random, it's a lot more entertaining. Sorry. It was hard to meet his eyes. He looked only at the floor.
There is a duality of, in one timeline, like Irina confronts Kate and she ends up killing him, and in another reality the same thing happens and he ends up killing her. There's a nice duality.
What if it's Katsuki and he made this whole thing up? What if it's Katsuki C and he made this whole thing up? Wait, but is this Katsuki that we're listening to the one who... Oh god. Wait a minute. Oh Jesus. I don't want to think about that. Okay. We know that timeline B, that Irina is better in Kate, but also that Kate is better than Sai with a knife and a heater is better than Mia, so let's just solve based on that. Okay. We're power scaling. I got no idea. I say also Kate Sion vibes, but heater low diffs Mia. What do you think?
I think Kate C is the safe
I think
bet,
Kate C is the only person here who could like kill. So when Sai killed someone before, he went on like a bloodlust hunt, whereas Kate can just kill 3 people in cold blood, like without an issue, and he's already killed 1 Naomi, so you know.
Yeah, I agree. Everyone saw Irina's body atop a pool of blood. Someone had just killed her, and Katsuki had heard her words before dying. She confronted who she thought was the killer. However, it quickly became clear that nobody could have easily committed the crime. Everyone stated what they'd been doing. Katsuki said that after being the first to leave the attic, he spent a few minutes on the second floor. He said that at one point he heard the elevator once. Mia said that she'd left second and remained on the third floor until Katsuki ran up from below, letting her know what had happened. Sai and Kate claimed to have been above them, and their versions of events seemed to confirm each other.
Was it Mia?
Hikaru claimed to have left the attic last when Irina and Isla had still been sitting on the sofa, and then afterward he'd stayed on the 6th floor alone. The elevator was on the crystal floor. Since the panels hadn't been reattached, the one button must have been pressed from the attic. It seemed like nobody could have performed a murder simply. The only way to get to the crystal floor after Katsuki's departure would have been riding in the elevator out with Irina and Isla. However, if that had happened, they couldn't have ended up above Katsuki when he'd gone to find everyone. Nobody had seen them walking up, and the elevator hadn't been heard again. There were 3 main options in everyone's minds, and one was correct.
Katsuki was lying, someone they hadn't found was the killer, or a Sekimeya had been used. Katsuki does seem like he's lying here. I do kind of think Katsuki was lying here.
Was Katsuki lying to us?
Katsuki could be lying to them to protect Mia. If Mia did it.
You think Mia did it?
I don't know.
Okay, fuck it, go for it.
I mean, I don't know. I've got literally no idea. If you've got another plausible explanation here, please, we'll put it in. I'm just going off vibes. I'm riffing. I'm fully riffing.
I think Mia could have done it, yeah, for sure. But like, I feel like that's
so
quite
Katsuki
a
was
Hail
the
Mary
only,
just based on vibes.
Katsuki was the only one on a floor below Mia, and so he would be the only one that would have to cover for her. Look, I don't know, man. It's my only guess.
It's definitely not 2, and a Sekimeya had been used seems contrary. Maybe you're right. Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Katsuki was lying. Oh, okay. Katsuki hadn't been lying. Everything he said was the truth. People they didn't know about were present in the building, the World A group. Oh, for fuck's sake. However, none of them had left room B4. The answer had to be the Sekimeya. Someone would travel through time and kill Irina. For them, that seemed like a fickle solution. There was no way to prove it. If that was the case, unless the culprit had already escaped, they had to search for them. However, for you, the solution might seem odd. You know what happened in that world. The past Sekimeya was in room B4 with the World A group. It was in the cabinet where Hikaru had put it, and it wasn't activated until he and Isla world switched to World B. After that, what happened to it? Shoria B found it and was able to world switch to World B. Later on, Sai B found it as well and world switched back to World B. Lastly, Katsuki A found it and also world switched to World B.
Dear God Almighty, Christ on a fuck.
That was it. The past Sekimeya from World A wasn't activated ever again. Doubt? So then, who killed Irina? How did her killer show up before her and push her off the stairs?
Irina traveled through time after she saw who she thought was the killer. Her killer world switched in front of her, or her killer had traveled from the past. I have literally no idea what's going on right now.
Didn't we just confirm that a Sekimeya was used?
We did, yeah. All 3 of these would revolve the Sekimeya.
I'll be mad if it's 1, because that means like the victim used a Sekimeya to facilitate their own murder. Like, no,
if
that
the
doesn't
rest
follow
of them
from
were
last
in
question.
B4, then they it makes no sense for her to not for it to be this, except that they saw her dead and she was alive at the same. But no, was that? I'm so confused. Okay, never mind. I don't know what's going on. I'm so confused. I got no idea.
I think it's 3. I don't know why.
All right. Uh-huh.
The past Sekimeya couldn't have been used to carry out her murder. The key to solving it was the future Sekimeya.
You did it.
It was the one that Kate had found in the kitchen refrigerator. He hid it somewhere in the attic, which he locked, intending to keep it away from the others.
This was the moment I checked out for the 13th time during the quiz. You just heard it happen in real time to me.
I'm so happy it wasn't 1. I would have been fucking furious if it had been 1. And before the World C group arrived in World A, only one person had touched the future Sekimeya, Sai A. However, he immediately died where he arrived. In other words, Sumari. Nobody from World A could have killed Irina. Before her death, the World C group had been on the crystal floor. Anyone who traveled to the future could have appeared there, bypassing Katsuki's view.
Oh, Mouse of the Stream says there's a good stopping point in about an hour, or go as long as we feel like it and stop whenever.
I could go for an hour if you want.
Yeah, I can go for an hour.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
We should take another break in a minute here, though.
Sure, but that wouldn't have been all. After appearing there, they would have had to make it above him, and such a thing didn't seem simple. No Sekimeya could have been activated on the crystal floor, and the elevator never went back up.
People were leaving, and Isla said she wanted to come down too, since she still hadn't seen all the gems. I noticed she was trying to cheer herself up a little, despite the 2 bodies we found. So even though I didn't want to leave, I went with her, just so that it took her mind off of it.
People were leaving. Irina and Isla were on the sofa then, and from their point of view, not everyone had left the attic. There's only one person who could have done it. I walked to the bedrooms and opened the left one. I needed to throw myself onto the bed and be alone for some time. I stood in the middle of the floor 3 corridor. I didn't want to see the others, so I've been thinking to myself. As anyone could have been anywhere, all I wanted to do was wait. I could perceive faint footsteps above me, signaling someone was on the 4th floor. I approached the potted plant and sat next to it. I calmly felt the seconds pass, appreciating the sensation. Then I took the shot put ball out of my fucking pack. Are you alone? Where are the others? He was pretty agitated, so I kept my composure and waited for him to tell me what had occurred. Everything about him gave away that he'd seen something frightful. Irina's body lay facing down over a vast pool of blood, traces of which started in the middle of the staircase. I didn't have to walk farther down to know she was dead.
I think someone was on the floor above me at some point. Were you alone when you found her?
I kept walking down while I silently wondered why he'd been alone. On the floor of hallway C, I pressed 2 fingers to Irina's body and waited for any perceptible movement.
It's not possible for us to take the elevator, so let's walk up. We should come across someone.
My heavy breathing was interrupting my words, and I didn't let my gaze stray from Irina. Being so close to her, I noticed that blood was coming out of a part of her head that hit an edge of a step. With what we talked about, could Irina's killer be identified? I didn't think so, but there was a chance I was failing to consider something. She was there, casually leaning against the line of cabinets. I could hardly believe what I was seeing, but there was no wariness in her eyes and not even a trace of blood near her. Most people weren't aware that traveling to the future was possible. When Mia noticed that the peculiar smell again and touched Sekimeya, she immediately thought she traveled to the past. She appeared where she'd been in the past. It was what happened. It was what had happened before that made her think she'd gone back in time. She was alone above the hallway C stairs when she suddenly heard Irina's voice.
Don't lie, it could only be you. You killed them.
Irina had seen the bodies in the lobby. Shoya had died, but she'd just been in the crystal room. Sai hadn't come back. Naomi was dead, and earlier in the day, what had happened with the elevator buttons convinced Irina that the killer was someone they'd been unable to find. Mia. The way Mia looked at her only made her more convinced. When she dismissed the accusation with quiet, cold words, Irina ran up the stairs in sheer agitation. She was quickly knocked back. In midair, she let out a yell that cut off upon impact. Mia wasn't sure what to do. She stared at Irina, processing the fact that she wasn't moving. Then slowly she took a few steps backward. Shock rushed through her when she heard footsteps approaching. Katsuki was about to see her. Is this fair? And Annie's saying the same thing. I actually don't know if they're...
They did have like a 30 minutes later screen suspiciously in the middle of the segment, yeah.
Does that account for time travel time? Is it like jet lag? To hide from him, she rushed into one of the bathrooms on the second floor. The first thing Katsuki did was run down the stairs and check Rina's pulse, which allowed me to escape toward the third floor. There, she heard someone above her. She looked at the security cameras and seen no green lights, which perhaps meant she hadn't been recorded. Nonetheless, she was completely certain she changed the past. However, after Katsuki came running from below, she soon realized that she couldn't easily explain what had happened.
It's not possible for us to take the elevator, so let's walk up. We should come across someone.
She attempted to hide her future knowledge. At that point in time, the elevator hadn't been opened yet. Nobody knew it was usable despite the broken panels. And despite the fact that they should have been together recently, Katsuki had told her he'd been alone. Did that mean she'd overwritten her past self? I saw that the attic key was inserted into the door. We all entered to find the missing person. I stared at the floor's footprints, the proof that the past had changed. I had no idea how, but it was undeniable that it greatly had. Should I bring her to the lobby?
The lobby? Why?
So she's with the others. Sorry if that was stupid of me. This time, this is actually where she died. I went quiet. I'd begun to form a small theory, but it appeared I was wrong. After that, I realized I had no idea what had actually happened. Oh, fucking hell, me too, love. When everyone saw Rina's corpse and began to examine it and began to explain what they'd done, Mia realized her perception was flawed. Had she only traveled a few seconds through time? She wasn't sure. Who killed Tsurupo? When it was her turn to clear her name, she said she'd left the attic after Katsuki and that she'd stayed on the third floor. Did Katsuki notice that contradiction?
I just wanted to be alone for a bit, but I didn't feel like staying put somewhere. However, I ended up spending the most time on the third floor where I heard the elevator. I spent some time in the offices and some outside.
The staying put ball killer. Everyone stated that the elevator had been heard once, so she'd been forced to go along with it. However, she'd really heard it. If she'd really heard it, she should have known the elevator had ended up on one of the first two floors.
It's not possible for us to take the elevator, so let's walk up. We should come across someone.
So why had she said that they couldn't be taking the elevator up when she and Katsuki had seen the body? The panels hadn't been reattached. If the elevator had been above them, they wouldn't have been able to use it. However, if she'd heard it on the third floor, she should have known it was next to Rina's body. Did Katsuki make that connection? Did he choose to omit the fact that he hadn't heard Mia's footsteps above him? Well, no, because we just didn't lie, remember? We did that one already. In any case, they found out that Arina was still alive. She and Isla had been in room A1 since they'd taken the elevator down. Next time Sekimeya was found, it was in one of the attic's wardrobes. Look what I found, ooh! With two hands, Isla was holding one of the bed sheets, folded up into a sphere. It was wrapped around something, and I could tell what Isla was going to say before she did.
Okay, can we take a break here? I gotta go to the bathroom.
Yeah, sure. I need to go to the bathroom too.
Okay, all right. We'll be back in 5 minutes. We'll be right back. We'll be right back. You're back. Glad to see the Defense Force in chat blaming the fact that we don't understand what's going on the fact that we are streaming and not the visual novel. Nice to see you here. All right. You want me to take over?
The streamer thing too. Well, I'm eating lemon cake, so I would love if you took over.
I will take over. With two hands, Isla was holding one of the bed sheets folded up into a sphere. It was wrapped around something, and I could tell what Isla was going to say before she did.
It's the Sekimeya. Ew. What? The Sekimeya is on the crystal floor. No, I have it here. It was in the wardrobe.
It was the future Sekimeya that Mia had activated. Within the sheet, it gathered energy very quickly. The killer could have been hiding somewhere, so starting with the attic, they searched every floor. Since they had the Sekimeya, they figured nobody could use it to hide from them. But the search didn't yield any results. Because they world switched before it ended, because there was nobody to find, because someone who could have been found world switched before they were found, or because someone who could have been found traveled to the past. So this is the one where the sheet thing happened. That was really weird.
I can't remember
they
if the
world
sheet thing made
switched.
Isla. Yeah, this is where the Sekimeya vanished from underneath the sheet,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
but
is
isn't
this
this around
is
the
they
same
world
time that
switch.
she yeeted herself back into the timeline or something, or?
I don't know. This is where they world switched and then Sai traveled, I think. Yeah, this is when they world switch and then Sai they world switched twice here. They world switched twice here.
Consider the issue that it could be that they world switched after the full search was over, and the answer is actually because there's nobody to find, and then they world switch.
Yeah, it's totally possible. I do know
Let's
that
go
they world
one.
switched. You want to go one? Okay. They do. We know that they
Oh, wait,
world switched.
hold on. Three is different. Because someone who could have been found world switched before they were found. Oh, well, could someone be caught in the radius of their world switch?
Maybe, but
Would
then
that count?
that wouldn't interrupt their search because then that person would get swapped with them and they would be able to find them.
Maybe they gave up after. It's one. It's got to be one.
I think
it's got to be one.
I think it's maybe one.
Got to be one. I'm second guessing everything now.
The World A group was in room B4, but they weren't found. Akaro, Isla, Katsuki, and Shiroya remained there. Akaro and Isla world switched to World B, but Shiroya and Katsuki stayed behind. The reason they weren't seen was that everyone else world switched. The World C group world switched. In the attic, on the office floor, on the crystal floor. That was the crystal floor, right? They were on the crystal floor?
It was the crystal floor. Yeah, I remember
with
the crystal floor.
with the sheet.
Yeah.
When they were on the office floor, okay, never mind. More specifically, on the second floor, Isla A touched
Wait, was that even an option?
Isla A touched
Shit.
the past Sekimeya in the cabinet. Akaro had set it to 5 degrees Celsius, so it had slowly gathered energy. Since the future Sekimeya was on the second floor, the overlapping ranges created a world switch. Everyone but Shiroya B and Katsuki A world switched to World B. Alongside both groups, there was someone else who world switched as well. Who else world switched to World B? Naomi C.
Naomi.
C. Yeah? We just
Her
want to...
corpse in the lobby. Her corpse in the lobby. Fuck it. I don't care anymore.
She has to get all the way back to her own world at some point. She has to get all the way back to her own timeline. So her hitching a ride here makes the most sense to me. That's my opinion.
Hold on. Is that the right Naomi?
Naomi C? Yes. Naomi A and B both died in timeline B. So Naomi C has to be the one that gets back to her own timeline and lays on the floor and plays dead.
Okay. Here's my problem with this. How is it that Naomi was caught in the radius? I think this is the right answer. Naomi was caught in the radius, but Katsuki and Shiroya weren't?
Okay. I don't know.
Wait, is Shiroya B dead?
No. Shiroya A is dead.
No.
Shiroya A is dead.
Shiroya A is dead. Just Naomi C.
Just Naomi
Let's
C,
go.
just on vibes? Just on vibes?
Let's go.
Just on vibes?
No, just on vibes. Let's just fucking go. Yeah, my mood is improving.
Naomi C, who was in the lobby, world switched to... Yeah. Because she was still alive. I'm just clicking it. Naomi and Shiroya were in the lobby, but only Naomi world switched. That happened because she was still alive. We're going on vibes. At the world switch, the future Sekimeya was in...
Oh my god. They just want you to have an L right now, huh? It's like just like no, you like keep answering until you get something wrong.
Do you want me to do the partition? I think it was in the partitions.
Can you click on the bathrooms?
I can not click on the bathrooms.
It's partitions. Gotta be partitions. Gotta be.
When Isla A touched the past Sekimeya, the future Sekimeya was just outside the partitions on the second floor. Oh, down here. Okay. Which was right above the lobby. This is why Shiroya and Katsuki were the only two who didn't world switch. They were in hallway C. When the world switch happened, Isla C had the future Sekimeya wrapped up deep inside the bedsheet. She didn't immediately notice its disappearance. However, what everyone did... Oh, I see. What everyone did notice was that the elevator panel had reappeared, not only on the second floor, but on all of them. Shiroya and Katsuki...
Oh, that's why we think it was the crystal floor.
Yep.
Because that's when we noticed
they were on the crystal floor. Yep.
Fucking...
Shiroya and Katsuki remained in World A with the corpses. When they went to the second floor, they saw the single Sekimeya outside the partitions, which Shiroya was later able to use to return to World B. Mouse with prep time could solve all of this. That's actually probably true. If I did the thing that Oromit keeps mentioning with the person who read it for like 400 hours, like if I had actually made the chart that I was like visualizing, like if I had spent 100 hours doing that, I probably would have solved this. I think that's true. Yeah. Although...
But would you have still been mouse at the end of it?
No, I would not have been mouse at the end of it. And I will say that I had not picked up on anything about how the world hops happened, and I was not thinking about where the Sekimeya were within proximity of each other. So I don't know if I would have picked up on how the world hops happen. So I'm not sure about that part. Anyway. The moment everyone else world switched to World B, the World B group was in the attic. They had locked themselves in a bedroom. And when the World C group saw the Sekimeya in the cabinet, Isla unwrapped the bedsheet and saw hers had disappeared. The Sekimeya behind the glass was the past Sekimeya, which the World B group had left locked in the cabinet before going to the attic. It's you.
Wait, it's still here.
Isla rapidly unwrapped the sheet to prove she hadn't lied.
Hang on, it's not here. The thread I left.
I'm sorry.
It's not here. The Sekimeya.
Is this what you're implying? That it was taken out of the cabinet since the thread is gone and then brought to the attic? Then at some point it teleported inside again? I have another idea. Let me take the Sekimeya. Akaro and Kite, you watch the stairs.
Why?
Because the last time it wasn't working, remember? I can test if it is now without activating it. Sai grabbed the Sekimeya with his sleeves, causing the curtain to fall, and put it in the middle of the sheet. It was very cold, so let's see if that changes. He wrapped it around with one layer of the cloth and waited a few seconds with his hand over it. It is getting hot, definitely. Alright, I'm sure there's someone on this floor. Don't take your eyes off the stairs. I'm not sure we'll find them, though.
Why do you say that? Back then you said it was burning and you could hardly hold it. Is it possible it teleports when it gets too hot?
Is Joe's stream delayed? No, he is eating.
I'm done now. I'm done. Okay. Sorry. And the next time we found it, it wasn't working. It could be that.
It's okay. I ate a peach and a chocolate bar while you were narrating. It's working now, but we can test it. If the outer layer of the sheet felt hot for Isla, it's possible that it making the sheet hot made it heat up even more quickly. Sai wrapped the Sekimeya up completely once again. Inside the wrapped sheet, the past Sekimeya quickly gathered energy. When Sai touched it in hallway A, they world switched to World C, leaving the sheet behind. The future Sekimeya had been very close, and its range was considerable, as it would soon make Akaro travel weeks to the future. Oh, so it only resets the one that they touch. Like, only the one that they touch. Yeah. I guess we already knew that. Okay, all right. Without realizing it, they were back in their world. They had made a full loop. That's so funny. And if they took Naomi C with them too, then that explains why she just goes plays dead. They inspected the crystal floor, but nobody was found. Akaro and Isla A had remained in World B. However, there were many they got so fucked here. However, there were many things they noticed. Surupa's body had reappeared and Shiroya's had disappeared, but Naomi was still there. She had returned to her world too, and the blood that had pooled below her had vanished. Oh wait, look at Naomi's head. From the wound she had, quite a bit of blood was pouring out.
Yes, more blood is coming out than before.
And it seems like it started just now, right? Otherwise the pool on the floor would be much bigger. They'd all returned to World C, but during the brief time they'd been in World B, Naomi's had been the only body in the lobby. She'd been bleeding from her head, so she'd left a large spot of blood on the polished floor. That blood confused many people, but the person most thoroughly deceived by it was Sai B. When he world switched to World A, only Shiroya's corpse was in the lobby and there was blood next to her. Of course, he naturally assumed it was hers, not Naomi's. However, when he returned to World B, not only had the pool shrunk, but Shiroya's corpse had disappeared. She was still alive in that world. In World C, it became clear that understanding what had happened around them might have been out of everyone's grasp. Nobody had been found, but the bizarre occurrences within the tower hadn't stopped. The security room had unlocked, Irina's body had disappeared, the Sekimeya had teleported. This time, Mia had found it in room A1. It was the fake Sekimeya, which they decided to leave in the event room for good. After that, things finally slowed down. And a long time later, Mia had the urge to lie down. She went to the attic where she fell asleep.
Has it really not told us who killed Surupa yet?
Nope. When she woke up, she world switched again. When she woke up, she realized that Shiroya had world switched to her world. Or while she slept, she had a nightmare.
Oh, this is where she wakes up and Shiroya is banging on the door on the other side, right?
Yes.
Okay, so who world switched?
I don't know. I think it was
Mia or Shiroya?
Well, Shiroya. Sorry, where is fucking?
Is this when Shiroya was locked in the room from Sai?
Yes.
Okay, so it's Mia had to world switch into that then, because if Shiroya world switch into that world, out of that world, the door wouldn't be locked.
Shiroya and Katsuki remained in World A. Okay, if Shiroya and Katsuki were in World A, then yeah, she world switched again. She world switched to World A. I think. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Let's go for it.
Let's
keep it moving.
We're clicking it. We're clicking it. When she woke up, the light suddenly turned on. And that was the sign of a world switch. Yeah! The exact appearance of the bed where she'd been had changed, but she couldn't notice that as the light had been off. In the world where she appeared, the sheets had been messy as well. Nobody was above her, and she heard sounds coming from the opposite bedroom. It was Shiroya who'd been trapped there by Sai. I feel like whenever it's like solvable within like 1 to 3 minutes of searching back, like we understand the mechanics of how it works well enough. But when it's like you needed to make a map of what happened in order to figure this out, we're like, fuck it. Like, I feel like we have like short-term memory for this quiz. Like, you know what I mean? It's like we're just flubbing the essay sections because fuck it, you know. Is there anything wrong with this?
It'd be the opposite, but yeah.
Yeah, you would think it would be the opposite. The world where she appeared, that the light turned on, or that Katsuki didn't world switch with her. Why would Katsuki world switch with her? It's weird.
Was Katsuki upstairs? Was he?
Was he?
He
well,
was.
Said,
he was. He
oh,
was
he was.
Upstairs,
yeah,
right?
You're right. Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I think it's that Katsuki didn't world switch with her. Yeah.
I think it is that one. Yeah.
I think it is that one. I still stand by realizing that one question about the glass of water.
What world should she be in?
She should be in World A, and Shiroya was in World A. So I think she should be in World A. I think, yeah, because Shiroya. I just looked it up. Shiroya and Katsuki remained in World A. And then Shiroya used it to return to World B. Wait a minute. Shiroya was later able to use it to return to World B. So I don't, shit. So this could be after this.
What world was it that Shiroya and Sai locked each other, got locked? That was World B, wasn't it?
It was in chapter 1, so it was But I'm not sure if they were in World B at that point. They were, because they didn't swap until the end, right?
Yeah. Did they world switch that point? I kind of.
Do you think the world where she appeared
feel
is
like
the problem?
Maybe she world switched twice?
She might have world switched twice. They might be leading you to say she world switched twice here, yeah.
Yeah, but I do remember Katsuki being upstairs, so it could be just a recall. Do you remember that Katsuki was upstairs in the I don't know. My first instinct was that one, but now I'm thinking it's A. Shit.
Yeah. All I know is that's the real Shiroya. So true, actually. So true.
I still stand by that realizing the one question about the super glass of water is impossible, no matter how fancy your diagrams are. We got that one right, because I thought there was going to be food in the fridge. So I just said she was in the kitchen.
So yeah, so I saw you weren't sleeping anymore, so I was walking down to see if I could find where you'd gone. Then were you above me in the bedroom? Oh yes, sorry, was I noisy? I just climbed down the ladder and saw you weren't there anymore. I couldn't believe it. It was him, the Katsuki I'd been with the whole day. However, on the crystal floor, there was another Katsuki, one who said I couldn't be there. So he did world hop with her. Or he did also world hop. Like, they both world hopped, but it's not clear whether they did it at the same time. Did she check to see?
I think it's A.
You think it's A? Okay, all right.
I think it's A. I think it's A. I think she world hopped twice.
Shiroya was locked behind that door. It follows that Mia was in World B. However, the first time a world switch happened from World C, everyone went to World A. The world switch order is A, B, C, A. Why did Mia go from World C to World B then? You know what? We nailed it.
She didn't.
You're so smart.
She went twice.
While she slept, she went to World A first. There's another reason. She never left World A, or Shiroya was not in World B.
There's another reason. Can fuck all the way off? What? I've done enough Monty Hall problems to know that we should just go D, just on the probability low. It's A, right? She had to have gone to World A first.
Yeah. But there's another reason sits there temptingly, right?
And the other reason is that she didn't realize that she'd been just stuck in an infinite loop of like going from ABC, 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 ABC until a bird came along and just knocked it out of a nest and with another egg that interrupted
the you pick. Okay. A or D, you pick.
That's evil. That's evil. A.
Oh, it's done. If she had world switched while she slept, she would have died. Stupid! By lying in bed, she pressed the mattress down upon changing worlds. Her body would have been split in half by an uncompressed mattress. You fool! The reason does not follow the order you're accustomed to. Can you recall another time?
I'm done.
You're done?
I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
Are you gonna go?
If we're gonna be fucking like nitpicky about mattress compression, I'm fucking done. I'm fucking done. The dust particles in the air should be contaminating their brain then, and they should just be dying every single time they fight. Like no.
Sorry, I missed this. Thank you, Care7, for resubbing with thanks for everything you do. Thank you for being here. Hope you're having a good time. It is true that the VN picks and chooses what it's picky about. I agree. Yeah. Can you recall another time a backward world switch happened?
Okay, so is it backwards depending on if both are in range and you touch the past Sekimeya, you go ABC ABC, but if they're both in range you touch the future Sekimeya, maybe you go CBA CBA?
If that happens, I'm gonna throw up. When Shiroya and Naomi went to World A, when Sai went to World A, or when Shiroya and Katsuki went to World C. So did Shiroya and Katsuki go to World C?
I have no idea what any of these three are referring to.
Yeah, me neither. Me neither, yeah. Me neither. I got no idea. No idea. I got no idea. Shiroya and Naomi died What world did Shiroya and Naomi die in? Where were their bodies found? Was that world A? What world were they? It was not B.
Wasn't it confirmed beforehand that when they were upstairs and Shiroya and Naomi used it and took both of them to a world hop that
yeah,
went
so it's
forward?
not Shiroya and Naomi going to world A. That is world C to world A. So it is not that one. That was Naomi and world C going to world A.
Inexplicably, it is going to be that one. It just went backwards and skipped over B. So yeah,
it's okay. When Shiroya and Katsuki went to world C, when did that happen? Was that whenever? Don't. I need you two to stay strong through this. No. My
weave, I just got owned by mattress compression.
No.
There's no. What the fuck are you talking about?
When Sai went to World A, I don't know when the fuck that was. When Shiroya and Katsuki went to World C, there are so many goddamn times that this could refer to. I don't fucking care. Should I put B or C? Just pick vibes. Best stream, worst stream, best stream. It's so strong. It's over. It's peak. It's so over. It's Jover. Should we poll chat for B or C? Why are you saying A? Why are you saying A? That's
A.
literally the one that it can't be.
Don't
do this.
A's the only one we excluded.
It's the only one. What are you doing? Fuck.
We haven't thought about Psy for a while. I trust in Psy.
Why is everyone voting A?
I trust in Psy.
Why is everyone voting A? What do they know that we don't know?
If it's... This might be the rare double crash out.
Shame I just got owned by mattress compression. Can't be a Jodel answer. Why not? You can't complain about people saying A and then expect people not to vote A. I thought my chat has integrity.
I'm here though.
That's true.
I trust in Psy. I say we should go B.
Okay.
Do you want to go C? I've been wrong a lot tonight, so...
I kind of want to go C because Psy... You know what? Psy received the most characterization because he was the least important to the story, so they could do whatever they wanted with his character. And that is a devastating realization. But sure, so multiple choice quiz logic. Shiroya is mentioned in 2 of the answers, so I think we know it's not A unless some bullshit happened. So I think it's C because Sai gets no attention in the story, and because Shiroya is mentioned in 1 that we don't think it is. So I think it's C.
I think it's A now. Please go see. Go.
I just need a minute. After Sai and Hikaru escaped the addict's bedroom, Sai world switched to World A, while in room B6 from World B, he went to World A. What about a third instance?
What do you mean a third instance?
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch the tiger by the toe, if always let him go, eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
When Katsuki and Arena returned to World B, when did they even leave World B?
I don't know.
Wait, did they leave World B? Did Katsuki and Arena... I thought Mia went to their world. I didn't think Katsuki and Arena went to Mia's world. Oh, wait, did that happen?
Jelly says, I'm gonna get a terrible grade in Sekimeya, something which is both possible to achieve and desirable to avoid.
At least it wasn't A.
At least it wasn't A, that's true. When
At least
Irina,
it was- at least
Shiroya,
it
and
was an A.
Katsuki
At
went
least it
to
was an
World
A.
C. I think Irina, Shiroya, and Katsuki going to World C was from World B, so I think that is a valid one. I think it's either A or C. Shiroya returned to World B. I'm saying C on vibes. But it was C last time. Would they do C
Fuck it.
twice? Would they do C twice?
I don't even remember when these happened.
We're gonna go A? You wanna go A?
Sure.
You gonna go A?
Sure.
We're gonna go A. Yes! When Katsuki and Irina returned to World B, they had been in World C. Once again, they went from World C to World B. Is there anything interesting that these examples share? Both Sekimeya were very close. Nobody touched the Sekimeya in their world, or it was the second time they had world switched. So it's not both Sekimeya were very close, because the Naomis used them when they were literally right next to each other, so it's not A.
Defined very close. Maybe they need to be touching.
They were together in the suitcase. Like, I think they were touching in the suitcase.
It was the second time they had world switched. Okay, if it's the second time you world switch.
If it's the second time you world switch, then you could only ever alternate back and forth, right? But we just saw people do a whole traversal across it. So I think maybe it's nobody touched it. Because we just saw people start in World B and then do a full rotation through C and A. If it was the second time they'd world switched, wouldn't it go in a loop?
But maybe it's just because the second time you touch it, you go back to your own world, you know, as the little like preview of being on drugs, and then after that, it's like no. Now you get the full experience. Now you're on the ride.
Nobody touched it is the most interesting option. I agree with you, chat.
Nobody touched Sekimeya in the world pisses me off, so that's probably the answer. I just like, what does that even fucking mean? Like, the Sekimeya just said, you know what, we're just gonna trigger a world swap. We're just gonna do it. Like, what do you mean?
I did posit this at one point. I said maybe the Sekimeya like get to a certain temperature or something triggers them, and then they happen, and then the world switches happen. I had this idea at some point. I kind of think it's B.
It's B.
I think we have plausible reasons not to say A or C. Okay, we're going. Exactly. Neither of the Sekimeya were activated in their world. In Sai's case, puzzled, he stepped into hallway B. What had just happened? Out of nowhere, the Sekimeya had disappeared. He wondered if he'd traveled through time. Even though he hadn't touched the Sekimeya, something peculiar had occurred. Sai world switched without touching the Sekimeya, and he had both of them. So then, why did he world switch? Is there another shared similarity? Oh, fuck. The Sekimeya had gathered energy for too long. It happened at specific intervals of time. Or the world switch was activated from the previous world.
If it was 1, wouldn't he be like melting? It's got to be 3, right?
Yeah.
2 is insane. 1, it would be like he's in an fucking inferno. Like if it's 1, I don't think it's 1. I don't think it's 1. I guess it has to be.
I don't think it's 1.
Is the world? Is the world switch so powerful that like it happens even you're caught in the radius even if you're not even in that world?
That could be it. Yeah, that could be it. Because I bet they're going to show us somebody doing a world swap in that location in a different world.
It's got to be C. It's got to be C.
I'm going to be really mad about that. I'm going to be really mad about that. I'm going to be really mad about that. I'm going to be really mad if that's true. I'm going to be really mad if that's true. I'm going to be really fucking... Yep. It happened when they were pulled from the previous world. When Sai world switched from world B to world A, someone world switched from world A to world B. Shiroya. In the storeroom, she touched the Sekimeya to return to her world. When Mia world switched from world C to world B, someone world switched from world B to world C. In the event room, Arena, Katsuki, and Shiroya suddenly appeared in world C. Every time a world switch was activated, it occurred in the world someone would be sent to as well. If someone was in the overlapping ranges of the next world, they would be pulled backward to the previous one. This swap begins to define the real meaning of the world switch.
Fuck off. Finally, we discovered it. The fourth Sekimeya power.
The writer was so happy about naming it World Switch and holding it back for this. This is why I feel it's a writer showing you the cool thing they thought about the VN. I absolutely agree with you that it's a writer showing you the cool thing they thought about the VN. Agreed. This is one of the more abstract lost edits I've seen. Thank you, Allison. Thank you. Thank you, Allison.
I see it. I see it.
I also see it. I also see it. I also see it.
Wait, hold the phone. Motherfuckers, they're not even in the radius.
No,
It just picks someone?
I don't understand these. I don't understand these diagrams. So in C, and this is world B and world C. These are, so it only happens if the Sekimeya are also overlapping in the previous in the next world. So the people in world B are activating, or like whichever one of these are activating the Sekimeya. Each time a world switch was activated, it occurred in the world someone would be sent to as well. So we activate it in world B, okay? We activate it in world B, and it's Psy. But because of the people are in the one person is in the overlapping ranges in world C, where Psy is going, that person then gets pulled back to B, and Psy gets sent to C. But the yellow dot didn't get pulled because they are only in range of one Sekimeya. So when a world switch happens, all the overlapping Sekimeyas happen in both worlds. Yes, that is correct. Sekimeyas have Wi-Fi. They have timeline Wi-Fi. This is just, it's just like...
Oh, so in this example,
yes,
this was triggered because the person in red in C touched the Sekimeya in the radius, and at the same time they touched it. No,
they don't have to touch it. They don't have to touch it.
Didn't world swap.
Psy did world swap. Psy went to world C. I don't know who the colors are here. Sorry. So the person in world C didn't have to touch it. The fact that they were in that radius teleported them. Only blue. Blue is the only color that touched a Sekimeya here. I don't know who the colors represent. I don't know if they represent. I don't think the colors represent anybody in particular.
Oh, maybe it's not Psy then? Okay.
Yeah. I think red might be Psy actually here. If anyone. But yeah, I don't think the colors are anyone in particular. So if no one is in the radius in another world, does nothing happen? Yep. If the Sekimeya are not overlapping in the next world, also nothing happens, if I understand this correctly. It only happens if someone is standing in the radius of the two Sekimeya in the next world, and they're exactly in the overlap, and the overlap exists. Then they will be pulled in. Yeah. I misunderstood this mechanic forever. Even after this explanation, I thought the overlapping range from the source world got pulled back. Yeah, that's what I thought immediately. What would happen if there was overlap in world A?
Okay, so that's...
Nothing. Because it only happens in the world they're traveling to. So world B is the source world of someone touching the Sekimeya here. Because someone would, so a B travel would go to world C. So then this triggers the Sekimeya in world C's effect. But world A has nothing to do with this. World A, because nobody here is traveling to world A. If someone in C here touched the Sekimeya and the World A Sekimeya were overlapping, then someone from World A could get yeeted back to World C. But A has nothing to do with these two here.
Okay, that's much better than it just chooses someone at random to switch to, like, which is why I was reading the diagram first. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's a swap. It's a switch. That's why it's called a switch. The only switch I care about in this game is Psy. What'd you say? What'd you say?
I don't want to say anymore.
You don't want to say it?
I'm good.
So if multiple people were in the range, it'd be all of them? Yes, presumably, I think. As far as I understand.
I think that's what happened with Katsuki and Arena, right? Like
I think so,
yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for the emotional support side. So it's not even a 1-1 switch? I think so, yeah. When Arena and Katsuki returned to World B in the elevator, they had been in World C. Who pulled Arena and Katsuki from World B? So it is someone in World A. Right? No. It is someone in World B. So it's someone in World B who used the fucking Sekimeya at some point. God damn it. So someone in the original world used the Seki. Can we just say Psy? Can we just sing Psy?
Hold on. So
say Psy
now. Because they were pulled from World B, that means they're going backwards, which means they went to A, right? Because it goes BCA, BCA, BCA. This is confusing because it is when Arena and Katsuki returned to World B in the elevator, they had been in World C, and now it says who pulled Arena and Katsuki from World B, which makes I'm confused because here they're returning to World B and now they're asking who pulled them from World B. So doesn't this seem like this is two different things? Like this doesn't seem like it's asking from Oh, who from? Oh, it's just ambiguous grammar. Who from World B pulled Arena and Katsuki? Yeah. Who pulled them when they were in the elevator to World B? The stream is lagging like crazy. Sorry, like half of that got garbled. Can I see the question again?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
Let me restart the stream. I'll restart the stream for you. Sorry that it's lagging.
I'll rejoin the room again. No, it's okay.
Okay. All right. This is difficult because you only need to consider the time the switch took place since the location doesn't matter at all. Yeah, because they have verticality.
Okay.
Yeah. So the question is...
Can I see the question?
The question is, when Arena and Katsuki returned to World B in the elevator, so this is when he cut his hand, they had been in World C, but someone in World B triggered the World Hop event and pulled them in, and it pulled them back to World B, and that's when he cut his hand. So the question is who pulled them.
So it's who pulled them from World B, not how Arena and Katsuki pulled from World B.
Yes, it's just ambiguous grammar. Yeah.
I don't like how that's worded, but okay, we got there.
It's ambiguous grammar. Can we just say the author?
Who in World B jumped to World C at the same time that they jumped back to World B?
Yeah, that's the question. Yeah. And I don't what is even his it's not under C, so and this
bleeding.
But this is the worst day of my life. It's gonna be in narrator. Yeah. I cut my hand in the elevator. I don't even know why it stopped bleeding. Okay. It could be Psy. It could be Psy. It could be Psy who world hopped here, because this is right after he left Shiroya, locked in the room. So it could be Psy who world hopped here. I'm not sure. Sai entered from hallway A alone.
Which side B?
I don't know which Sai. I don't know which side that was. I can't tell which Sai is which at this point. Akaro also disappeared somewhere around here. Yeah. Yeah, Akaro also disappeared somewhere around here. Yeah, Akaro just fucking vanished here. This is where Akaro just vanished. So actually I think it might be Akaro. But I don't know which Akaro. This is where Akaro vanished entirely from this story, so I think it has to be Akaro, actually. But I don't know which Akaro. Didn't he vanish to the past? I don't know. Did he?
Well, one Akaro vanished past, but that was...
Oh, you're lagging really bad.
A. Oh, was that Akaro B? Yeah, like the whole call is lagging right now. Shit.
Discord issue again?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Go Akaro B. Let's go. Let's see what happens.
Go Akaro B? Okay. We're 32 lines after this question. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. It was Katsuki A. So close. The person behind the extra elevator sound in World C. He'd been escaping from Sai in World A and found both Sekimeya, which brought him to World B. He hadn't experienced the Sekimeya's powers yet. Startled by the burn, he thought both glowing gems had merely disappeared. In World B, he saw the future Sekimeya on the floor of the event room, which Irina had activated. He touched it, and as the past Sekimeya was still active in Ito's locker, he world switched to World C. He was only there momentarily. After allowing Irina and his World B self to return to World B, he took the elevator up. Out of nowhere, the elevator disappeared, and he fell all the way down onto that world's elevator, leaving him unconscious and wounded. Oh shit. That was where the police found him, the only survivor of the incident. That's right.
So who world swapped him?
I don't know. The light suddenly turned on. Mia was pulled to World B. She heard Shiroya's voice and silently left the attic. On the crystal floor, she found the past Sekimeya in Ito's locker where Katsuki had kept it. Despite being filled with questions, my mind was blank. My hand was drawn to the shape that had begun to take form behind the dark lines, and through the narrow space I made contact, hoping with all my might that I would be brought to the awaited time. After what had happened with Irina, Mia had learned that traveling to the future with the Sekimeya was possible. She wanted to be brought to 9 o'clock out of the tower. Through the slits in the locker, she activated it, and as Irina had just triggered the world switch, the future Sekimeya was powered off. Mia went more than half an hour to the past and reset the Sekimeya. When Katsuki B, who had originally hidden it there, later activated it, he only went 40 minutes back in time. Mia appeared in hallway A and immediately fell down. An interesting location. After all, 40 minutes after the point she traveled, she was back in World C. She and Katsuki were running to the event room, which is what had made her fall in the past. The replicated location was from World C, but it was applied in the past of World B. Oh, don't do this to me!
What?
At 6:21, Mia found Kate dead. Following that, she noticed the flickering green lights of the security cameras. The cabinet was covered by its curtain. If the Sekimeya was behind it, it was possible someone else was soon to be on the crystal floor. It was possible. She wasn't sure if she had gone to the past. She couldn't know if she had gone to the future because she had slept for an unknown period of time. The computer's clock couldn't confirm anything for her. Then, in hallway B, she was found by Irina B, who didn't recognize her. They entered room B4 and found the Sekimeya that Shiroya had left in a cabinet, which they brought to the event room. Pop-off chinchillas. When Mia heard Katsuki's yells, she ran away without noticing that she'd dropped the note she'd been trying to prevent him from seeing. Ha-ha, I was right. Irina had just reached into Mia's purse to grab her keys, so it had remained slightly open. He and Shiroya were there talking to each other. After Irina joined them, Mia attempted to eavesdrop from afar. They went to the event room, so Mia entered the staff room to listen through the wall. I think I was right. Minutes later, the same world switch that had pulled her to World B took place.
You're right, yeah.
Fuck. She was the fourth person to world switch to World C. With her ear against the wall, both ranges encompassed her too. In World C, the fake Sekimeya was still in the event room, so it seemed like it teleported into the cabinet. 2 hours remained until 9 o'clock. Fortunately, everyone was able to leave safely. That included Naomi, who was woken up by the loud noise of the shutter. However, a single decision nearly sent everything spiraling into destruction. Instead of the shutter, yells of pain that would have woken Naomi up before that time were almost let out. Disastrous yells that would have shattered everything that had needed to get there. They were yells that, in reality, nobody ever heard. At 9:04, the police entered the building. Who killed Suripo? No clue. Even though everyone was alive, Suripo was dead on the floor. The officers could hardly believe their eyes while the survivors emerged, 2 of whom knew what happened. They knew that their lives after the 15th were ones that had been gifted to them. Hopefully you enjoyed the story. It's not made for everyone, but I'm glad you're still here. We're pretty high up. Let's see, you answered 57 out of 94, 60% questions correctly. I hope you're proud of that. Are we proud of that?
Who killed Suripo?
Can we know who killed
Suripo?
Very good score. Yeah, so do you want to know the score range that Godot told me?
Is it gonna make me sad?
No.
No? Okay, sure.
Godot told me that, let me make sure that I get it right. Actually?
Were there really 94 questions? Holy shit.
Yup. How do I find it? It won't let me. About 80% of players sit from 30 to 60% correct. So we're pretty much at the top of like the mid range of where most players are. So we're actually like that's pretty fucking good. Yeah, that's pretty fucking good. Yeah.
And it took 2 of us together to get there.
Yeah. Yep. I hope you're proud of that. Caps got 54. We're peak of the mid. That's right, baby. Of course, though, there's one less thing for you to see. The peak. Did you think you'd already seen it, maybe? What exactly is at the very top? And I'm guessing...
No, I'm bad at peak.
We're done. We're done? Tell me we're done. Tell me we're done. We're done. Okay. All right. Here we go. The majority is at 30 to 39%. Fucking nailed it.
This is a dangerous thing to ask, unless there is a really good reason for us not knowing right now. Who killed Suripo?
Yeah, who the fuck killed Suripo?
Because I'm upset that we answered a question. I don't know if we got it right.
Is there a reason that we don't know who killed Suripo? That was a Caro? Okay, all right.
It was a Caro?
A Caro
really?
C? Okay. All right. They give you the results later? Okay. It was Suripo B. Fuck. All right. It's always Isla. Oh my god, they're really running. I don't think we can see our results right now. Okay.
Well, this was fun.
I think I had fun this stream, says Annie for press. I became the Joker. Can I say there was a disgusting lack of Mia if we're at the end? We're at the end of the quiz, but there's still going to be a Sunday stream that appears to be free of quiz. So that's good for us, I think.
Hooray!
Hooray!
No more quiz. No more quiz.
No more quiz. No more quiz. Okay, so yeah, it's the peak. We've been told it's the peak, so that's it. How much longer is there? Someone right above you says at least one full 4 hours stream. Yeah, quiz 2. Okay, all right. I'm very tired. It's been a lot of streaming today. So I'm gonna get a raid out. We will.
What?
What?
You know what? At least this VN gives you the answers to its mysteries, unlike some certain other product that will remain nameless.
Thank you everybody for coming. We will be finishing Umineko tomorrow and finishing this on Sunday. So Sunday we should be streaming at our regular time unless you go late on Expedition 33.
Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah. My streamer is so mean to Sekimeya. Alright.
Deserved. Deserved.
Is E33 confirmed Sunday actually, or are you still deciding on that?
Still deciding. I don't know how it's gonna be. It probably will be though. Yeah.
I'm rating Honey Goblin with Dark Souls 2. That's it. We're doing it.
Discord is lagging so bad right now. Shit, I'm sorry.
That sucks. That's okay. All right. We will see you all Sunday for the dramatic conclusion of the Sekimeya. Sunday is the finale Seki stream. It's Sunday. It's Sunday at the same time. Yeah. All right. See you later, everybody.
See you later.
And bye, Naja, as always.
Bye, Naja. Bye, Naja, as always.